Most people think wealth begins in a bank account. But the truth is, wealth begins in your mind. Before you earned your first dollar, before you ever worried about success or stability, you carried something priceless inside you: potential. The kind that can't be taught in schools, taxed by governments, or lost in a stock market crash. You were born rich. Not in the traditional sense of inheritance or privilege, but in creativity, vision, drive, and value. You just may have forgotten. This book is here to help you remember. We're going to explore wealth from the inside out, how your beliefs, habits, environment, and self-worth shape your financial life more than any paycheck or profession ever could. You'll learn how to build a sustainable, joyful, and purpose-driven relationship with money that aligns with who you are, not just what the world expects. Whether you're just beginning your financial journey or ready to level up into a higher vision of success, You Were Born Rich is your invitation to return to what you've always had: the ability to create abundance on your terms. Written and published by MindfulLiterary, this isn't just a financial guide. It's a self-discovery journey in disguise. A roadmap to emotional, mental, and material wealth that lasts. Let's begin not with how to get rich, but how to remember you already are. Chapter 1. Understanding your innate wealth potential. Discovering the mindset of abundance. Identifying limiting beliefs. Imagine walking through a foggy morning, each step uncertain because your mind is clouded by doubts and limiting beliefs. Our thoughts act as the filters through which we interpret every experience, and over time, these filters shape our reality. If we constantly think in terms of scarcity, believing there's never enough, that success is reserved for others, or that we're simply not enough, we unconsciously create barriers that keep us from moving forward. Recognizing these patterns is key. It's not just about catching negative thoughts, but identifying the underlying stories we've accepted as true. These stories, often formed in childhood or through past failures, become so ingrained that they feel like facts rather than beliefs. When you start noticing your recurring thoughts, such as "I can't do this" or "I'm not lucky enough," you'll see how they act as mental fences, limiting your actions and choices. Becoming aware of these beliefs is like turning on the light in a dark room. Suddenly, what once seemed invisible or unchangeable comes into focus, opening the door to transformation. Our beliefs do more than influence our thinking. They shape our behaviors and ultimately our lives. The stories we tell ourselves about what is possible are powerful enough to propel us forward or hold us back. For example, if you believe you're destined to struggle financially, you might unconsciously sabotage opportunities that could improve your situation. Conversely, believing in the possibility of abundance encourages a mindset open to new opportunities and growth. Recognizing limiting beliefs requires honest self-reflection and a willingness to question the stories we've accepted without scrutiny. Writing down your thoughts or keeping a journal can help uncover these hidden narratives. Notice recurring themes or words that carry a sense of restriction or defeat. Once identified, these beliefs can be challenged, reframed, or replaced with empowering alternatives. Remember, your mind is like a garden. What you plant and nurture will grow, so choose to cultivate thoughts that support your potential rather than those that restrict it. Take Kelly's story, for example. She was someone who constantly felt that success was out of reach, believing she didn't have enough skills, resources, or luck. Every opportunity seemed to slip away, reinforcing her belief that she wasn't meant for more. One day, she decided to challenge this story. She started noticing moments when she did have enough strength to face her fears, enough talent to keep learning, enough support from friends and family. She kept a small journal, listing daily wins and moments of gratitude, no matter how minor. Over time, her perspective shifted. She began seeing abundance everywhere, new connections, opportunities, and ideas that previously seemed invisible. Her mindset transformed from one of scarcity to one of possibility, allowing her to take risks and embrace change. Kelly's experience underscores how a simple shift in thoughts can ripple outward, changing behaviors and opening doors previously blocked by limiting beliefs. It demonstrates that abundance isn't just out there. It's something we can choose to nurture within ourselves, and doing so can profoundly alter our lives. This transformation isn't reserved for special people or rare circumstances. It's accessible to anyone willing to notice their thoughts and gently challenge them. Think about Sarah, who used to believe she wasn't creative enough to pursue her passion for painting. Instead of accepting this story, she started experimenting with small sketches and celebrating each attempt. She told herself that mistakes are part of growth, not evidence of failure. As her confidence grew, so did her work, and she finally exhibited her paintings at local shows. Her shift from scarcity, believing she lacked talent, to abundance, trusting her potential, had a ripple effect that encouraged others around her to see new possibilities. Each story reminds us that the mindset shift starts with awareness and a willingness to reframe beliefs. Small, intentional steps can lead to massive change, opening the door to a life fueled by abundance rather than scarcity. When you start seeing opportunities in challenges and possibilities in setbacks, you're laying the foundation for a mindset that elevates rather than limits you. The science of wealth beliefs. How your inner narratives shape reality. Many of our ideas about money are shaped long before we even understand what they mean. Right from childhood, we're bombarded with messages about wealth, success, and worth, often from family, society, or media, and these messages seep into our subconscious mind without us realizing it. Our brain develops neural pathways based on these early experiences, creating patterns that dictate how we view money and how we behave around it. For example, if you grew up in an environment where money was scarce or associated with stress, your brain might have developed a neural wiring that unconsciously associates wealth with danger or guilt. This wiring influences our automatic reactions to financial situations, whether we hesitate to ask for a raise, feel guilty spending money, or hoard savings out of fear. The neurological basis of these patterns lies in the activity of specific brain regions, such as the amygdala, which processes fear and emotional responses, and the prefrontal cortex, responsible for decision-making and impulse control. When negative beliefs about money are embedded deep within these circuits, they often trigger emotional reactions that hold us back from making confident financial choices. Recognizing that these beliefs are rooted in neural and psychological processes allows us to see that changing them involves more than just surface-level affirmations. It requires rewiring how our brain responds to money-related thoughts and feelings. Understanding that beliefs about wealth are reinforced by both psychological hooks and neural pathways helps demystify why some patterns are so stubborn. Our brains are wired for efficiency, often sticking with familiar thoughts even if they don't serve us. This is partly why changing your financial mindset feels challenging. It involves retraining neural circuits that have been reinforced through years of repeated thoughts and emotional responses. Techniques such as mindfulness, cognitive restructuring, and even neuroplasticity exercises can gradually reshape these pathways, helping you develop a healthier, more empowering relationship with money. Realizing the neurological basis of your beliefs makes it easier to approach change with patience and compassion, knowing that your brain is capable of rewiring itself given time and practice. Imagine your mind as a garden. What you plant, nurture, and tend to will grow into your reality. Your inner stories about wealth act like seeds, influencing what opportunities you see and how you react when faced with financial decisions. When these stories are filled with fear, scarcity, or limitation, they can create mental blocks that prevent you from recognizing or seizing opportunities for growth. But just as a garden can be cultivated, your inner narratives can be rewired through conscious effort, leading to a more prosperous mindset. Changing your inner stories begins with awareness. Start by identifying the specific beliefs you hold about money. Perhaps you think, "I'm not good with numbers," or "money is the root of all evil." Once you recognize these stories, you can begin to challenge them with evidence from your life that contradicts them. For example, if you believe you're bad with money, recall times when you saved successfully or made smart financial decisions. Repeating empowering narratives like "I am capable of managing my finances" can gradually reprogram your brain, much like planting a new seed that will sprout and grow stronger over time. This process engages your brain's neuroplasticity, the ability to form new connections in response to learning and repeated practice. When you consciously tell yourself a story of abundance and possibility, your neural pathways associated with scarcity weaken, while those linked to confidence and growth strengthen. Over time, this shift alters your subconscious programming, making the new, positive story your default. As a result, your behaviors become more aligned with prosperity. You're more likely to take inspired action, save wisely, or invest confidently. In essence, rewriting your inner story reshapes the neural landscape, transforming how you perceive wealth and how you behave around money. One practical way to accelerate this rewiring is through visualization. Spend a few minutes each day imagining yourself handling money confidently and experiencing abundance. Feel the emotions associated with financial success: joy, pride, gratitude, because emotional intensity encourages neural connection formation. Combining this with affirmations like "money flows easily to me" reinforces your new story and helps embed it into your subconscious. Remember, the key isn't just thinking positively, but actively cultivating new mental pathways. Each repetition, each mental affirmation, is like watering a seed that's destined to grow into your financial reality, unlocking your unique talents and skills for prosperity. Finding your unique talents begins with looking inward, tuning into what truly ignites your spirit. Think about the moments when time seemed to fly by because you were immersed in an activity that felt almost effortless or deeply fulfilling. Perhaps it's a skill you've cultivated over the years, like empathizing with others, creating art, solving complex problems, or even making people laugh. These are clues, subtle signs pointing toward where your natural strengths lie. Sometimes, our passions are wrapped in everyday habits or hobbies that we don't even recognize as potential sources of income. Take a moment to reflect honestly on what activities make you feel energized rather than drained, and which tasks you find yourself naturally excelling at without much struggle. Understanding what makes your contribution uniquely yours requires more than just listing skills. It involves connecting those skills to what you care about most. When your talents align with your core passions, that intersection becomes a fertile ground for meaningful work and happiness. For example, someone with a knack for storytelling who cares about mental health might find fulfillment in writing articles or speaking engagements that inspire others. Similarly, an individual passionate about teaching and with a talent for simplifying complex ideas could build a coaching or online course business. Embracing what sets you apart involves paying attention to those moments when your talents create an impact, be it making someone smile, solving a problem, or simply feeling that rush of flow while working on something you love. By recognizing these patterns, you begin to see what truly makes your voice valuable in the world. It's not just about what you're good at, it's about what you're drawn to and how those abilities can meet real needs. Your true strength often lies where your passions and skills overlap, granting you a unique perspective that others might not have. As you explore, try journaling your experiences, noting moments that brought joy or a sense of accomplishment. Pay particular attention to activities that make you forget time and make you feel most alive. Over time, this intentional reflection sharpens your understanding of your authentic talents, helping you craft a path that reflects who you really are and what you can offer. Remember, everyone's contribution is special. Your task is to uncover what that is and begin weaving it into your life story. Throughout history, countless stories show how ordinary people unlocked their hidden abilities and transformed them into successful ventures. Take, for instance, a young woman who loved baking but never thought she could make it beyond her local community. She started sharing her recipes online, and what began as a hobby quickly grew into a flourishing business, thanks to her authentic storytelling and dedication. Her journey shows how tapping into one's genuine passion, combined with persistence, can turn a simple talent into a sustainable source of income. Likewise, consider a man who was talented at fixing electronics but felt stuck in a dull factory job. Instead of settling, he began offering repair services on weekends, sharing tutorials on social media. Over time, his reputation grew, and he transitioned into a full-time electronics repair expert, earning a living doing what he loved. These stories remind us that genuine enthusiasm and consistency can attract opportunities and clients in unexpected ways. Many individuals have built fortunes or meaningful careers by recognizing a skill or hint of passion that others overlooked. For example, a person with a knack for voice acting started with casual recordings, sharing them online, and gradually caught the attention of small companies needing voiceovers. With dedication and a bit of savvy marketing, they turned this talent into a profitable business. Another inspiring story features someone who loved gardening and community service, and through sharing their knowledge and organizing workshops, became a sought-after consultant. What all these stories have in common is that their movers and shakers took small, consistent steps, believing in their talent and understanding the market's needs. These narratives serve as a beacon. If they could do it, so can you. They illustrate that turning a gift into prosperity isn't reserved for the exceptional. It's accessible when passion meets effort. When you read about these journeys, ask yourself, what skill or passion of mine might someone else find valuable? The key is to start small, offering a service, creating content, or teaching what you love, and allow your reputation and confidence to grow. Your version of success might be a side hustle that sustains you, or it could evolve into a full-fledged business. Whatever shape it takes, the important part is to trust your unique talents and to act on them steadily. Remember, every thriving entrepreneur was once just someone who dared to share what they loved, trusting that their contribution mattered. That spark is within you, waiting to be ignited by action and perseverance. Mapping your wealth vision, creating a clear picture of financial fulfillment. Imagine for a moment standing at the edge of a quiet lake just as the sun begins to set. The sky is painted with shades of orange and pink, and the water mirrors that vibrant scene, offering a clear reflection of your deepest hopes. Now picture your life as that serene pond, calm, expansive, and full of possibilities. Visualizing a future where your financial and personal dreams come true isn't just about wishful thinking. It's about creating a detailed mental image that anchors your motivation and clarifies your goals. When you craft this future vividly in your mind, you begin to see your aspirations not as distant, abstract ideas, but as living images you can hold onto and work toward. This practice of mental visualization taps into the brain's power to motivate us through emotional connection. Our minds are naturally drawn to pictures and stories, images that evoke feelings of success, security, happiness, or freedom. By consciously designing a compelling picture of what financial fulfillment looks like in your life, you activate those emotional pathways that spark enthusiasm and determination. For example, you might picture yourself waking up in a home you love, sipping coffee on a balcony overlooking a city skyline, feeling proud and grateful for the financial freedom that made this possible. Such images make your goals feel tangible, inspiring you to stay committed even when faced with challenges along the way. Creating this mental image starts with asking yourself specific questions. What does financial success look like for you personally? How does reaching your goals make you feel? What qualities or possessions do you associate with that future? By detailing aspects like the environment, your emotions, and your daily routines, you make the vision real enough to revisit frequently. It's helpful to incorporate all your senses. Think about the sounds, smells, textures, and feelings involved, making the image as vivid as a scene from a movie. These images serve as emotional anchors, reminding you why your efforts matter and helping shift your mindset from doubt to confidence. Ultimately, the clearer your mental picture, the more motivated you'll be to transform that image into reality. Once you have a clear picture of your ideal future, it's time to make that image even more detailed and personal. Many people find that journaling about their vision can deepen their connection to it, writing down what they see, hear, feel, and experience in that future life. Try to do this regularly, perhaps each morning or before bed, to reinforce the image in your mind. As you develop your mental picture, it's natural to encounter doubts or second thoughts. This is part of the process. The key is to gently guide your focus back to the positive aspects of your vision, emphasizing the feelings of joy, freedom, or security it brings. This continuous refinement and reinforcement transform your subconscious mind into a powerful ally, aligning your daily actions with your long-term desires. Another effective way to make your mental image more compelling is to incorporate stories or metaphors. For instance, think of your financial journey as planting a seed. The image of planting, watering, and eventually harvesting a prosperous tree encapsulates patience, nurturing, and growth, concepts that resonate deeply when pursuing wealth. Visualize watering your goal with consistent effort, watching it grow stronger each day, until it bears the fruits of your labor. This approach helps you stay grounded and patient, especially during setbacks or slow progress. The more emotionally charged and sensory-rich your mental images become, the more likely you'll feel genuinely motivated to act consistently toward making those images real. To keep your visualization effective, set aside a few moments each day to close your eyes and vividly imagine your future. Engage your senses, breathe deeply, and allow yourself to feel the emotions tied to that vision: pride, gratitude, excitement, or calm. Over time, this practice rewires your brain to prioritize actions aligned with your goals, reducing subconscious resistance and boosting your resilience. Think of your mental images as a compass, a guiding star that constantly points you toward what your heart truly desires. The more you nurture this mental landscape, the more natural it will feel to make choices aligned with your vision of wealth and fulfillment, ultimately transforming a fleeting idea into a powerful internal reality. Chapter 2. The Psychology of Wealth Creation. overcoming fear and self-doubt on the path to riches. Imagine Sarah, a quiet woman who always kept her dreams of financial independence hidden behind fears of failure and the doubt that she wasn't enough. One day, she decided to face those fears head-on. She started small, saving a little each month and learning about investments. Over time, her confidence grew as she saw her efforts pay off, transforming her mindset from one of scarcity to abundance. Stories like Sarah's are real. They remind us that fear often whispers lies, convincing us we're destined to stay stuck. But people across the world have bucked those whispers, stepping into their power and realizing that the biggest barrier is often just a story they've told themselves for too long. These stories shine brightly because they're proof that fear isn't a wall we can't climb. It's a hurdle we can jump over once we find the courage to take that first step. Take Laura, for example, an immigrant who arrived with almost nothing but a dream of building a better life. She faced language barriers, cultural differences, and the gnawing fear of failure. Yet, she persisted, learning from her mistakes and embracing every setback as part of her growth. Eventually, she launched her own small business, and today she mentors others who feel paralyzed by doubt. Their journeys echo a common truth. Conquering fear isn't about ignoring it, but about moving through it with resilience. Each story fuels hope, showing that even the most daunting fears can be met with persistence. It's not that these people never felt afraid. They did. But instead of letting that fear define them, they used it as a signal to push forward, to grow stronger, and to claim their right to financial confidence. Many stories are woven with moments of vulnerability. Those times when doubts seem overwhelming, but reaching out for help or changing perspective makes all the difference. Take Miguel, who once believed he had no luck or talent for making money. After attending a financial workshop, he realized that his fears stemmed more from misconceptions than reality. He began breaking down his fears, tackling them piece by piece, and gradually shifting his mindset. These stories teach us that no one is immune to fear. What matters is how we respond. By sharing their journeys, these individuals encourage us that stepping outside our comfort zones is where true growth begins. Their stories aren't just about money. They're about embracing our fears, learning from them, and discovering that confidence often follows action, not certainty. Understanding and quieting that persistent voice of self-doubt is key to building confidence. The inner critic often manifests as a constant stream of negative thoughts, telling you that you're too late, too inexperienced, or simply not deserving of success. Recognizing this voice is the first step. Pay attention to when it appears and the specific messages it promotes, like you can't do this or you're not smart enough. Once you identify these thoughts, challenge their truth. Ask yourself whether there's evidence supporting them or if they're just stories you've accepted over time. Often, you'll see that these beliefs are baseless or exaggerated. Treat them as you would any unwelcome visitor. Acknowledge their presence, thank them for sharing, then gently ask them to leave. Creating a mental space where negative self-talk no longer dominates is possible through deliberate practice and compassion. One effective tool is the practice of mindfulness. By simply bringing attention to your breath or body, you create a pause before your thoughts spiral into negativity. For instance, when the inner critic whispers you're not enough, pause, take a deep breath, and consciously replace that thought with a more supportive one, like I am capable of learning and growing. Journaling is another powerful method. Write down your fears and then rebut them with facts or kind words. For example, if your inner voice says you're too inexperienced, remind yourself of a time you successfully learned something new. Over time, this process rewires the brain to see yourself through kinder, more realistic lenses. Remember, soothing that critic isn't about denying your fears, but about giving yourself permission to move forward despite them. It's a gentle, daily practice that can strengthen your inner voice of encouragement and help dismantle the negative narratives holding you back. Practical steps include establishing a daily affirmation routine. Choose simple, genuine affirmations like I am enough or I am worthy of success. Repeat them in the morning or anytime self-doubt creeps in. Visualize yourself overcoming obstacles and achieving your goals. Also, consider creating a fear list. Write down everything you're afraid of related to your financial journey. Then, systematically work through that list. Investigate each fear objectively, seek information, or plan small actions to address them. This process turns lurking fears into manageable challenges, reducing their power over you. Keep in mind that quieting the inner critic is an ongoing process. Be patient and kind to yourself as you unlearn old stories and replace them with empowering beliefs. With consistent effort, you'll find that the voice of doubt becomes quieter, making space for confidence to blossom. Cultivating a growth mindset for financial success. Imagine someone believing that their abilities and intelligence are set in stone, fixed from birth. Facing challenges then feels daunting because failure seems like a personal flaw rather than a chance to learn. This is the essence of a fixed mindset, where mistakes are seen as proof of limitations rather than stepping stones for growth. Shifting from this mindset to a growth mindset opens up a world of possibilities, transforming setbacks into opportunities for development. It's like switching from looking through a narrow, unchangeable lens to a wide window that invites new ideas, experiences, and resilience. When you embrace that your skills can be cultivated through effort and learning, you're more willing to take risks and seek out challenges that once seemed intimidating. This fundamental change in thinking doesn't happen overnight, but once internalized, it acts like a key unlocking many doors. Instead of feeling discouraged by failure, you see it as feedback on what to improve. Mistakes no longer define you, they inform your next move. This mindset acts as a catalyst for innovation and discovery, encouraging you to try things that might have previously seemed out of reach. As a result, opportunities that once looked like distant dreams now become tangible goals. Whether it's asking for that raise, starting a new business, or learning a new skill, the shift to a growth mindset turns obstacles into adventures, helping you realize potential you never knew you had. Adopting this outlook changes your entire approach to life. It empowers you to see every experience as a chance to evolve, to build confidence not on what you already know, but on what you're willing to learn. Think of your mind as a muscle. You can strengthen it through effort, perseverance, and curiosity. This change in perspective is particularly powerful in financial pursuits. When you see money as something that grows with knowledge and effort rather than a fixed resource, you're more likely to seek out opportunities to increase it. Whether it's learning about investing, negotiating better deals, or developing new income streams, a growth mindset makes these pursuits feel accessible rather than intimidating. It's not about instant success, but about embracing the journey. Knowing each step builds your capacity to achieve more. The confidence that comes with this shift also sparks persistence. When you believe you can improve with effort, setbacks feel less like failures and more like necessary learning curves. This resilience fuels your motivation to keep pushing forward, even when the going gets tough. You start viewing challenges as a normal part of growth rather than insurmountable barriers. Every lesson learned becomes a stepping stone to the next success. This attitude is contagious. It encourages others around you to adopt a similar outlook, creating environments where collective growth and innovation flourish. Ultimately, the shift from a fixed to a growth mindset isn't just a change in attitude. It's a transformation that profoundly impacts your ability to seize opportunities and build wealth over time. Take the story of Sarah, a woman who once believed her financial success was limited by her circumstances. Growing up in a lower-income family, she thought wealth was reserved for the fortunate few. One day, she read about others who had learned to invest, start their own businesses, and manage money wisely. Instead of dismissing it as luck or talent she lacked, Sarah decided to adopt a growth mindset. She began educating herself through books, podcasts, and free online courses about finance. As she learned more, her confidence grew. She started small by saving and investing a portion of her income, gradually expanding her investments. Within a few years, her financial situation improved significantly, and she was able to buy her first home. Her story highlights how open-minded learning and persistence can lead to remarkable financial growth. Similarly, consider the case of James, an entrepreneur who faced repeated failures before finding success. After losing his first 2 startups due to market shifts and poor planning, he could have viewed himself as a failure. Instead, he saw each setback as a lesson, trying different strategies and seeking advice from mentors. Over time, James developed a deep understanding of his industry and refined his approach. His next venture, built on lessons learned from previous mistakes, took off. James's story exemplifies how embracing learning, acknowledging mistakes without shame, and persisting despite setbacks can eventually lead to wealth and fulfillment. His journey shows that a mindset committed to growth transforms failures into stepping stones, making prosperity not just a dream, but an achievable reality. Another inspiring example is Maria, who transitioned from a dead-end job to financial independence by continuously learning about her passions and skills. She took small classes, networked with like-minded individuals, and experimented with side projects. As her skills expanded, so did her income streams. Over time, she built a diversified portfolio that included freelance work, investments, and a small online business. Her willingness to see challenges as opportunities to learn opened doors she had only imagined. Maria's experience demonstrates that nurturing a growth mindset can propel anyone into financial success, especially when combined with curiosity and the willingness to act on new knowledge. Her story is a reminder that it's never too late to learn and grow. Wealth isn't just about money, but also about the mindset you bring to your life's pursuits. Keep in mind that these stories aren't isolated. They reflect a universal truth. When you approach your financial life with curiosity, openness, and a belief in growth, opportunities multiply. This mindset encourages resilience, creativity, and continuous improvement. Consider starting today by identifying one belief about money or your abilities that might be holding you back. Ask yourself how adopting a learning-oriented approach could open new pathways for you. Remember, wealth isn't just built with dollars. It's cultivated through a mindset that sees learning as a lifelong journey and failure as a stepping stone to success. The power of gratitude, shifting focus from scarcity to abundance. Imagine waking up each morning and consciously choosing to focus on what you're thankful for. It's like planting seeds of appreciation in your heart, which then begin to grow and attract more positivity into your life. When you pay attention to the good around you, even small things like a warm cup of coffee or a kind word from a friend, you're training your mind to recognize abundance rather than scarcity. This simple shift can feel like a breath of fresh air, freeing you from the feeling that there's never enough. Over time, this daily habit opens a space inside you where blessings can flow freely, much like a garden that blossoms with attention and care. Gratitude acts as a magnet that pulls goodness toward you. When your focus swings toward what you appreciate, you begin to notice more opportunities, more connection, and yes, more material blessings. It's not just about counting your treasures. It's about cultivating a mindset that attracts abundance. Think of gratitude as a lens that transforms your view of reality. Instead of seeing what's missing, you see what's present and plentiful. This new perspective doesn't just make you happier. It actually rewires your brain to seek out and generate more positive circumstances. In this way, gratitude becomes a powerful force that radiates outward, inviting more richness into every aspect of your existence. Practicing gratitude daily, such as jotting down 3 things you're thankful for each night or pausing to appreciate a moment during your day, sets a pattern of openness. This openness makes your heart receptive to bigger blessings, like an open door welcoming an unexpected gift. Many people report that their life starts to feel fuller and more abundant simply because they focus on what they have, not what they lack. When the heart is aligned with gratitude, it becomes a source of joy that naturally attracts prosperity, be it in health, relationships, or finances. This ongoing practice helps shift your internal conversation from, "I don't have enough," to "I already have so much," creating vibrational energy that makes abundance more accessible. Take Lisa, for example, a woman who once struggled to make ends meet. She started keeping a gratitude journal, focusing daily on small wins, like a friend's support, her cozy home, or her health. Slowly, her mindset shifted from feeling trapped in scarcity to noticing countless opportunities she'd previously overlooked. Within months, Lisa found herself attracting new work opportunities, and her financial situation improved unexpectedly. It wasn't magic, but a change in focus made her more aware of possibilities and more confident in her value. Her story highlights how gratitude doesn't just make you feel good. It can reshape how you see your circumstances and open doors to abundance. Another example is Mark, who is deeply in debt and felt overwhelmed by financial pressure. He committed to expressing appreciation for his current job, even if it wasn't perfect, and for the small steps he took toward managing his expenses. Over time, Mark noticed an uplift in his attitude. He became more proactive and resourceful. Unexpected opportunities came his way, like a side project he hadn't considered or a discount on a service he needed. His gratitude practice kept him focused on what was working, allowing him to shift from a mindset of lack to one of possibility. Mark's experience illustrates how embracing gratitude can turn a bleak outlook into a fertile ground for financial growth. These stories aren't isolated cases. They show how the simple act of appreciating what is can radically transform how we experience life and money. When we focus on gratitude, we nurture a sense of abundance that naturally attracts more. Even amid financial challenges, acknowledging what we still have, skills, supportive friends, a roof over our heads, can create the momentum needed to invite new blessings. In truth, gratitude acts as a bridge that connects our current reality with the abundance we desire, making it not just a feeling but a catalyst for real change. One practical way to harness this power is to start each day or evening by listing a handful of things you genuinely feel thankful for. Keep this list simple: your health, a good conversation, nature's beauty, or a moment of peace. As you reinforce this attitude daily, notice how your perception shifts and how opportunities begin to appear where you once saw barriers. Remember, abundance isn't just about money. It's a mindset that colors every aspect of your life. The more you nurture gratitude, the more your heart opens to the endless riches life has in store. Managing emotional triggers that sabotage wealth progress. Many of us have experienced that sinking feeling when jealousy begins to bubble up as we see others succeed financially. It's a natural response. Comparing ourselves to friends, colleagues, or even strangers online can stir up feelings of inadequacy or resentment. These emotions create a barrier, draining our energy and distracting us from focusing on our own growth. Fear also plays a sneaky role. The fear of losing what we have, of taking risks, or of failure can keep us stuck in comfort zones that hinder financial progress. Guilt, especially around spending or investing in ourselves, can whisper that we don't deserve to succeed or have abundance, leading to hesitation or self-sabotage. All these emotional pitfalls act like internal roadblocks that slow us down, often without us even realizing it. To recognize these feelings, it's essential to step back and observe your reactions when money matters arise. Ask yourself, what am I feeling right now? Am I jealous of someone's wealth? Do I fear losing my current financial stability? Is guilt stopping me from investing in my future? That honest introspection is the first step toward changing how these emotions influence you. Think of these feelings as signals, alerts that something within needs attention. Understanding their roots, whether rooted in childhood beliefs, societal expectations, or past experiences, helps us see them not as enemies, but as messages trying to guide us toward healthier mental habits. If left unchecked, these emotional traps can cause us to sabotage our own efforts, whether by procrastination, reckless decisions, or giving up altogether. Once aware, it becomes easier to identify the specific thoughts fueling these feelings. For jealousy, it might be thoughts like they're luckier than me, or I will never have that. For fear, it might be if I take this risk, I'll fail. Guilt might manifest as spending money on this is wrong, or I'm being selfish. Acknowledging these thoughts without judgment creates space for transformation. It's also helpful to realize that these emotions are normal human experiences. No one is immune to them. They only become problematic when they go unexamined or when we let them dictate our behavior. By shining a light on these emotional pitfalls, we begin to see them as opportunities for learning rather than obstacles we must avoid at all costs. This awareness lays the foundation for resilience, which is crucial in navigating the ups and downs of financial growth. Chapter 3. Setting intentional financial goals. Defining your personal wealth goals with precision. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a vast, open field bathed in morning sunlight. The horizon stretches endlessly, filled with possibilities, but without a clear direction, that vastness can feel overwhelming. Defining goals that truly resonate with your deepest desires is about creating a compass that guides you through this expansive landscape. Instead of setting vague ambitions like I want to be wealthy, it's more powerful to ask yourself what wealth truly means to you. Could be financial security, freedom to pursue passions, or supporting loved ones. When your goals are rooted in what you genuinely care about, they become more than just check boxes. They turn into stories you want to live out. Articulating these dreams requires honesty with yourself, recognizing what sparks joy and aligns with your core values. Many find that contemplating their true motivations involves peeling back layers of societal expectations or habits formed over years. It's about tuning into those moments when your heart feels alive, perhaps the memory of helping a friend, the thrill of starting something new, or the desire to leave a meaningful legacy. To craft goals that resonate, ask yourself, what do I want my life to feel like 5 or 10 years from now? What experiences, rather than possessions, will fill my heart with satisfaction? This process of deep reflection often involves journaling, meditation, or conversations with trusted friends who can help illuminate your authentic desires. The key is to avoid superficial targets and instead chase ambitions that inspire passionate commitment, making every step along the way an expression of your true self. Once you begin to understand what genuinely matters to you, translating that into clear, actionable goals becomes easier. For example, if you find that freedom to travel fuels your happiness, a goal might be to save a specific amount by a certain date, or to create a flexible job setup that allows for spontaneous adventures. Remember, meaningful goals are specific enough to provide direction but flexible enough to evolve as you grow. Writing them down in your own words keeps them tangible and reinforces your commitment. Experiment with different formulations to see what resonates. Sometimes, reframing an objective from get rich to build a life around experiences and connections can reignite your passion. The process of clarifying your aspirations is an ongoing journey, one that invites curiosity, vulnerability, and a willingness to listen inwardly, ultimately shaping dreams into rooted, living intentions. Imagine Sarah, a woman in her early 30s who once felt lost in a job that paid the bills but drained her spirit. Sitting quietly one evening, she scribbled her deepest wish: to help others find emotional healing. Instead of vague ambitions, she set a goal to earn certification as a counselor within a year and start her own practice. Her goal was laser-focused, rooted in her passion for making a difference. She broke it down into smaller steps: research, training, saving money, and held herself accountable with regular check-ins. Over time, her clear target kept her motivated through setbacks, turning her vague desire into a tangible reality. Today, Sarah owns a thriving counseling practice, and each client she helps reminds her that specificity can turn dreams into concrete achievements. Then there's Mark, who loved woodworking but kept it as just a hobby. One day, he realized he could turn this into a profession by setting a precise goal: create and sell 10 custom furniture pieces within 6 months. Mark studied market trends, honed his skills, and regularly showcased his designs on social media. His targeted approach allowed him to track progress, refine his craft, and build a customer base step by step. Mark's story shows that identifying a clear, specific goal, rather than a vague grow a business, can provide focus and measurable benchmarks. Today, he runs a small but profitable woodworking shop, feeling proud every time a client picks up a custom piece that embodies his intent and creativity. A different example is Lisa, who dreamed of financial independence but didn't know where to start. She decided to set a goal to save $20,000 in 2 years to cover a future move abroad. To make this concrete, she created a monthly savings target, tracked her expenses meticulously, and cut back on unnecessary spending. She also diversified her income sources by freelancing in her spare time, turning her vague desire for independence into a quantifiable objective. Achieving her goal allowed Lisa to make that move, but more importantly, it proved that setting precise targets creates a sense of purpose and momentum. Her story inspires others to define what financial freedom looks like for them, then chart a clear course to reach it. What these stories share is that achieving big dreams starts with specificity. Clear targets become a guiding star, helping individuals stay focused, motivated, and adaptable. They translate vague hopes into actionable plans, making progress measurable and meaningful. Whether it's starting a new career, building a business, or gaining financial security, defining what success looks like in concrete terms is the first powerful step toward bringing those dreams to life. Aligning goals with your core values and passions. Imagine standing in your favorite place, a peaceful park, your cozy home, or even during a quiet moment at work, and feeling a deep sense of purpose spilling over as you think about your financial goals. Often, we set money targets based on societal expectations or pressures, like earning a certain salary or owning a fancy car, without questioning if these goals genuinely resonate with our core selves. When your financial ambitions are connected to what you deeply value, every dollar you earn or spend becomes a reflection of your true self. This alignment nurtures a kind of motivation that comes from within, not from external validation. It transforms money from a mere means of survival into a tool that helps you craft a life that feels meaningful and authentic. Whether it's supporting your family, traveling to places that hold personal significance, or dedicating resources to a passion project, Ensuring your aims are rooted in your genuine interests makes the journey more joyful and less burdensome. Creating this harmony starts with honest self-reflection. Ask yourself what activities, causes, or lifestyles make your heart race with joy or purpose. Are you passionate about helping others? Do art, nature, or learning energize you? When you understand your deepest motivations, you can shape your financial goals around those truths. For example, if sustainability fuels your spirit, allocating funds toward eco-friendly investments or community projects can be more motivating than just saving for a house or car. The secret is not just dreaming about wealth, but imagining how that wealth can serve your authentic self. This approach turns money from a distant, abstract concept into a tangible extension of your purpose, giving every financial decision a reason rooted in your personal story. When your goals reflect your passions, staying committed isn't a challenge. It's an act of honoring your own truth. Some of the most inspiring stories are of people who've turned what they love into what they do. Take the example of a woman who loved baking as a hobby, sharing treats with friends and family. One day, she realized her passion could be a livelihood. She opened a small bakery, crafting her unique recipes. Her love for baking kept her motivated during long hours, and her genuine enthusiasm drew loyal customers. She didn't just find a way to make money. She created a community around her passion, turning her hobby into a fulfilling career. Another example is a man who adored vintage bikes and spent weekends restoring old models in his garage. Recognizing a market for nostalgic handcrafted bicycles, he started a small business offering custom builds. His passion for bikes and craftsmanship brought not only personal satisfaction, but also a steady income stream. These stories emphasize that when you pursue what excites you, money often follows, and making it work financially amplifies your joy rather than diminishes it. In many cases, passions that seem like hobbies to outsiders can bloom into profitable ventures with the right approach. For instance, someone passionate about photography might start by capturing moments for friends and family. Over time, they offer portraits, participate in local art fairs, or even teach workshops. Their love for creating visual stories enriches their life, and their earnings come naturally because they genuinely care. Entrepreneurs have found success by identifying a need within their interest, maybe eco-friendly fashion, handmade jewelry, or writing, all driven by authentic enthusiasm. These pursuits don't just supplement income. They foster a sustainable way to live, work, and grow rooted in what matters most. The key is to see your passions not as mere pastimes, but as seeds for a future where your work and joy are intertwined. When passion meets purpose, earning feels less like a chore and more like a meaningful expression of who you are. Creating smart financial objectives that motivate action. Creating goals that truly guide and inspire your actions begins with clarity. When you make your objectives specific, you're turning vague wishes into concrete targets. Instead of saying, "I want to save money," you might say, "I will save $200 each month for the next year." This precision fuels your motivation because it defines exactly what you're aiming for. Measurable goals allow you to track your progress easily, giving you a clear sense of how close you are to success. For example, checking your savings account every month helps you see if you're on pace. Achievability is about setting goals that stretch you but aren't impossible, ensuring they're rooted in your reality and current resources. Relevance keeps your goals aligned with your larger life picture. If your dream is to buy a house, saving for a down payment makes sense. Lastly, setting time-bound goals creates a sense of urgency. Deadlines push you to act. Putting all these elements together turns a vague hope into a powerful map that guides every step you take toward your financial dreams. Transforming dreams into effective plans involves translating those big-picture desires into concrete, trackable steps. Think of your goal as a mountain. Climbing it feels overwhelming if you just stare at the summit. Instead, break it down into smaller milestones, like reaching a certain elevation each month. For example, if your dream is to pay off debt, you might set a monthly target to pay off a specific amount. This creates a steady rhythm that sustains your momentum. It's also essential to revisit and adjust your plans regularly. Progress might reveal new insights, or obstacles may require recalibration. Keep a journal or a dedicated tracking system to record each achievement. Seeing those small wins accumulate acts like fuel for your motivation. Remember, the journey is not just about ticking off items, but about building confidence that your dream is within reach. Celebrate each milestone to keep your spirit alive and your focus sharp. turning the process into a fulfilling adventure rather than a distant, daunting task. Turning your dreams into actionable steps is about more than just planning. It's about instilling purpose and hope into your daily routines. Start by visualizing what success looks like. What will your life feel like once you reach this goal? Then, identify the specific actions necessary, breaking them into manageable tasks. For instance, if you want to establish an emergency fund, your first step could be setting aside an automatic transfer of a small amount each week. This creates a habit, making it easier to stay committed. As you work through these steps, monitor your progress with simple tools, whether that's a planner, a spreadsheet, or a smartphone app, to keep the momentum alive. Recognize and reward yourself for small successes along the way. These moments reinforce that each effort counts. Even when setbacks occur, which they will, remind yourself that each step forward, no matter how tiny, is part of a bigger picture. Over time, these consistent actions add up to big changes, proving that with discipline, clarity, and persistence, your dreams are just a plan away from becoming reality. Developing a roadmap, from vision to actionable milestones. Imagine trying to climb a mountain without a clear view of the path ahead. It's overwhelming and easy to feel lost. Big dreams often have that same effect. They seem distant or unapproachable because they're so vast. The secret lies in breaking those lofty visions into smaller, bite-sized steps. These smaller milestones act like signposts along your journey, guiding you forward and turning an abstract goal into a series of concrete actions. When you focus on achieving one small victory at a time, progress feels more real and motivating, making the whole process less intimidating. Let's say your dream is to start a new business. Instead of fixating on opening a storefront or hitting a certain income figure immediately, you can set smaller milestones like researching the industry, creating a business plan, or building a simple website. Every small task completed fuels your momentum and gives you a sense of accomplishment. These milestones provide clarity about what needs to be done and make the overall journey less daunting. It's like building a staircase. Each step may seem small, but they lead you steadily toward your ultimate goal. To make this process effective, it's helpful to identify milestones that are specific, measurable, and timed. For example, instead of saying, "I want to be healthier," you might aim to walk for 30 minutes every day for the next week. This clarity turns an ambiguous idea into a tangible commitment. When you set achievable steps, you create a sense of success that boosts your confidence and encourages you to keep going. Remember, every small step is a building block that collectively forms the bridge to your big dream, making it less about a distant fantasy and more about a journey you're actively shaping. Breaking down large goals might also involve creating a visual roadmap, charts, checklists, or even a journal where you track your progress. Seeing your milestones ticked off provides motivation and a clear reminder that every effort counts. It's easy to get distracted or discouraged when facing a big goal, but celebrating small wins keeps your motivation alive. Over time, these small victories accumulate, eventually transforming your once intimidating dream into a lived reality. When you focus on manageable pieces, you're more likely to stay committed and enjoy the process along the way. In essence, turning a big dream into tiny, manageable steps doesn't diminish its importance. In fact, it amplifies your chances of success. It restores clarity, builds confidence, and creates a sustainable path forward. Think of your goal as a long road paved with many small stones. Each stone is a milestone, and stepping on them one by one turns what once seemed like an impossible distance into a walk you can enjoy and progress along every day. This approach transforms your big dream from an overwhelming idea into a series of achievable actions, each one bringing you closer to the life you envision. Many individuals have achieved incredible things by setting clear milestones that kept them grounded and motivated. Take Sarah, for example, a woman who dreamed of writing her first novel. Instead of imagining finishing the entire book overnight, she broke her goal into manageable segments, writing a chapter a week, then a section, then editing. Each milestone provided her with a sense of achievement that fueled her passion further. Before she knew it, she held her finished manuscript, proof that small, deliberate steps can lead to big accomplishments. Her journey highlights how clarity and patience can turn a seemingly impossible dream into reality. Another inspiring example is Mark, who wanted to run a marathon. His initial step was simply to run a mile without stopping. Once comfortable with that, he set incremental milestones, running 2 miles, then 5, and gradually increasing his stamina. Along the way, he celebrated each successful run, and these small wins built up his confidence. When race day arrived, Mark didn't see the finish line just as the end of a long run, but as the culmination of disciplined, step-by-step effort. His story reminds us that progress, no matter how small, is what turns aspiration into achievement. There are countless stories of people overcoming doubt or fear by making their goals less abstract. For instance, Maria wanted to learn a new language, but felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of fluency. She started by mastering 5 new words each day, then practicing a simple conversation weekly. These tiny steps made learning enjoyable rather than intimidating. Over months, she found herself able to hold basic conversations, which kept her motivated. Such stories demonstrate how clarity in milestones transforms overwhelming ambitions into manageable routines, helping people stay engaged and finish what they started. Even beyond individual stories, research supports the idea that breaking goals into smaller parts boosts success. Psychological studies suggest that when progress is tangible, people experience increased dopamine levels. That's a fancy way of saying they feel pleasure and motivation from their achievements. This positive reinforcement encourages persistence, even when the journey gets tough. So whether it's losing weight, starting a new hobby, or advancing a career, success often starts with those tiny, well-defined steps. They turn dreams into doable plans and make the process of reaching them genuinely gratifying. Next time you set a big goal, ask yourself, what is one small milestone I can accomplish today? It might be as simple as making a phone call, writing a paragraph, or setting up a schedule. Focus on these small wins and watch how your confidence grows. Because at the end of the day, progress isn't about giant leaps. It's about consistent, manageable steps that keep you moving forward and turn your visions into your reality. Chapter 4. Building a Wealth Mindset Through Daily Practices. Morning Rituals to Prime Your Mind for Prosperity. The way you start your morning can shape the entire day, setting a tone that either invites prosperity or leaves you feeling hurried and overwhelmed. A few straightforward habits, planted into the early hours, can create a ripple effect that enhances your outlook and creates space for abundance to flow. Think of your morning as a blank canvas. What you paint on it determines how the rest of your day will look. Small, intentional actions like deep breathing, gratitude, or gentle movement can nudge your mind toward positivity and openness. These routines work because they shift your focus from what's missing or stressful to what's abundant and joyful, acting like a key that unlocks the floodgates of prosperity within you. A typical morning routine that fosters abundance doesn't need to be complicated. It could be as simple as waking up a few minutes earlier to enjoy silence before the world stirs. During this quiet time, you might sit comfortably, close your eyes, and take slow, deep breaths, allowing your mind to settle. As you breathe, imagine drawing in energy, success, and possibilities, filling your being with a sense of potential. Following this, jot down a few things you're grateful for, no matter how small, perhaps the taste of your morning tea, a warm bed, or a loved one's smile. Gratitude rewires your brain to notice opportunities rather than obstacles and creates a fertile ground for abundance to grow. Incorporating gentle movement, like stretching or a brief walk outside, can further tune your body and mind to receptivity. The fresh morning air and sounds of nature can awaken your senses and ignite a feeling of connection to the world's abundance. As you get ready, affirmations or intentions can reinforce your mindset. For example, repeating phrases like "Today, I am open to receiving all that I deserve," or "Opportunities flow to me effortlessly," helps embed positive expectations into your subconscious. Over time, these simple routines become a natural part of your day, creating a cycle where positivity fuels action and action attracts more prosperity. The key is consistency, making these routines a non-negotiable part of your morning so that they become a powerful catalyst for abundance. One woman, Emily, used to wake up feeling anxious about the day ahead. Her mornings were rushed, and her thoughts were often clouded with worries about finances and work deadlines. She decided to experiment with a new morning routine, spending 5 minutes journaling what she was grateful for and practicing deep breathing. Within a week, she noticed her thoughts became more positive. She started noticing opportunities she previously ignored. Her outlook shifted from stress to possibility, and surprisingly, her financial situation improved as she took deliberate, confident steps toward new opportunities. Emily's story highlights how even small changes can ripple outward, changing how you see potential and opening doors that once seemed closed. Another example is James, who found his mornings overflowing with anxiety and frustration. After incorporating a few mindful practices, like stretching, listening to uplifting music, and setting clear intentions, his mornings became a time of reflection and empowerment. Slowly, he began approaching his workday with a sense of flow and trust in abundance. His relationships improved, and work opportunities appeared effortlessly, almost as if the universe was responding to his newfound state of openness. James's journey demonstrates that these routines aren't just about setting the tone. They truly reshape your entire way of engaging with life, transforming daily experiences into moments of abundance and gratitude. These stories aren't unique. They echo a common truth. Our mornings are powerful gateways. When we choose to nurture them with simple, positive rituals, we prepare ourselves to receive more of what we desire. It's like planting seeds in fertile soil. With patience and consistency, they grow into a thriving garden of abundance. By tuning into your morning mind space, you're actively creating a mindset that attracts prosperity rather than repels it, turning everyday routines into rituals of success. Remember, the magic lies not in grand actions, but in the small, steady steps you take each morning that align your thoughts, feelings, and actions with abundance. Visualization techniques that accelerate wealth attraction. The power of visualization begins with the ability to see your future clearly in your mind's eye. Imagine waking up in a home that feels right, with the sounds of laughter or peace filling the rooms, the smell of something delightful cooking, or the scent of fresh morning air blending into your dreams. When you craft these images, try to include as many details as possible. What you see, hear, feel, even tastes or smells associated with your ideal financial situation. The more vivid and sensory-rich your mental pictures are, the more real they start to feel, sending signals to your subconscious that this is your true reality waiting to manifest. Building such detailed mental images isn't just about daydreaming. It's a strategic mental exercise that programs your mind to expect and attract abundance. To do this effectively, find a quiet moment, close your eyes, and ease into a relaxed state. Start by visualizing specific scenarios. Perhaps you see yourself holding a check with a large, satisfying amount written on it, or walking into a new office with your name on the door. Picture the joy on your face, the sense of relief, and the pride swelling inside. The brain treats these vivid images similarly to real experiences, activating neural pathways that influence your feelings, confidence, and motivation to act toward those goals. Remember, consistency is key. Make visualization a daily habit, spending 5 to 10 minutes imagining your ideal financial life, creating a mental movie in which you are the star. Incorporate positive affirmations into your visualizations, such as "I am attracting wealth easily," or "financial abundance flows to me effortlessly." Over time, these images and affirmations become embedded in your subconscious, shaping your beliefs about what's possible. When your mind begins to believe in the reality of wealth, your actions tend to align with those beliefs, sometimes even without conscious effort. An effective approach involves not just seeing the wealth, but feeling the gratitude, joy, and confidence as if your wish has already materialized, because emotions act as catalysts in speeding up manifestation. Take Oprah Winfrey, whose success story includes countless tales of visualization. She often describes how she would vividly see herself hosting her own show, feeling the excitement and envisioning her audience clapping for her. Her mental images were so detailed that they became a blueprint for her actions and decisions. Oprah's unwavering belief in her visualizations fueled her motivation, guiding her step by step toward her dreams. She credits her consistent mental imagery as a core part of her journey from humble beginnings to a billion-dollar empire, illustrating how powerful visualization can be when combined with authentic action. Another inspiring example comes from Jim Carrey, who famously wrote himself a check for $25 million for acting services rendered, dating it several years in the future. He carried that check in his wallet, visualizing receiving such an amount for his work each day. Years later, he achieved a role in a blockbuster film that paid him exactly that sum. Carrey regularly talks about how envisioning himself wealthy and successful created a mental map that kept him focused and resilient, even through setbacks. These stories show that when visualization is paired with unwavering belief and persistence, it can become a powerful tool to accelerate the path to wealth. Looking at these examples, it's clear that successful people don't solely rely on luck. they consciously create mental images of success, so compelling that they influence how they think, feel, and act. This mindset makes them more receptive to opportunities others might overlook and fuels their persistence in the face of obstacles. Visualization becomes not just a dream but a guiding force, shaping their choices and attracting circumstances aligned with their desires. When you start practicing this daily, it's as if you're planting seeds of possibility that will eventually grow into tangible realities, just like those accomplished individuals have done. Affirmations and self-talk to reinforce abundance thinking. Many of us carry silent stories about money that shape how we think and act around finances, stories rooted deep in our subconscious. These beliefs often come from childhood experiences, societal messages, or past failures, many of which we might not even remember consciously. When these beliefs are negative or limiting, they create barriers that keep us feeling unworthy of abundance or afraid to pursue financial growth. Positive affirmations act as gentle but powerful tools to rewrite these ingrained narratives, gradually replacing old doubts with empowering truths. Think of your subconscious as a garden. Negative beliefs are weeds that choke growth, while affirmations are nourishing seeds that sprout new, healthier perspectives. Over time, consistently feeding your mind positive statements about money can reshape your internal dialogue, building confidence and inviting prosperity into your life. It's not about wishful thinking, but about systematically replacing those sneaky, ingrained stories that tell you, "I'll never have enough," or "money is hard to come by." When you repeatedly tell yourself something positive, your brain begins to accept it as true, rewiring neural pathways in ways that influence your feelings and actions. This process is rooted in the understanding that our thoughts and beliefs have a tangible impact on our reality, especially when reinforced regularly. In essence, affirmations serve as a gentle wake-up call to your subconscious, nudging it toward more abundant beliefs and opening doors you might have felt were forever closed. One of the key reasons affirmations are so effective is that they bypass the critical mind that often filters out negative messages and instead speak directly to the subconscious. This part of your mind works behind the scenes, shaping your automatic thoughts and emotional responses. When you consciously state affirmations like, "I am deserving of wealth," or "money flows to me easily," your subconscious begins to accept these as truths, gradually changing your internal landscape. This is especially powerful because many of our money-related beliefs are formed long before we consciously question or challenge them. The repeated use of affirmations can lay down new mental pathways, making these positive beliefs more automatic and natural over time. Think of it as developing a new habit. Just like training your muscles, your mind responds better the more you reinforce new ideas. When these new beliefs become part of your inner voice, your feelings of worthiness and confidence grow stronger, fueling behaviors that attract financial opportunities. The real magic happens when these internal shifts align with your actions, because your mind is now working for you, not against you. To truly understand how affirmations work, consider the story of a woman who, for years, believed she was destined to struggle financially. She would often find herself saying, "Money is scarce, and I'll never get ahead." These words felt true, almost like a rule of life. But one day, she decided to challenge those beliefs with a simple phrase: "Money flows to me easily and freely." At first, it felt awkward, like trying on a new pair of shoes. But she persisted, repeating the affirmation in the morning and evening, especially during moments of doubt. Slowly, she noticed her thoughts shifting from worry to curiosity, from scarcity to possibility. Months later, she found herself more open to new opportunities, taking steps she'd previously hesitated on. Her internal narrative had changed, and with it, her experience of money. This story highlights how consistent, positive affirmations can serve as a mirror for the truth you want your subconscious to embrace, opening pathways for genuine change in your financial life. Tracking progress. Celebrating small wins to maintain momentum. Keeping track of small steps might seem simple, but it's one of the most powerful tools you have to see real change. When you write down your daily wins or log progress through an app, you create a visual evidence of effort that can boost your confidence. For many, these tiny notes become a source of motivation, acting like a reminder that every little bit counts. Think of it like stacking bricks. Each small achievement is a brick that gradually builds a sturdy wall of success. Even on days when motivation wanes, reviewing your progress helps you reconnect with your purpose and realize how far you've come. Using a journal or digital tools gives you a safe space to reflect honestly about your journey. Write about what worked, what didn't, and how you felt during each step. Over time, patterns will emerge, like noticing which habits energize you or which tasks drain your momentum. This awareness empowers you to tweak your approach, making your efforts more effective and aligned with your goals. Some prefer simple notebooks, while others thrive on habit tracking apps that send reminders, charts, and encouraging messages. Whatever method you choose, consistency is key. Setting aside just a few minutes daily or weekly turns this into a steady habit that nurtures trust in your ability to grow. Remember, it's not about perfection but persistence. When you look back and see those small successes compiled over time, a sense of achievement grows naturally. This cumulative confidence fuels your desire to take the next step, even when challenges appear. As you get accustomed to recognizing progress in even the tiniest forms, you develop resilience. This resilience becomes your secret weapon, turning setbacks into learning opportunities and setbacks into setups for future wins. So, start today, grab a journal, download an app, or simply jot down a few notes, and watch how these small acts push you toward your bigger dreams. Sometimes, it's the smallest wins that light the fire for something much greater. Think about someone learning to play an instrument who, after weeks of practicing tiny scales, suddenly nails a simple melody. That moment becomes a turning point. Their confidence skyrockets, and suddenly, they're eager to tackle more ambitious pieces. These stories aren't just about music. They show a universal truth. Small victories can open the door to bigger breakthroughs. Maybe you celebrated completing a tough workout or managed to stick with a difficult project for a few days. These aren't trivial. They are the seeds from which larger successes grow. Sharing these moments with others can be surprisingly uplifting. Hearing how someone else's small step led to a major life change creates a ripple effect, inspiring you to see your own minor efforts in a new light. Plus, it makes you realize you're not alone, that everyone faces setbacks and doubts. Sometimes the boldest change starts with a quiet, almost unnoticed shift, a decision to wake up 15 minutes earlier, to replace one negative thought with a positive one, or to reach out to a friend when feeling overwhelmed. These acts may seem insignificant at first, but they plant the seeds for breakthroughs that can transform your entire outlook. Keep a mental or physical record of your small victories. It could be a sticker, a new personal record, or even a heartfelt message to yourself. Remember, big journeys are made up of tiny, often overlooked steps. What matters isn't just the milestone, but the courage and perseverance it takes to keep going. Sometimes, sharing your small wins with other people creates a sense of accountability and encouragement that keeps your momentum alive. When you see someone else's small story of sticking to a habit or overcoming a minor obstacle, it reminds you that progress is possible for everyone. These stories, whether personal or shared, serve as proof that a little bit of effort each day can lead to remarkable change. Embrace your small victories, celebrate them, document them, and let them remind you that every big achievement begins with a single brave step. Chapter 5. Mastering Money Management and Financial Literacy. Creating a personal budget that reflects your wealth goals. Creating a personal budget that truly reflects your financial reality and supports your big dreams can feel overwhelming at first. Imagine your money as a collection of tiny rivers flowing through your life. Some streams are steady, others are rushing fast, and a few are barely trickling. The goal is to manage these streams so they work in harmony, nourishing your aspirations instead of flooding your priorities. To do this, start by understanding exactly what flows in, your income, whether it's your paycheck, side gigs, or other sources. Then, take stock of where money goes, your expenses, and be honest about all of them, from rent and groceries to that morning coffee habit or streaming subscriptions. Recognizing your actual spending patterns is like shining a light on the hidden corners of your financial house, revealing where adjustments might be needed to better serve your goals. Once you have a clear picture of your income and expenses, it's time to identify what you truly want to achieve. Dreams like buying a house, traveling, or just building an emergency fund require a strategic plan. Think of your budget as a map guiding you toward these destinations. Setting specific, realistic goals, like saving a certain amount each month or cutting down on unnecessary expenses, helps turn abstract hopes into concrete steps. It's also helpful to determine your priorities. For instance, if early retirement fuels your motivation, allocate more towards savings and investments, while less critical expenses get trimmed. Flexibility is crucial because life will always throw surprises your way, so build some buffer zones into your plan. The key is to see your budget not as a set of rules, but as a living tool that adapts as your dreams evolve and your circumstances change. Designing a budget that aligns with your income, expenses, and dreams is about balancing. It's not about deprivation, but about making smarter choices and finding joy in the process. When your spending mirrors your values and goals, money stops feeling like a thief and begins to feel like a supporter. A good starting point is to create categories reflecting your everyday needs, wants, and future plans, then assign a dollar amount to each that fits within your total income. Remember, your budget should empower you, not restrict you. It's a tool to help you unlock the life you want. Keep track regularly, adjust when necessary, and celebrate small wins along the way. That way, what begins as a simple plan gradually becomes a powerful vehicle that moves you closer to living intentionally around your wealth goals. Consider Maria, a woman who always felt like she was chasing her tail financially. She earned well, but seemed to never get ahead. When she sat down to review her spending, she realized she was spending heavily on items that didn't matter to her: fast fashion, dining out every weekend, impulsive online shopping. By just pausing to reflect on her true priorities, she shifted her focus. She set small, meaningful goals like saving for a down payment on a home and committed to tracking her expenses daily. Over time, Maria was able to save consistently, build an emergency fund, and overhaul her financial mindset. The act of paying close attention to her spending created a sense of control she never knew she'd have, unlocking a new level of confidence about her future. Another inspiring example is James, who initially viewed budgeting as a restrictive chore. However, once he started aligning his spending with his goal of early retirement, he found a new sense of excitement. He discovered that by cutting back on big-ticket items like frequent vacations or new gadgets and redirecting those funds into investment accounts, he was steadily building wealth. The shift in perspective transformed budgeting from a burden into a game. Each dollar saved was a step toward independence. James's story shows us that even small changes, when consistently applied, can create powerful ripple effects in our financial lives. It's not just about restricting, it's about reclaiming freedom, future, and peace of mind through mindful choices. Perhaps the most compelling aspect of these stories is the emotional liberation they bring. Budgeting, when approached with honesty and intention, becomes a practice of self-respect and self-empowerment. It's about waking up each day feeling more in control rather than anxious. When people see tangible progress, whether it's appreciating the solid's debts, noticing savings grow, or simply feeling less stressed about money, they begin to understand that financial freedom isn't a distant dream. It's a series of small, mindful decisions that accumulate into meaningful change. The stories remind us that anyone can shift their financial story with awareness and persistence. As you start to craft your own budget, think of it as a gift you're giving to your future self, an act of kindness that sets the stage for all the possibilities yet to come. Understanding cash flow, debt, and saving strategies. Financial topics like cash flow, debt management, and saving strategies often feel overwhelming because they involve a lot of numbers, terms, and concepts that don't seem to connect with everyday life. To make these ideas more approachable, think of cash flow as the rhythm of your personal economy, the stream of money coming in and going out. When you understand the rhythm, you can start to dance with your finances instead of feeling like you're constantly trying to catch up. Debt can be visualized as a backpack filled with weights. How much you carry depends on whether the weights are manageable or too heavy. Savings, then, become your safety net or your seed for future growth, like planting a tree that will give you shade or fruit later on. By framing these concepts in familiar terms, you can see that managing money isn't about complex math, but about understanding patterns and making intentional choices. Imagine explaining these ideas to a close friend over coffee. You might say, your cash flow is like your daily heartbeat. If it's steady and strong, you'll have the energy to do what you love. Debt is like that lingering shadow that follows you if you're not careful, but it can be seen and managed once you're aware of how much it's holding you back. Savings are your personal garden. If you care for it consistently, it will flourish over time. Using metaphors grounded in everyday life, like breathing, weight, or gardening, transforms abstract financial concepts into familiar experiences. This approach doesn't just help you understand your money, it gives you the confidence to take real steps. Instead of feeling lost in the jargon, You'll be equipped to see your finances clearly and make decisions that feel right for your life, not just the textbooks. Let's look at Sarah, a woman who started tracking her cash flow after feeling overwhelmed by her mounting credit card debt. She began noting every dollar coming in from her job, side gigs, and even small refunds, along with every expense, groceries, rent, entertainment, and the occasional impulse buy. Over a few months, she noticed that her biggest expenses were eating into her savings faster than she realized. Recognizing this pattern, Sarah made small shifts, cooking more at home, canceling unused subscriptions, and setting a limit on her dining out. These tweaks didn't transform her life overnight, but they freed up enough money to pay down her debt faster and build a modest emergency fund. Her story shows how simply understanding and managing cash flow can create a ripple effect that multiplies her wealth over time. Think of it like planting a garden. If you only throw seeds without knowing where to plant or how much water to give, you might see minimal results. But if you observe your plants, adjust watering, and prune when needed, your garden flourishes. Similarly, tracking income and expenses lets you identify where money slips away and where you can nurture growth. It's about becoming an attentive gardener of your finances, making small, intentional adjustments that have big compound rewards. These actions don't just eliminate debt or grow savings. They set the stage for accumulating wealth that feels natural and sustainable rather than frantic and forced. This realignment helps you see that small, consistent efforts can lead to substantial financial security over time, turning your financial garden into a lush haven. Consider the example of Mark, who had a steady paycheck but struggled to save because he was unaware of how much he was spending daily. Once he started tracking his expenses, he realized most of his money went toward dining out and impulsive online shopping. By setting clear limits, like only eating out twice a week and designing a monthly budget, Mark regained control. He directed the savings toward paying off high-interest credit cards and creating a small investment fund. His experience illustrates that managing small habits around money, rather than making drastic cuts or complex plans, can exponentially increase wealth. It's like turning a slow trickle into a steady stream. What starts small can eventually become a flood that floods your financial worries away. Imagine standing in a busy marketplace, surrounded by colorful stalls and lively chatter. The money you carry in your wallet is like the coins and bills you can exchange for goods, each piece representing value. If you don't keep track of what you spend, it's like tossing coins into a fountain without purpose. You might feel satisfied in the moment, but later you're left wondering where all your money went. Now, picture yourself carefully counting your coins before stepping into the marketplace, deciding which stalls to visit based on your budget. This deliberate approach makes the experience more satisfying because it aligns with your personal values and what truly matters to you. Making smart financial decisions is like shopping with a purpose. Each choice is deliberate, and you feel more in control and content. For example, someone unfamiliar with debt might see it simply as bad, but looking closer reveals it's a tool that can work for or against you. Think of debt as a fire. If managed carefully, it heats your home, cooks your meals, and provides comfort. But if left unattended or mishandled, it can spread uncontrollably, causing damage. By understanding this metaphor, you can approach debt with respect and a plan, rather than fear. This perspective shift turns a complex and often intimidating concept into something familiar and manageable. Recognizing these stories and metaphors helps make complex ideas tangible and ignites the motivation to take positive action, like paying off high-interest loans or avoiding unnecessary borrowing. One way to truly grasp your finances is to keep a simple journal of your daily spending. This doesn't need to be exhaustive, just a quick note, perhaps on your phone or a small notebook, about what you spent and why. At the end of each week, review your entries and look for patterns. Do certain days or activities tend to drain your wallet unexpectedly? Are there small purchases that add up over time? This exercise offers a mirror, reflecting your habits and highlighting areas for improvement. Over days and weeks, you'll start noticing opportunities to cut back or redirect funds toward your goals. The act of journaling makes your financial picture real, personal, and in your control, fostering an awareness that leads to smarter choices. In addition, creating simple daily habits like setting aside a few minutes to check your bank balance or plan your spending can transform your approach from reactive to proactive. These habits build momentum and become part of your routine, much like brushing your teeth. When you make it a regular practice to reflect on small financial moves, big shifts become achievable. Over time, these small actions compound. They boost your confidence and create a mental blueprint for responsible money management. Remember, mastering your finances isn't about perfection. It's about making small, mindful adjustments consistently that add up to a significant difference in your financial landscape. Decoding investment basics for long-term wealth building. Understanding where to invest your money might seem overwhelming at first, but breaking down options into clear, easy-to-grasp ideas can make the process less intimidating. Think of investment choices as different pathways leading to your financial goals, each with its own set of characteristics. For instance, some investments like savings accounts and certificates of deposit are safe and offer steady, if modest, growth. Others, such as stocks and real estate, carry higher risks, but also the potential for bigger rewards. When you look at these options from a broad perspective, it becomes easier to see which paths align with your comfort level and long-term aspirations. Imagine explaining investment options to a friend who isn't familiar with the financial world. You'd probably say, think of your money like a seed. Some seeds grow slowly but steadily, like bonds or mutual funds, while others might sprout quickly but need more care and attention, like individual stocks or commodities. Using familiar, everyday language helps make complex ideas feel accessible. This approach not only clarifies different investment types, but also helps you recognize that everyone has choices suited to their unique circumstances. Whether you're just starting with a small amount or planning to invest a significant sum, understanding these basic categories helps you navigate your options confidently. Another helpful perspective is to see investing as a garden. Some plants flourish with minimal fuss, some require regular watering and pruning, and others need special soil conditions. This analogy reminds us that investments are not one-size-fits-all. Instead, mixing different types, such as bonds for stability, stocks for growth, and real estate for diversification, can create a balanced portfolio. The key is to start simple, focus on learning the characteristics of each, and gradually expand your understanding. This way, making investment decisions becomes more about growing a healthy garden over time rather than trying to master everything all at once. As you explore your options, it's useful to think about the different features these investments offer. For example, stocks might have the largest growth potential, but also the highest chance of losing value. Bonds provide a more predictable income stream, though they usually grow slower. Real estate can be a tangible asset with income possibilities through rent, but it also involves management and liquidity concerns. Knowing these features helps you craft an investment plan aligned with your comfort zone and financial goals, whether that's building wealth slowly or aiming for quicker gains. Many people have started with humble beginnings and, through patience and persistence, built substantial wealth. Consider Sarah, who bought her first stocks with just $500. She kept reinvesting dividends, doing her research, and resisting the temptation to panic during market dips. Over years, her small initial investment blossomed into a sizable portfolio that provided her with financial independence. Her story shows that even modest beginnings can lead to impressive results if you stay committed and stay the course through the ups and downs. There's also the story of Raj, who began investing in real estate with a tiny savings account and borrowed wisely. Over 2 decades, he accumulated several properties, holding on to them through market fluctuations and developing them gradually. As rents increased and properties appreciated, Raj's passive income grew steadily, eventually providing him with his dream retirement. His journey highlights how consistent, small steps, like saving carefully, reinvesting earnings, and being patient, can turn into lasting wealth. These stories serve as reminders that wealth isn't necessarily built overnight, but through persistent, small actions over time. Take Tom, a young man who started contributing to a simple retirement fund in his early 20s, even when his salary was modest. He ignored the financial noise around him, stayed consistent, and diversified his investments as he learned more. As decades passed, his careful approach helped his savings multiply, and he now enjoys a comfortable retirement. Stories like Tom's prove that starting early, even with small amounts, and sticking with a plan can turn initial efforts into substantial gains. They also underscore the importance of patience, consistency, and trusting the process, rather than chasing quick wins or overreacting to market short-term swings. Every success story shares common themes: patience, discipline, and a long-term mindset. It's inspiring to realize that many wealthy investors weren't born into wealth or made fortunes overnight. They simply stayed focused, made thoughtful choices, and let time work in their favor. These stories remind us that the journey to financial security begins with small, manageable steps. Whether that's opening a savings account, investing a little each month, or educating yourself about different options. The path isn't about luck, but about showing up consistently and trusting that the compounding effect will reward your efforts over time. A practical tip that comes from these stories is to focus on making regular contributions, no matter how small. Setting an automatic transfer to your investment account each month can transform saving from a daunting task into a habitual part of life. Over time, those small, consistent investments compound, and before you realize it, your wealth has quietly grown beyond what you initially thought possible. Starting small should never discourage you. Think of it as planting a seed today that will grow into a tall, sturdy tree over many years, providing shade and fruit for your future. Avoiding common financial pitfalls through informed decisions. Many people fall into financial traps simply because they don't recognize the common pitfalls that can sabotage their efforts right from the start. For example, impulse spending can sneak up when you least expect it, especially during stressful times or when tempted by sales. Ignoring the importance of budgeting or failing to track expenses can lead to a silent drain on resources, making it hard to save or invest wisely. A lot of individuals also overlook the hidden costs of borrowing, like hefty interest payments, that compound over time, eating into their financial stability. Recognizing these mistakes early is the first step to avoiding them. This awareness helps you question habits that might seem harmless, but are actually damaging in the long run. Understanding your patterns, like emotional spending or neglecting emergency funds, allows you to develop tailored strategies to prevent falling prey to financial missteps. Knowledge is your most powerful tool in this fight. When you understand how loans work, what affects credit scores, or how inflation erodes savings, it becomes easier to make informed choices. For instance, knowing that carrying high credit card balances can increase debt and lower your credit score motivates you to pay off balances promptly. Being aware of the pitfalls associated with overspending on non-essentials or ignoring the importance of diversified investments can save you from significant losses. Avoiding mistakes also involves understanding the value of financial literacy, reading books, attending workshops, or simply asking questions about money. The more you learn, the sharper your judgment becomes, enabling you to identify potential errors before they happen. This proactive stance creates a buffer against disasters, turning you into a more confident, aware decision-maker. Monitoring your financial health regularly, whether through monthly reviews or using apps, helps catch mistakes early. For example, if you notice your savings are shrinking or unexpected fees appear, you can address these issues before they escalate. It's also wise to develop a habit of questioning financial products and decisions, such as whether a loan's interest rate is truly competitive or if an insurance policy offers genuine value. Awareness keeps you alert to red flags, like predatory lending practices or inflated costs. Think of it as going on constant patrol, tuning into the warnings before they turn into crises. By staying informed and vigilant, you're not just avoiding mistakes, you're setting a foundation for financial health that can grow stronger with each smart decision. The key to avoiding financial pitfalls isn't just about dodging mistakes. It also involves cultivating a mindset of continuous learning. The world of money is always changing, with new products, regulations, and economic shifts that can catch even seasoned savers off guard. Developing a habit of proactive education means seeking out reliable sources, whether it's books, podcasts, or financial advisors who emphasize transparency and integrity. When you take charge of your learning, you're better equipped to anticipate challenges before they become problems. For example, staying informed about rising interest rates or emerging investment opportunities can help you adjust your strategies proactively rather than reactively. This ongoing curiosity becomes your shield against complacency, making it possible to adapt quickly and confidently to new financial realities. Staying ahead also means asking yourself questions like, what happens if my income drops unexpectedly? Or are my current investments resilient enough for economic downturns? These inquiries prompt you to build safety nets, diversify assets, or reevaluate spending habits early enough to prevent crises. Engaging with a community, whether online or local, of like-minded individuals who share your goals can accelerate your learning. Sharing experiences, challenges, and successes not only broadens your perspective, but also reinforces your commitment to smart financial habits. Remember, knowledge is most powerful when it's put into practice. Incorporating small lessons, like setting aside a certain amount each month for learning about new topics, can continually sharpen your financial skills. The more you learn with intention, the less likely you are to stumble over preventable pitfalls. Taking a planned approach to education can also be simple. Dedicate a few minutes each week to reading articles, listening to a podcast episode, or reviewing your financial goals. As you gather new insights, reflect on how they apply in your life, adjusting your actions accordingly. This deliberate effort helps build confidence, turning financial literacy from an abstract idea into a practical tool. The ultimate goal is to make informed decisions that align with your values and future aspirations, reducing uncertainty and increasing your sense of control. By committing to lifetime learning, you're setting yourself up to recognize opportunities and sidestep threats before they take root, solidifying your financial future one smart choice at a time. Chapter 6. Developing multiple income streams. Identifying opportunities for passive income. Imagine waking up in the morning and finding extra income in your bank account, almost as if the universe decided to reward your sleep. This sense of earning without constant active effort is what passive income is all about. To uncover opportunities that work for you around the clock, start by looking at your own skills, passions, and resources. Think about what activities or assets you already own that can be turned into money-making machines with minimal ongoing effort. For example, if you have a knack for writing, creating an ebook or online course can generate sales long after you finish the first draft. If you're good at photography, licensing your images online can bring in royalties over time. The key is to identify where your existing talents intersect with market demand, creating a win-win situation where your efforts keep paying off even when you're not actively involved. Next, consider assets that can be leveraged for passive income. Owning property that can be rented out, whether a house, apartment, or even a spare room, can provide consistent cash flow. Investing in stocks or bonds, especially dividend-paying ones, can also generate income each quarter or year. Digital assets like websites or blogs with consistent traffic can earn through advertising or affiliate marketing, with minimal day-to-day management once established. To discover the best fit, ask yourself what kinds of activities bring you joy and don't drain your energy, as passion fuels persistence. Reflect on your current resources, not just money, but time, skills, and network connections, and how they might be mobilized in creative ways. The most sustainable passive income streams often stem from a combination of your unique qualities and strategic investment. Another valuable approach involves immersing yourself in communities and trends, both online and offline. Participating in forums, social media groups, or industry meetups can introduce you to new ideas and emerging niches ripe for passive income. For example, if you notice many budding entrepreneurs asking about print-on-demand merchandise, you might consider designing graphics for t-shirts or mugs that sell automatically through online platforms. Subscribing to newsletters or podcasts about investing and side hustles also keeps your mind open to fresh possibilities. Experimenting with small-scale projects allows you to learn what resonates without risking too much upfront. Over time, these explorations help you develop a personalized roadmap for earning while you sleep, blending your passions with market needs for maximum effect. Take the story of Sarah, who started with almost no money but a passion for baking. She began selling her baked goods to friends and family, then turned that into an online bakery offering recipes and tutorials. Over a few years, she built a successful blog with advertising revenue, affiliate links, and even a digital cookbook that keeps selling. Her daily effort to create content paid off in income streams that increase steadily, often with little additional effort. What's inspiring is her ability to transform a simple hobby into a diversified income source, illustrating how creativity and persistence can unlock revenue that flows while she sleeps. Another example is James, who had a background in coding. Instead of chasing quick wins, he invested years into developing a mobile app that addressed a niche need. Once the app was live and gaining users, he integrated ads and in-app purchases. Despite spending many months perfecting the product, the ongoing revenue now comes in regularly without him constantly working on the app. James's story reminds us that building passive income often involves initial effort, but that effort can pay off for a long time afterwards. His creativity in recognizing a gap in the market and his patience in developing a quality product shows that passive income isn't just luck. It's about strategic effort and believing in your ideas. Then there's Lisa, who retired early from a mundane job and turned to investing in dividend-paying stocks. She took time to educate herself about the stock market and diversified her investments across different sectors. Now, she receives quarterly dividend payments that not only supplement her income but also grow as her portfolio appreciates. Lisa's story highlights the power of financial literacy and patience. Passive income can come from smart investing, provided you learn how to manage risks and stay disciplined. What ties all these stories together is a sense of ownership. Each person carved out a path that aligns with their strengths and interests, creating a steady flow of money even when they're not actively working. Launching side businesses that align with your skills. Transforming hobbies or personal talents into side businesses begins with recognizing what truly brings you joy and feeling confident that these activities can also pay the bills. Many people overlook their skills or passions simply because they see them as just hobbies. But often, the very things you do effortlessly, whether it's baking, woodworking, teaching, or designing, hold hidden potential for income. The key is to look at these activities through a practical lens. Can they be offered as services or products? Do others value what I already create or do naturally? Once you've identified a promising skill or interest, the next step involves gradual planning. Start by offering your service or product to friends and family, gather honest feedback, and see how people respond. This little testing phase can help you understand demand and refine what you're offering without the pressure of large-scale investment. Remember, turning a hobby into a side gig isn't about turning your passion into a hustle that drains your love for it. It's about creating a sustainable way to enjoy your talents while earning extra income. The process involves patience, a bit of market research, and most importantly, a willingness to adapt based on what others need or want. To effectively turn personal skills into income, you need to weave a story that connects your abilities to real-world needs. Think about what problems your talents solve for others. For example, if you're a skilled painter, it's not just about creating beautiful art. It's about offering custom wall art, murals, or workshops that teach others how to paint. If you're good at organizing, you can help others declutter their homes or streamline their workflows. The secret is to reframe what you do as a practical service or product, rather than just an activity you enjoy. This mental shift transforms your hobby from a leisure activity into a viable business opportunity. It's often helpful to research current market trends and see what others are offering in the same space. Platforms like Etsy, Fiverr, or even local markets can give you ideas on pricing and presentation. Building a brand around your skills doesn't mean expensive marketing campaigns. Instead, focus on showcasing testimonials, sharing your process on social media, and creating an easy way for others to find and buy what you offer. Usually, the most rewarding ventures come from blending what you love with what people need, creating a win-win situation that keeps you passionate and profitable. Balancing a side business along with your regular life can feel like walking a tightrope, especially when you're trying to keep your passions alive while earning extra income. The challenge is to avoid burnout and maintain a sense of enjoyment instead of turning your side gig into another source of stress. One helpful tip is to set clear boundaries around the time you allocate to your side business. Decide specific hours or days when you focus solely on your side hustle, and stick to those limits as much as possible. This prevents your new venture from bleeding into every waking moment and keeps space for family, friends, and self-care. It's also wise to prioritize tasks and focus on the activities that have the highest impact, such as marketing, client communication, or product creation, rather than getting lost in less critical details. Automating or batching repetitive tasks can save you invaluable time. For instance, dedicating a specific day to batch response emails or to produce a batch of products allows you to maximize efficiency. Maintaining your original passions inside your main routine is equally important. When your side gig feels like an extension of what you love, it's easier to keep the joy alive. Small celebrations of progress, like a positive review or a new customer, can boost your motivation and make the process feel rewarding rather than burdensome. Another key aspect is staying flexible and listening to your own rhythm. Sometimes, you'll need to adjust your work hours or scale back during busy seasons of your main job or personal life. Being honest with yourself about what's sustainable ensures you won't feel overwhelmed or drained. Additionally, creating a support system, whether through online communities, friends, or family, can offer encouragement and practical tips when balancing multiple commitments. Remember that your side business is meant to enrich your life, not complicate it beyond recognition. Keep your expectations realistic. Some weeks, growth might be slow, and that's okay. Small, consistent steps tend to lead to sustainable success over time. Finally, don't forget to celebrate your achievements, no matter how minor. They're signs that you're making progress without sacrificing your well-being. When your side gig aligns authentically with your passions and lives comfortably within your main routine, it transforms from a source of stress into a source of joy and fulfillment. Leveraging real estate for wealth expansion. Real estate has long been regarded as one of the most tangible and accessible pathways to securing financial stability and growing wealth over time. Unlike other investments that might seem distant or complicated, property offers a sense of ownership that you can see, touch, and even feel. When managed wisely, real estate can generate a steady stream of income, appreciate in value, and serve as a safety net during economic uncertainties. At its core, real estate provides multiple avenues for wealth accumulation. Rental properties, for example, allow you to earn passive income, creating a regular cash flow that can supplement your earnings or even replace your job income over time. Flipping homes offers an exciting opportunity to profit from market fluctuations by renovating and selling properties at a profit. Land investments, commercial properties, and real estate funds further diversify your portfolio, helping spread risk and maximize potential returns. The beauty of real estate lies in its versatility. No matter your resources or experience level, you can find a strategy that fits your goals. Over the long haul, real estate tends to outpace inflation, protecting your wealth from losing its value as prices rise in other sectors. Property investments often offer a buffer against economic downturns because demand for housing and commercial spaces remains relatively stable. Additionally, the appreciation of property values over decades can significantly increase your net worth without requiring continual active management. When you start viewing real estate as a strategic asset, something that can generate income while appreciating, you begin to see how it can become a pillar in your broader wealth-building plan. It's not just about buying a property and hoping for the best. Successful wealth expansion in real estate involves understanding market cycles, leveraging financing options wisely, and maintaining a long-term perspective. For example, buying in a growing neighborhood with good infrastructure can lead to substantial appreciation. Using mortgage leverage allows you to control larger assets with less upfront capital, magnifying potential gains but requiring careful risk management. In essence, real estate offers a powerful mix of income, appreciation, and leverage, making it one of the most reliable tools for those willing to learn and stay committed. Imagine a young couple in a small city, purchasing a modest fixer-upper with their savings and a small loan. They spend months renovating it, turning it from a tired-looking structure into a charming home. Instead of selling immediately, they decide to rent it out, creating a steady monthly income. Over the next few years, they reinvest the earnings, acquiring a second property, then a third, gradually building a small but growing real estate portfolio. Their initial investment, which seemed insignificant at first, begins to generate enough passive income to support their family, freeing them from the daily grind of a conventional job. This story isn't unique. Many investors start with a single small property, sometimes even a HUD home or a foreclosed house, and turn it into a collection of income-generating assets. For instance, there's the story of a retiree who bought a single duplex in a suburban neighborhood. Over a decade, he kept reinvesting rental income into additional units, eventually owning several multifamily buildings. These properties provided enough cash flow to allow him to travel freely, all while his initial investment appreciated steadily in value. His journey reminds us that patience and smart management transform small beginnings into substantial wealth. Another example involves a woman who saw potential in a neglected lot in her city's revitalizing district. With careful planning, she built a small apartment building, combining her savings and a small loan. The building quickly filled with tenants, providing consistent income, and over time, the property appreciated as the neighborhood grew more popular. She continued to leverage her equity to acquire additional properties, turning her investment into a thriving real estate empire. These stories show that big dreams often start with a tiny step, in this case, a small property or a minor renovation, and with vision and patience, they can grow into substantial financial security. While these stories highlight successful transformations, they also reveal essential elements of such journeys. Staying informed about market trends, being willing to put in effort and time, and taking calculated risks. Often, investors learn from their mistakes, like underestimating repair costs or overestimating rent potential, and adapt. The common thread is resilience and the willingness to start small, learn as you go, and keep reinvesting your gains. Whether it's a single-family home or a small apartment building, each step forward adds up, shaping a substantial portfolio built by persistence and strategic choices. In the end, these narratives serve as a reminder that real estate success isn't reserved for the wealthy or highly experienced. It's accessible to anyone with a willingness to learn, a bit of patience, and the courage to start. Small properties, when managed with care and an eye for opportunity, can be the foundation of long-term wealth that transforms lives in ways bigger than most expect. Starting small might just be the most strategic move of all, because it allows you to learn, adapt, and grow without risking everything at once. Building digital assets, ebooks, courses, and online platforms. Imagine waking up in the morning to notifications that you've earned income overnight. No alarms, no endless meetings, just passive earnings flowing into your account. That's the kind of freedom creating digital assets can offer. The key is to craft products that continue to generate value long after you've put in the initial effort. Ebooks, online courses, and platforms are powerful tools that, when built thoughtfully, can become your steady streams of income. They operate around the clock, reaching audiences across different time zones, languages, and lifestyles. This means you can focus on other passions, spend more time with loved ones, or simply enjoy moments of quiet while your digital products keep working for you. Starting this journey requires a clear understanding of what makes a digital product successful. Good digital assets aren't just about sharing information. They're about delivering genuine value, solving specific problems, and creating an engaging experience for the user. For instance, an ebook that offers step-by-step guidance on a common challenge can become a bestseller if it truly helps solve that problem. Similarly, well-structured online courses with interactive elements and real-world examples can turn a simple idea into a scalable income creator. Platforms like Udemy, Teachable, or even your own website can host these products, expanding your reach effortlessly. Once created, these assets can be repurposed, updated, and marketed repeatedly, making them some of the most efficient ways to build a passive income stream. What's really remarkable is that digital products don't require ongoing inventory or shipping costs. You develop your product once, and then it can be sold hundreds or thousands of times without additional effort. Think of it like planting a seed. Each sale is a new fruit-bearing opportunity, without the need to replant or refill stock. To maximize this effect, many entrepreneurs focus on evergreen topics, those that remain relevant over time, like personal development, health, or finance. This way, their digital assets stay attractive and continue to garner sales long after launch. The secret lies in crafting a compelling, high-quality product that resonates with your target audience, providing solutions that make their lives easier, happier, or more successful. One inspiring example is Sarah, a stay-at-home mom who turned her love for baking into a thriving online business. She started by writing an ebook with her favorite recipes and tips, which she sold through her website. As her confidence grew, she created online cooking classes, offering personalized advice and demonstrations. Within a year, Sarah's combined income from digital books and courses surpassed her expectations, allowing her to contribute financially to her family while doing what she loved. Her story shows that even small beginnings can lead to substantial success when you focus on delivering value and marketing with authenticity. Another example is Mark, a former corporate trainer who decided to package his expertise into an online course on public speaking. Instead of limiting himself to local workshops, Mark used platforms like Udemy to reach a global audience. He added downloadable resources, interactive quizzes, and filmed real-life scenarios to make his course engaging. As a result, Mark saw his enrollments skyrocket, and his income became consistent and scalable. His success demonstrates that leveraging the power of online platforms can turn specialized knowledge into reliable revenue streams. The lesson here is that turning expertise into digital assets can unlock possibilities that once seemed out of reach, especially when combined with modern marketing strategies. Then there's Lena, a freelance designer who created a portfolio of digital templates, stock photos, and design tutorials. She packaged her work into a premium online marketplace and used social media to grow her audience. Her assets generated passive income daily, freeing her up to focus on creating new designs or taking on bigger projects. Lena's experience proves that diverse digital products, when aligned with genuine skills, can create multiple revenue streams that support a sustainable business model. The broader takeaway is that entrepreneurs don't need to stick to just one type of digital product. Mixing various formats can diversify income and reduce reliance on a single source. Ultimately, these stories remind us that success in building digital assets stems from authenticity, quality, and persistence. It's about identifying what you're passionate about and translating that into a product that speaks directly to your ideal audience. Whether it's an ebook, an online course, or a marketplace of digital resources, the potential to expand your wealth online remains vast and achievable. The critical step is to start small, learn from feedback, improve continuously, and stay committed to creating value. After all, every digital asset is a seed that, with care, can grow into a reliable income source that fuels your dreams and passions. Chapter 7. Investing with Confidence and Strategy. Assessing risk tolerance and diversifying investments. Thinking about risk in investing can feel overwhelming. It's like trying to balance on a tightrope over a vast canyon. But understanding your own comfort with risk is essential because it shapes how you approach your financial goals. Some people might feel butterflies, an adrenaline rush, at the thought of potential gains, while others may feel paralyzed at the thought of losing even small amounts. Recognizing which side of the spectrum you sit on helps you avoid the trap of making impulsive decisions or staying overly cautious that you miss out on growth. To truly grasp your risk tolerance, it's helpful to ask yourself key questions about your financial situation and emotions. First, consider your current financial landscape. Do you have a steady income that can absorb some ups and downs? Do you have an emergency fund to cover unexpected expenses? If you're financially protected, you might feel more comfortable taking some risks. Conversely, if your income is uncertain or you lack savings, a more conservative approach might suit you better. Next, reflect on your emotional reaction to market fluctuations. Do you panic at the first sign of a downturn? Or do you see dips as buying opportunities? Understanding your reactions helps you craft an investment plan that you can stick with through thick and thin. Once you've examined your financial stability and emotional responses, it's time to consider your long-term goals. Are you saving for a home, education, or retirement? Different objectives call for different risk levels. For instance, saving for retirement 30 years away allows for a higher risk appetite since markets tend to recover over time. Short-term goals, like funding a vacation next year, might require a more cautious approach for the sake of certainty. An honest look at your personal situation, coupled with self-awareness about your reactions, guides you towards a balanced portfolio that fits your personal story and peace of mind. To help clarify your comfort zone further, some financial advisors suggest using a risk questionnaire. These tools probe your feelings about losing money, your investing knowledge, and your future needs. While no questionnaire can perfectly capture your emotional true self, they help highlight whether you're naturally more risk-averse or risk-tolerant. Remember, the goal isn't to eliminate all risk, but to align your investments with your comfort level so you stay invested and motivated, rather than panicked during turbulent times. Once this understanding is clear, you can start to diversify wisely, intentionally spreading your investments to avoid unnecessary surprises. Think about a young woman named Lisa, who loved to gamble. She'd often sit at poker tables, excited by the thrill of winning, but she'd also walk away with pockets lighter more often than not. When Lisa turned to investing, she carried her love for risk-making, without much thought for hedging her bets. Her portfolio ended up heavily skewed toward tech stocks, her favorite and sometimes most volatile sector. When a tech bubble burst, Lisa's savings took a hit, and she felt the sting of putting all her eggs in one risky basket. Her experience illustrates why putting all your focus on one type of investment can lead to big trouble. Now, imagine another investor, Martin, who learned about diversification through similar stories. Martin spread his investments across different asset classes: stocks, bonds, real estate, and even some precious metals. When a specific sector declined sharply, his overall portfolio remained steady because other parts performed better. This balance didn't eliminate volatility entirely, but softened the blow, allowing him to stay the course with more confidence. His story highlights a simple truth. Diversification is like not putting all your eggs in one basket. It's about creating a safety net that catches you when one part of your investments experiences turbulence. Real-world examples like these make the concept clear. Imagine you're assembling a team for a relay race. If you put all your fastest runners in one position, the team's success hinges entirely on that one runner's performance. But if you assign different runners with varied strengths to different legs, the team has a better shot at winning, even if one runner stumbles. That's what diversification does in your investment portfolio. It spreads out potential risks so that no single setback can upend your entire financial race. Whether your investments are in stocks, bonds, property, or commodities, mixing them thoughtfully can lead to steadier growth and less sleepless nights during market downturns. Picture this. During a market crash, some sectors like technology dip sharply while others, such as utilities or consumer staples, hold their value better. A diversified portfolio lets you benefit from this natural resilience. Think of your assets as a garden with different plants. Some flourish in drought, others in rain. If you have a mix, your garden stays alive and blooming longer, despite unpredictable weather. This analogy can inspire you to see your investments as a living ecosystem, where variety creates stability. The power of diversification doesn't lie in avoiding all risks, but in managing them so that your financial journey remains steady and sustainable, no matter what storms come your way. One effective way to diversify is to assign portions of your investment to different sectors or types of assets based on your risk profile. For example, younger investors with a higher risk tolerance might allocate more to stocks, while someone nearing retirement might favor bonds and other fixed-income assets. The goal is to craft a portfolio that aligns with your personal story and comfort level, so that your investments can help you achieve your dreams without causing sleepless nights. In the end, diversification acts as your financial safety belt, a simple yet powerful tool that keeps you steady when markets wobble. To put this into action, consider setting a regular review schedule, perhaps annually, to rebalance your portfolio. As your goals and market conditions change, so should your mix of investments. This routine helps ensure that your risk level stays compatible with your current needs and that your diversification remains effective. The key is to stay engaged, not passive. Even small adjustments over time can safeguard your investments and provide a sense of control over your financial future. Remember, financial peace of mind often comes from knowing that your roots are planted in different soils, ready to withstand whatever seasons lie ahead. Creating an investment portfolio aligned with your goals. Crafting an investment portfolio that truly aligns with your life story starts with understanding your personal time horizon, the length of time until you anticipate needing to access your funds. This horizon acts like the North Star guiding your investment choices, determining how much risk you're comfortable with and what kind of growth you aim for. Imagine planning a journey. A short trip, like a year or two, calls for safer, more stable rides, while a long expedition spanning decades allows for bold steps and taking on more terrain. Knowing whether your goals involve buying a house in a year, funding a child's education in 5, or building a retirement nest egg in 30 helps shape the kinds of assets you should consider. Once your time horizon is clear, it's crucial to translate that into a concrete strategy. For shorter periods, say, less than 3 years, the focus should be on capital preservation. This usually means leaning heavily on low-risk investments such as savings accounts, certificates of deposit, or short-term bonds. For medium-term goals, like 5 to 10 years, a blended approach might work best, combining some riskier assets like stocks with safer options to balance potential growth with protecting your initial capital. Long-term goals, often spanning 20 or 30 years, open the door to more aggressive strategies. Stocks, equity funds, and some real estate investments tend to outperform over time, despite setbacks along the way. Developing this kind of tailored approach ensures your portfolio not only suits your ambitions, but also adapts to your evolving life stage. Of course, aligning your investments with your financial ambitions involves clarity about what you truly want. Do you crave early financial independence, off-the-charts growth to surpass your peers, or simply a secure, worry-free retirement? Clarifying these desires helps you decide how much risk to take on. The core of this process is honest reflection, understanding that a portfolio designed for rapid growth might come with setbacks and volatility, whereas one focused on safety offers fewer surprises, but potentially less reward. Your personal attitude toward risk shapes your investment choices. In turn, your choices influence the level of stress or peace you feel about your financial journey. This dynamic interplay highlights why building an investment plan isn't just about numbers. It's about embracing your unique story and ambitions with honesty and courage. Consider Maria, a woman in her early 30s who just started a new career. She dreams of traveling the world someday and wants to have enough to fund her adventures while staying financially secure. Maria's appetite for risk is moderate, but leaning toward conservative because she values peace of mind. She decides to invest primarily in diversified index funds with some exposure to bonds. Her plan is to revisit her portfolio yearly, adjusting her allocations slightly as she moves closer to her travel plans or if her financial situation changes. Maria's story shows how understanding her personal comfort level allows her to choose investments that fit her lifestyle, rather than chasing aggressive growth that might make her uneasy with the inevitable market swings. On the flip side, take James, a young entrepreneur eager to build wealth quickly. He's willing to take on high risk, understanding that volatility could mean losing some sleep, but also providing the chance for substantial gains. James invests heavily in emerging markets, startups, and technology-focused funds. He's also comfortable with frequent portfolio reviews and rebalancing to keep pace with his evolving appetite for risk. James' approach reminds us that risk profiles aren't static. They often change as life circumstances shift, wealth grows, or priorities evolve. His story demonstrates how aligning investments with an honest assessment of one's risk comfort can turn what might seem like a gamble into a strategic move toward his larger dreams. Then there's Linda, a retiree who's spent decades saving and now aims for steady, reliable income. She prefers to minimize volatility and protect her accumulated wealth. Her portfolio leans heavily on bonds, dividend-paying stocks, and annuities. Linda's approach embodies how understanding your risk profile can lead to peace of mind and a secure retirement. Her story highlights the importance of tailoring investments not just to age, but also to personal temperament and financial stress tolerance. These stories of different investors emphasize that there's no one-size-fits-all strategy. Your unique blend of goals, timeline, and comfort determine your ideal investment mix. Knowing your risk profile turns your portfolio from a generic plan into a strategy that genuinely speaks to your needs and dreams. Everyone's risk appetite has depths you might not initially realize. Some people find excitement in the ups and downs of the market, while others feel anxious when prices fluctuate even slightly. Recognizing where you stand on this spectrum can prevent many costly mistakes. A simple exercise can help. Picture your investments experiencing their usual roller coaster. Then ask yourself how it makes you feel. Do you sleep peacefully knowing your portfolio is balanced toward low-risk assets? Or do you get energized and eager to buy more during dips? Embracing this honesty allows you to craft a plan that's not only profitable, but also sustainable for your mental and emotional well-being. After all, investing is as much about your peace of mind as it is about your bank account. Understanding market cycles and timing investments. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast ocean, watching the waves roll in and out, each crest and trough representing the rhythm of the market. Market behaviors often seem unpredictable, yet if you pay close attention, you'll notice patterns, waves that rise and fall with a certain rhythm. This metaphor helps us understand that markets are not just chaotic swings, but show recognizable cycles, much like tides influenced by the moon. When you see these patterns clearly, you can better decide when to stay afloat and when to paddle back to shore, making smarter investment choices that align with market moods. Understanding market behaviors can sometimes appear daunting, but simplifying the process with familiar metaphors makes the challenge less intimidating. Think of the market as a living organism. Sometimes it breathes slowly during periods of rest, and at other times, it exhales or roars during times of excitement. Awareness of these natural rhythms is key. For example, during bullish phases, prices tend to climb steadily, like a crescendo building in a symphony. Conversely, during downturns or bear markets, there's often a sense of wind down, like the closing notes of a song. Recognizing these patterns doesn't guarantee perfect timing, but it gives you a foundation to make decisions when the rhythm shifts. One practical approach to understanding these cycles involves tracking economic indicators, market sentiment, and historical trends, all of which act like weather reports warning of storms or calm seas ahead. It's a way to gauge whether the tide is coming in or going out. By developing a keen sense of these cycles, you can identify moments when stocks or assets are undervalued, ripe for buying, or overextended, signaling a chance to hold back. Think of it as having a built-in compass that guides you through the unpredictable currents of market waves. This awareness helps reduce the panic often triggered by sudden drops and encourages patience during whipsaw movements, aligning your reactions more with the natural flow rather than impulsive fear or greed. Staying disciplined in the face of fluctuations is like riding a surfboard. Balancing on each wave requires focus and calm instead of frantic flailing. The market's ups and downs are inevitable, but your response doesn't have to mirror that volatility. Instead, develop a set of guidelines, like a personal rule set, that keeps you anchored amid the storm. For instance, if markets fall below a certain threshold, you might decide to buy gradually rather than panic selling everything at once. If they rise too quickly, you might choose to take profits incrementally. This approach turns market cycles from unpredictable threats into opportunities for strategic moves, smoothing out the emotional roller coaster that often accompanies investing. Through patience and discipline, you avoid the trap of chasing after the latest hype or selling off in a panic. Remember, markets ebb and flow because of underlying forces, economic fundamentals, investor sentiment, geopolitical events that shape their rhythm. When you learn to listen carefully and respond thoughtfully, rather than react impulsively, you build resilience. Successful investors often time their moves not based on trying to predict every peak or valley, but on understanding the broader cycle and trusting the process. Patience, in this context, becomes a tool, allowing you to hold when others panic and to act when the time is truly right. Taking small but decisive steps, such as reviewing your investment plan regularly or setting predefined entry and exit points, supports disciplined decision-making. This is akin to tuning into the ocean's tide, sensing when it's rising or falling, without getting swept away by every wave. Over time, these habits cultivate a mindset that respects market rhythms rather than fights against them. By observing cycles as natural patterns rather than unpredictable chaos, you will feel more confident and less anxious during turbulent times, allowing your investments to grow steadily rather than wildly fluctuating based on fleeting impulses. Remember, patience doesn't mean doing nothing. It means trusting the process while staying alert to the signs of evolving cycles. So, keep a journal or a simple chart of your observations. Track how markets behave during different seasons, what prompts rallies, what triggers declines. With each passing cycle, you'll sharpen your intuition, much like a seasoned sailor learning the nuances of the sea. This ongoing awareness transforms market movements from confusing shocks into familiar signals, guiding you towards smart, timely decisions. When the next wave approaches, you'll be less tempted to jump in without caution or to retreat in fear. Instead, you'll ride it intentionally, knowing that cycles, like tides, eventually turn. Your confidence in navigating these patterns will grow, turning market uncertainty into an asset rather than an obstacle. Utilizing tax-advantaged investment vehicles. Imagine planting a garden where some flowers grow taller and bloom brighter because they're carefully nurtured with the right nutrients. That's how tax-efficient investing works, by nourishing your money in ways that help it grow faster, while staying within the lines of the law. The first step is understanding that the tax code isn't just a maze to navigate, but a toolkit full of opportunities. Certain investment vehicles are designed to keep more of your money working for you by reducing taxes over time. This isn't about dodging taxes. It's about playing smart with the rules to keep more of what you earn. One powerful strategy involves using retirement accounts like 401k, and IRAs. Contributions to traditional 401k often lower your taxable income for the current year, giving you an immediate tax break. Meanwhile, the investments grow tax-deferred, meaning you won't pay taxes on gains until you withdraw the money in retirement. Roth accounts operate a bit differently. You pay taxes up front, but your withdrawals are tax-free, which can be a boon if you expect your tax rate to be higher later. By choosing the right type of account and making the most of contribution limits, you set the stage for your wealth to snowball with less drag from taxes. Beyond retirement accounts, another smart move is investing in tax-advantaged instruments like municipal bonds. These bonds are issued by local governments, and the interest income they generate is often federally tax-free, and sometimes state or city tax-free if you live in the issuing area. This makes them especially attractive for those in higher tax brackets seeking steady, tax-free income. Real estate investments also offer multiple avenues to reduce tax burdens. through depreciation deductions, mortgage interest deductions, and 1031 exchanges that allow you to defer capital gains when swapping properties. Effectively, the goal is to identify investments that align with your financial plan while providing opportunities to minimize tax liabilities legally. Another key technique involves harvesting tax losses. This means systematically selling investments that have declined in value to offset gains from profitable sales. This dance with losses is like trimming a garden, removing the dead or overgrown plants to encourage healthier growth elsewhere. By doing this strategically, you can reduce your taxable gains, often even offsetting ordinary income up to certain limits. It's a method that requires some planning, but can make a notable difference over time. The trick is to be intentional, selling the losing positions without falling into the trap of loss chasing, which can lead to poor investment choices. Furthermore, diversifying your holdings across different asset classes and regions isn't just about risk. It's also a way to tap into various tax benefits. Some assets may generate income taxed more favorably or have favorable capital gains treatment. For example, long-term capital gains, gains from assets held over a year, are taxed at rates lower than ordinary income, sometimes up to half less. Holding investments for longer periods not only helps you avoid short-term trading taxes, but also fosters patience and discipline, virtues that pay off in both growth and reduced tax bills. Finally, working with a financial advisor or tax professional can help you identify overlooked opportunities and tailor strategies to your personal situation. They can help you navigate complex rules like contributions limits, income phase-outs, and specific investment decisions. Remember, the goal isn't just to pay less in taxes, but to do so within the bounds of legality, ensuring your investments are sustainable and aligned with your future goals. Picture a story of two friends, Lisa and Mark. Both start with the same amount of money and a desire to grow their wealth. Lisa takes a passive approach, investing in generic mutual funds and paying taxes on every gain. Mark, on the other hand, learns about tax-advantaged accounts and strategic tax planning. He invests a portion of his savings into a Roth IRA, contributing the maximum each year. He also places some bond funds into municipal bonds, enjoying the tax-free interest, and regularly harvests tax losses from his stock portfolio when certain investments dip. Over a decade, while both see their investments grow, Mark's gains are noticeably higher because he kept more of his money working for him without losing a large chunk to taxes. Another example is a small business owner who uses a 1031 exchange to swap one investment property for another, deferring capital gains taxes. This allows the owner to leverage the full value of the sale to buy a larger or more lucrative property without having to pay taxes immediately, thus fueling faster wealth accumulation. Similarly, someone who strategically sells off assets that have declined in value can offset taxes due on profitable investments, freeing up more capital for reinvestment. These actions create a compounding effect. The more you reinvest and defer taxes legally, the faster your wealth can grow, as your money is continually working rather than being chipped away by taxes. In practical terms, these real-life stories highlight the power of intentional planning. They show that, even in the face of complex rules, there are ways to keep more of your earnings in play, fueling your journey toward your financial dreams. Whether you're just starting or well on your path, incorporating tax-efficient strategies can turn what seems like small differences into substantial gains over time. It's about making each dollar work harder for you, knowing that smart moves today can pay off in the future. To apply these insights, consider creating a roadmap that aligns your investments with your long-term goals. Regularly review your portfolio with an eye toward tax implications and opportunities to adjust. Starting with one or two strategies, like maximizing your retirement account contributions or harvesting tax losses, can make a significant impact. Remember, it's not about working harder, it's about working smarter. Small, consistent steps today can build the foundation for a future where your wealth not only grows, but does so with a lighter tax burden, giving you more freedom to enjoy life's moments. Chapter 8. Leveraging Relationships and Networking for Wealth. Building a supportive network of mentors and peers. Imagine walking through your day feeling like you're part of a community that lifts you up, challenges you, and sparks your curiosity. The people you choose to be around shape your outlook on life, your goals, and even how resilient you are when faced with setbacks. When you surround yourself with individuals who radiate positivity, passion, and wisdom, It becomes easier to stay motivated and keep pushing toward your dreams. These influences act like a compass, guiding you through foggy moments with guidance and encouragement. It's not just about having friends or acquaintances. It's about cultivating a network of inspiring people who genuinely believe in growth and share that energy with you. Think of a garden. The best plants thrive among others that nurture and protect them. Similarly, your mental and emotional growth flourish when you're in the company of those who inspire and challenge you. The right group can introduce you to new ideas, teach you skills you never knew you had, or simply remind you of your potential during tough times. Recognizing who these people are, whether they're mentors, friends, or colleagues, is essential. They're the ones who celebrate your wins, listen during your doubts, and push you to step outside your comfort zone. Building this circle takes intention, but the payoff can be extraordinary, transforming your perspective and helping you see opportunities instead of obstacles. Creating a supportive environment isn't about finding perfect people. It's about cultivating authentic connections with those who bring out your best qualities. Look for individuals who demonstrate curiosity, kindness, resilience, and a willingness to learn. These are the people who inspire you to do the same, whether through their words, actions, or simply by living authentically. Think of them as your personal cheer squad, your sounding board, and your mirror, all in one. As you become more intentional about who you spend time with, you'll notice your energy shifting and your confidence growing. Connecting with inspiring people isn't just beneficial, it's essential for turning dreams into reality. Stories about mentorship often sound like tales from a different world, someone with a guiding hand changing everything for someone else. But in truth, these stories are about real people, real struggles, and moments that shifted entire lives. Take Susan, for example, who grew up in a small town feeling like her dreams of medical school were out of reach. When a local doctor volunteered to mentor her, she gained not only practical advice, but also a sense of belief in her own potential. That mentorship opened doors she never imagined. Now she's working in a hospital, saving lives, and mentoring others herself. Her story shows how a single, genuine connection can alter the course of a life, turning a distant goal into a concrete reality. Or think about Ryan, a young entrepreneur stuck at the crossroads of launching his first business. An experienced mentor saw his potential, shared hard-earned lessons, and introduced him to a network of contacts. Within months, Ryan was running a thriving startup, not because he knew everything, but because he learned from someone who had navigated similar waters before him. These stories aren't just about individual successes, they reveal a cycle. When mentors invest in others, they pass on wisdom, confidence, and opportunities, enabling fresh talents to break barriers and open doors for themselves and others. It's in these exchanges, full of vulnerability, hope, and human connection, that true transformation happens. Many people underestimate how much a simple conversation, a piece of advice, or even just a listening ear can spark profound change. These stories highlight how mentorship isn't a one-way street. Both parties often grow, learn, and find new purpose in the journey. If you're seeking your own breakthrough, look around for someone whose story inspires you, and consider how you might also be part of someone else's turning point. Sometimes offering your time and authentic interest is the best way to ignite transformation, not for just others, but for yourself as well. Opening that door of mentorship can be a life-changing act, for everyone involved, creating ripples that reach far beyond what you might imagine. Mastering the art of win-win partnerships. Imagine two neighbors, each holding a small business. One makes delicious bread, and the other crafts beautiful pottery. Instead of competing, they decide to collaborate. They share space, promote each other's work, and even create joint products. This simple story exemplifies the core idea of win-win partnerships, finding ways to work together that uplift everyone involved. Building these relationships requires sincere effort and a mindset that values mutual benefit over individual gain. When people approach collaborations with honesty and openness, trust naturally begins to grow, creating a feedback loop that encourages further cooperation and shared success. Creating partnerships that thrive isn't just about exchanging favors. It's about understanding the unique needs and strengths of each party. It's akin to a dance where each partner learns to move in harmony, adjusting and listening to the other's rhythm. When trust is present, there's less hesitation to share ideas or admit mistakes, fostering an environment where problems are tackled collectively. Genuine collaboration demands vulnerability, being honest about what each person or organization truly needs and can offer. Over time, these bonds deepen, forming a foundation of reliability that supports both personal growth and broader progress. As you consider forming or nurturing such relationships, think about simple ways to add value. Maybe you offer expertise that complements your partner's work or provide emotional support during challenging times. The beauty of true collaboration lies in recognizing that everyone's contributions, big or small, are essential threads weaving a stronger fabric. Investing in trust and mutual growth creates relationships that aren't just transactional, but transformative. These partnerships can then serve as sources of inspiration, showing how collective effort can turn ordinary endeavors into extraordinary achievements. Take the story of a small farm in Italy that teamed up with a local bakery. The farm supplied fresh, organic ingredients, and the bakery became known for its exceptional bread. Both sides benefited. The farm saw increased sales, and the bakery gained a reputation for quality, attracting more customers. This partnership grew beyond a simple transaction. It became a shared mission to promote healthier local food. Their joint effort created a ripple effect, encouraging other local businesses to work together and strengthening the community economy. Another inspiring example is a nonprofit organization that partnered with a corporate company to launch an initiative supporting underserved youth. The organization provided grassroots knowledge and direct access to the community, while the business brought resources, branding, and a broader reach. Together, they launched programs that offered training, mentorship, and employment opportunities, transforming lives while enhancing the company's reputation for social responsibility. In this case, success wasn't just measured in dollars or outcomes, but in the positive impact on people's lives. Proof that collaboration can create ripple effects far beyond the initial partnership. Real-world success stories like these showcase that partnerships rooted in genuine interest and shared purpose thrive. Whether it's small startups, established corporations, or community groups, the key lies in aligning goals and values. When both sides see the partnership as a way to serve a larger good, that mutual prosperity naturally follows. It's about celebrating each achievement, no matter the size, and recognizing that collective effort makes everyone stronger. These stories encourage us to look for opportunities to unite with others, stories of collaboration that turn ordinary efforts into movements capable of changing lives, using influence and persuasion to expand opportunities. When it comes to sharing your worth with others, authenticity is your most powerful tool. People can tell when you're genuine, and that honesty builds trust faster than any polished pitch. Instead of focusing solely on what you want, think about the true value you bring to the table, whether it's your skills, your perspective, or your unique experiences. Communicating this clearly and honestly makes others see you as someone worth connecting with, not just as a potential opportunity, but as a person who adds real value to their world. One of the most important things to remember is to speak from a place of integrity. This means aligning your words with your actions and avoiding exaggerations or overpromising. Share your achievements with humility and focus on how your talents help solve problems or create positive change. When you're transparent about your intentions and honest about your capabilities, people are more likely to offer opportunities that truly match your skills. Be clear about what you want, but also listen deeply to others' needs. That way, your conversations become dialogues rather than sales pitches, and this honesty naturally attracts opportunities that are mutually beneficial. Using stories and examples can make your communication more compelling. People don't just want to hear about what you can do. They want to see how you do it through real experiences. Share moments when you overcame challenges, learned a difficult skill, or helped someone solve a problem. These stories not only illustrate your value, but also resonate emotionally because they reveal your character and determination. As you hone your messaging, remember to respect others' perspectives and avoid manipulation. Ethical influence involves inspiring trust and admiration, which often leads to organic opportunities, partnerships, and collaborations that feel right for everyone involved. Throughout history, many individuals have harnessed influence not just for personal gain, but to uplift others and generate shared wealth. Take a moment to think about figures like Oprah Winfrey, who built her empire by authentic storytelling, connecting with people's hopes and fears, and ultimately empowering millions. Her influence was rooted in genuine compassion and the ability to inspire action. When she used her platform to highlight real issues and advocate for change, she created opportunities that benefited countless others. Her story reminds us that influence fueled by authenticity and kindness can do more than just open doors. It can transform lives and communities. Another compelling example is Muhammad Yunus, who founded the microfinance movement. His influence was born from a sincere desire to help those trapped in poverty by providing small loans that enabled them to start their own businesses. His influence grew because he didn't just seek personal wealth, he aimed for social change. Yunus's approach shows that true influence involves listening to others' needs and acting responsibly. His work generated wealth for countless entrepreneurs and their families while also creating broader economic growth. These stories demonstrate that influence, when wielded ethically, can serve as a powerful catalyst for both individual success and societal good. Many modern entrepreneurs and leaders demonstrate that influence can be a force for good when rooted in genuine relationships and shared purpose. For example, a small business owner might use their influence by building community-focused initiatives, encouraging local partnerships, or mentoring others. These efforts not only grow their brand, but also foster a sense of trust and collaboration. The common thread among these stories is that influence becomes a sustainable source of wealth when it's combined with values like integrity, empathy, and a commitment to creating value beyond oneself. As you listen to these stories, consider how your own influence could serve a larger purpose, generating opportunities that enrich your life and those around you. Giving value first, the key to lasting relationships. Imagine a world where kindness and genuine care are the currency everyone values most. Giving value first means approaching every interaction with a mindset rooted in service rather than self-serving motives. When you focus on helping others without immediately seeking something in return, it shifts your energy and intention. Instead of asking, "What's in it for me?" you start to ask, "How can I contribute?" This simple change transforms relationships, creating a foundation built on trust and authenticity. Serving others first isn't about being self-sacrificing. It's about recognizing that true connection starts from a place of genuine generosity. This approach often surprises us by opening doors we never knew existed, fostering trust that extends beyond transactional exchanges. When people feel truly cared for, they are more likely to return kindness and support in ways that nourish both parties long-term. Practicing this mindset requires mindfulness and a shift in perspective. Think of every interaction as an opportunity to make someone's day brighter or easier, even in small ways. Whether it's listening intently to a friend's worries, offering helpful advice, or simply showing appreciation, these acts lay the groundwork for deeper relationships. The key is to detach from the expectation of immediate reward and instead focus on adding value regardless of the outcome. This attitude creates a ripple effect. Your kindness encourages others to behave the same way, gradually transforming your community or workplace into a space where generosity is the norm. Over time, this results in a network of relationships rooted in mutual respect and trust, which are far more resilient and meaningful than fleeting exchanges based solely on self-interest. Ultimately, serving others first is a powerful act of leadership. When you lead with generosity, you become a magnet for authentic connections. People are naturally drawn to those who give without strings attached because it feels safe and real. This creates a cycle where genuine generosity attracts more kindness, nurturing a culture of support that benefits everyone involved. Think about the most lasting relationships in your life. They often started with those small acts of kindness and a sincere desire to serve. Whether in personal friendships, family, or professional settings, this principle can be your secret weapon. The act of giving first turns out to be a gift not just for the recipient, but for you as well, planting seeds of trust and openness that can grow into truly lasting bonds. There's a story of a small-town bakery owner named Lisa who decided to give free bread to anyone in her neighborhood who couldn't afford it. She started posting about it on social media out of a genuine desire to help, not expecting anything in return. Over time, her act of kindness drew a lot of attention. People began to share how Lisa's bakery had become a vital part of their lives, not just because of her generosity, but because it showcased her authentic care and commitment. As her community grew closer, her reputation blossomed, and her little bakery became a thriving business. This story reveals how genuine acts of giving can create long-term loyalty, both in business and in personal relationships. Lisa's success was rooted in her willingness to serve first, knowing that success would follow when people felt truly valued and cared for. Similarly, There are countless examples of leaders and entrepreneurs who prioritized adding value before expecting results. Consider Oprah Winfrey, who built her empire on connecting with people through her heartfelt show, genuinely caring about their lives. Her success wasn't merely about ratings. It was rooted in her authentic desire to uplift others. People felt seen and heard, and this genuine caring built trust and loyalty that no marketing campaign could replicate. Over time, her reputation as someone who truly cares helped her create a global impact, enabling her to lift millions with her work. These stories illustrate that lasting success isn't built on shortcuts or manipulative tactics, but on heartfelt generosity that resonates deeply within others. When your actions are guided by kindness and a sincere desire to serve, success naturally follows, often in unexpected and more profound ways than you could plan. Another inspiring example is the story of a startup founder named Carlos who, instead of focusing solely on profit, prioritized customer satisfaction and community building. He offered free workshops, extended support beyond what was expected, and truly listened to his clients' needs. Many of his early customers became loyal advocates, spreading positive word of mouth and providing invaluable feedback. This not only helped his business grow steadily, but also created a brand known for integrity and genuine care. Over the years, Carlos's company expanded through relationships rooted in trust, proving that putting people's needs first creates a solid foundation for sustainable success. His story highlights how breaking the traditional corporate mold, focusing on giving first, can lead to something much more resilient and rewarding. This isn't just about making sales. It's about creating a legacy of trust and authenticity that endures through every season of change. In every example, the common thread is clear. Giving value first isn't a strategy for quick gains. It's a mindset that, over time, turns into a powerful force for building lasting relationships. The more you genuinely care and serve others first, the more you cultivate a network of support and trust that can weather storms and celebrate successes alike. It's about planting seeds of kindness and patience, knowing that the harvest will come in unexpected ways. When you focus on creating value for others, success becomes a natural side effect, a joyful, reciprocal dance rooted in authentic caring. Keep in mind that even small, consistent acts matter. They accumulate into a foundation of trust that sustains relationships for the long haul. One practical tip is to keep a daily habit of asking yourself how you can serve someone else today. Whether it's through a kind word, helpful advice, or simply being present, these little acts build momentum. Over time, they not only strengthen your bonds, but also shift your perspective from what you can get to what you can give. This shift creates a more fulfilling, connected life, and often, the success you seek follows naturally behind it. Chapter 9. Overcoming Obstacles and Financial Setbacks. Identifying common wealth busters and how to conquer them. Many of us carry invisible weights, the fears, doubts, and habits that quietly sabotage our attempts to grow. Fear often manifests as a dread of failure or judgment, making us hesitate just before stepping outside our comfort zones. Procrastination sneaks in when tasks seem overwhelming or when we're unsure of where to start, leading us to delay important steps that could propel us forward. Limiting beliefs, those subconscious narratives like I'm not enough or success is for others, not me, act as mental barriers that set low ceilings on what we think is possible. These barriers aren't always obvious. Sometimes they hide behind excuses or old stories we've told ourselves over and over. Recognizing these obstacles is the first crucial step toward overcoming them because, without awareness, they remain invisible chains that keep us stuck in place. Fear can be the loudest voice in the room, whispering doubts that undermine confidence just as you're about to take a leap. It's that sinking feeling when imagining failure that makes avoiding risk easier than risking rejection or disappointment. Procrastination often isn't laziness, but a way our mind copes with discomfort or fear of the unknown. Limiting beliefs are more subtle. They are ingrained assumptions about what we think we can or cannot do, often rooted in past experiences or societal conditioning. These internal barriers can feel like part of our identity, making it harder to recognize them as changeable. When we stop to examine these hurdles closely, they often reveal themselves as stories we've adopted, stories that can be rewritten with effort and awareness. Identifying these barriers is just the beginning. The real shift occurs when we understand how they manifest in daily life. For instance, fear might show up as hesitation when speaking up in meetings, procrastination as delaying important decisions, and limiting beliefs as dismissing opportunities because we believe we're not qualified. Recognizing these signs helps us catch ourselves in the act, creating space for change. It's a process of becoming a detective of your own mind, noticing where old patterns hold sway and challenging them with curiosity rather than judgment. Only when we bring these invisible barriers into the light can we begin to dismantle them, step by step, with compassion and patience, turning what once felt like insurmountable blocks into manageable challenges. Reframing failures as learning opportunities. Almost everyone faces moments when life throws a curveball, times when your plans seem to shatter, and you feel like giving up is the easiest option. But what separates those who bounce back from failure with a stronger spirit and clearer purpose from those who remain stuck is often the mindset they choose to adopt. Consider the story of Sarah, a Brit-Brinimathil who lost her business overnight due to unforeseen circumstances. Instead of drowning in despair, she decided to view this setback as an opportunity to learn, adapt, and rebuild even better. Her mindset shifted from viewing failure as a dead end to seeing it as a valuable lesson. That one decision transformed her entire journey and ultimately led her to new heights. And the real magic happens when you realize that failures aren't the opposite of success. They are a part of it. Every stumble and misstep contains a message waiting to be uncovered. By adopting a growth-oriented mindset, setbacks become stepping stones rather than tombstones. Think about Thomas Edison, who famously failed over 1,000 times before inventing the light bulb. Each failure was a building block, teaching him what didn't work and guiding him closer to what did. These stories aren't just inspirational. They're proof that shifting your perspective changes everything. When you start seeing failures as necessary parts of your personal story, your resilience grows, and the fear associated with setbacks diminishes. Instead of asking, "Why me?" you begin asking, "What can I learn from this?" This simple shift in thought can turn everyday failures into powerful lessons that build character, wisdom, and perseverance. And remember, every comeback starts with a mindset. It's about cultivating a belief that failures are not final, but are essential components in your journey. This perspective makes failures feel less like dead ends and more like detours, temporary, instructive, and most importantly, changeable. When you embrace this truth, things that once seemed catastrophic become mere chapters in your story of growth. Your past failures can become fuel for your future success when you view them through the lens of learning. Think about how many successful people trace their biggest achievements back to moments of their greatest failures. These moments of defeat become the foundation for greater resilience, innovation, and confidence. So, next time life knocks you down, remember that your mindset is your most powerful tool to turn any setback into a springboard for your next great victory. Every journey toward financial success is filled with ups and downs, twists and turns. While society often celebrates the end result, wealth, prosperity, abundance, it tends to overlook how many failures are woven into the fabric of that journey. Many of the wealthiest individuals didn't achieve their goals without experiencing setbacks. Instead, they viewed failures not as obstacles, but as necessary milestones. Think about investors who lose money on bad trades, but learn vital lessons about market patterns, patience, or risk management. These lessons shape their future decisions, often leading to greater wealth down the road. Wealth building, in reality, is rarely a straight line. It's a winding road paved with both mistakes and revelations. And viewing failure as part of this process requires a shift in understanding. Instead of seeing mistakes as proof of incompetence, recognize them as data points, information that helps you refine your approach and get closer to your goals. For instance, when someone faces a financial loss, they might see it as a discouragement or a failure. But if you reframe it, you understand that losing money can reveal your limits, expose weaknesses in your strategy, or teach you about timing and patience. This perspective makes the climb toward wealth more of an educational experience rather than a series of setbacks. Many successful entrepreneurs started with failure after failure, but each mistake brought them closer to a sustainable, lucrative model. And to view failures as essential steps, it's helpful to see the bigger picture. Wealth isn't just about making money. It's about understanding the process of growth. Think of it like planting a garden. You plant seeds, occasionally overwater or underwater, deal with pests or poor weather, but each mistake informs you about what to do better next time. Over time, your garden flourishes because you learned from each experience. The same applies to financial growth. Your failures are like fertilizer, nourishing your understanding and resilience. Recognize that the road to wealth involves a lot of trial, error, and iteration. The more you accept failure as part of the process, the more you'll be willing to take calculated risks, experiment with new ideas, and stay persistent even when progress seems slow. Since every mistake teaches you something, embracing failure becomes an investment in your future prosperity, just as every expense or setback in a business can be viewed as a necessary cost of learning and growth. Creating contingency plans for financial crises. Picture yourself waking up on a morning when the weather is unexpectedly brutal, storm clouds gathering, rain pounding against windows, and the outside world transforming into a chaos you hadn't imagined. Now imagine having an umbrella in your pocket, ready to shield you from the downpour, or a sturdy shelter waiting in the wings. That's what a good contingency plan does for your finances. It transforms fear of the unknown into a sense of readiness, allowing you to face sudden financial stress with confidence rather than panic. Preparing ahead isn't just about having a stash of cash. It's about developing a mindset that naturally leans toward resilience and proactive management of life's surprises. It's about recognizing that hard times can strike like storms, but we have the power to find shelter and come out stronger on the other side. When we think about handling financial crises, most of us picture dramatic scenarios: job loss, medical emergencies, unexpected expenses. But the truth is, life is filled with smaller surprises that can accumulate into a crisis if we're not prepared. For many, the fear stems from feeling overwhelmed by the sheer size of what's ahead or unsure where to start. The secret lies in taking small, consistent steps, building a safety net that acts as a buffer against the unknown. Becoming financially ready isn't about achieving perfection overnight. It's about creating habits and systems that serve you during tough times. Having emergency funds, understanding your expenses deeply, and planning for worst-case scenarios all serve as anchors, allowing you to stay steady when everything else feels like it's shifting beneath your feet. Imagine a sailor charting a course, knowing storms may come, but always having a plan to adjust sails or change direction swiftly. That's the essence of preparing comprehensively for financial hardships. It starts with accepting that no plan is foolproof, yet having a plan in place still makes all the difference. Think about the feeling of relief when you realize that you've already set aside enough to cover 3 months of living expenses. Or how reassuring it is to know where your emergency funds are hidden, making access simple when stress levels spike. These preparations act as little lifeboats on your personal ocean of financial life, ensuring that when turbulent waves hit, you'll stay afloat instead of sinking into despair. The act of planning doesn't rob your joy. It protects it, allowing you to face uncertainties with a steadiness that makes it easier to focus on solutions instead of panic. Building financial safety takes patience and intention, but the good news is that it doesn't require monumental sacrifices or complicated strategies. It begins with a clear picture of your income and expenses. Tracking your spending for a month can reveal surprises, where the money slips away, which costs are unnecessary, and where you can cut back without feeling deprived. Once you understand your habits, creating a small emergency fund becomes easier. Start simply. Set aside a little each week, maybe the equivalent of a coffee or two, and gradually increase it over time. Many find that automating transfers into a dedicated savings account helps keep the habit consistent. Think of this fund as your financial garden. Regular watering, patience, and attention will let it grow. Over time, this safety net can grow to cover essential expenses during unforeseen setbacks, giving you a cushion to breathe easier. Alongside savings, managing your debt plays a crucial role in resilience. Tackling high-interest debts first reduces the burden of little costs nibbling away at your stability. Developing a plan to pay down debt steadily provides a sense of control. Paying more than the minimum, reducing unnecessary spending, or consolidating debt for better management are all practical moves. It's also wise to build multiple layers of protection. For example, having insurance, whether health, life, or property, serves as a safety net that kicks in when the worst happens. Setting up a checklist for these protections, reviewing policies annually, and ensuring your coverage matches your current life stage can prevent gaps that might otherwise turn small crises into full-blown emergencies. Lastly, cultivating a mindset of flexibility and adaptability can turn setbacks into opportunities. Sometimes, resilience means rethinking your budget, renegotiating payments, or finding new income streams during tough times. Think of it like a tree bending in the wind. Rather than breaking, it sways and adapts, always bouncing back. Small daily habits, like maintaining an updated financial plan or holding regular check-ins on your financial goals, keep you anchored. Creating a conscious awareness of your money, planning for emergencies, and cultivating patience and persistence are the bricks and mortar of a resilient financial life. When hardship comes, as it inevitably will at some point, these strategies will serve as your guiding light, helping you navigate through the storm and emerge with greater strength and clarity. Remember, building resilience isn't about eliminating all risks or making your life perfect. It's about stacking the deck in your favor so that when the unexpected arrives, you're prepared to face it head-on. A simple but powerful tip: dedicate just 5 minutes each week to review your finances. Ask yourself, what's working? What could I improve? Small, regular check-ins can transform your mindset from reactive to proactive, making you more confident in managing whatever surprises come your way. Resilience in finances is a skill, cultivated daily through awareness, action, and a touch of optimism. The next step is to start today. Pick one small change, and watch how your ability to handle life surprises begins to grow stronger with each step. Resilience strategies to bounce back stronger. When facing challenging moments, staying flexible becomes essential. Life rarely follows the plans we make, and setbacks are part of the journey. To keep moving forward, it helps to adopt a mindset that welcomes change rather than resists it. For example, shifting your focus from rigid expectations to adaptable options allows you to navigate obstacles more gracefully. Imagine a river flowing around rocks instead of crashing against them. This image captures the beauty of flexibility. Cultivating this trait starts with small steps, like learning to adjust your daily routines or changing your approach when things don't go as planned. Over time, these adjustments build resilience, making it easier to bounce back when life throws curveballs. Hope is a powerful force that fuels perseverance. During tough times, it's easy to get caught in a whirlpool of negative thoughts, but intentionally nurturing hope can pull you out. One way is to create a mental habit of spotting small wins daily, no matter how insignificant they seem. These tiny victories act as reminders that progress exists, even in adversity. Practicing gratitude regularly can also amplify your sense of hope, shifting your focus from what's lost to what's still possible. For example, writing down 3 things you're thankful for each morning can rewire your outlook. Hope doesn't just make you feel better temporarily. Research shows it actually boosts your mental and emotional stamina, helping you remain motivated long-term. Staying motivated during hard times often means finding your personal why, the deeper reason behind why you keep pushing forward. This could be a dream, a loved one, or a sense of purpose that anchors you. To sustain momentum, establish small, manageable goals rather than overwhelming yourself with big, distant targets. Break larger ambitions into bite-sized steps and celebrate each accomplishment along the way. For instance, if you're rebuilding after a financial setback, focus first on creating a new budget, then on earning extra income, and finally on saving. These incremental milestones keep hope alive and prevent discouragement. Remember, motivation isn't a constant flame. It flickers, so it's helpful to have ways to reignite it. Maybe by connecting with supportive friends or revisiting your core reasons for staying strong. Developing a toolkit of practical strategies can make a significant difference in tough times. Techniques like journaling can help you process emotions and gain clarity about your next steps. Mindfulness practices, such as deep breathing or meditation, calm the mind and reduce stress. Physical activity, even a short walk, releases feel-good chemicals that lift your mood. Creating a familiar routine, like waking up early, having a nourishing breakfast, and planning your day, can provide structure amid chaos. Additionally, seeking inspiration from stories of others who have endured hardship and emerged stronger can serve as gentle reminders that resilience is possible for you too. When you set small, achievable targets daily, you reinforce your belief that challenges are temporary and manageable. During difficult times, it's essential to maintain a compassionate dialogue with yourself. Be patient when motivation dips and acknowledge your feelings without judgment. Sometimes, the act of simply accepting that setbacks are part of growth can lighten the emotional load. Remind yourself that resilience isn't about never feeling defeated. It's about moving forward despite those feelings. Engaging in activities that bring joy or comfort, like listening to music, gardening, or reading, can replenish your emotional reserves. It's useful to keep a resilience journal where you record moments when you felt strong or optimistic. Over time, these entries become a source of encouragement. Remember, your ability to adapt and hope isn't fixed. It's cultivated daily through small, kind choices that reinforce your strength and optimism. Another key component of staying motivated is surrounding yourself with positivity. This could mean connecting with friends who uplift you, consuming inspiring stories, or integrating affirmations into your routine. Simply repeating words like "I am capable" or "this too shall pass" can reinforce resilience when doubts creep in. Visualizing your future success is a powerful technique that helps keep your focus on possibilities rather than problems. Picture yourself in your ideal state, happy, confident, and thriving, and let that image motivate your actions. Remember, resilience isn't about denying pain. It's about choosing hope and action amidst pain. Regularly remind yourself that, even in dark moments, your capacity to recover and grow is greater than you might believe at first glance. Practically speaking, making resilience a habit involves deliberate daily practices. For example, spend a few minutes each morning reflecting on your strengths and past successes, no matter how small. Reinforce your belief that you can handle what's ahead. When faced with setbacks, pause and ask yourself what you can learn from the situation. Sometimes, reframing failure as a step toward growth shifts your perspective from defeat to opportunity. Building a support network also plays a crucial role. Lean on friends, mentors, or support groups that share your values. Sharing your feelings honestly can ease emotional burdens and open doors to new insights. By keeping hope alive through consistent, intentional actions, you create a foundation that sustains you through storms and helps you bounce back with renewed energy and purpose. Chapter 10. Cultivating Creativity and Innovation in Wealth Strategies. Thinking outside the box. Innovative wealth opportunities. Thinking outside the traditional boundaries of investing and business opens up a world full of possibilities just waiting to be uncovered. Often, the most groundbreaking opportunities lie in the uncharted territories, markets that seem unlikely or overlooked by mainstream players. Imagine someone who noticed a growing trend of urban gardening and decided to develop compact, affordable indoor farm systems. Their innovation not only created a niche market, but transformed how city dwellers think about food. The key is to cultivate curiosity, challenging assumptions about what is possible and looking for gaps others tend to ignore. This mindset can reveal opportunities hidden in plain sight, from emerging renewable energy sources to underdeveloped areas ripe for investment. It's about asking yourself, what industries or ideas are people avoiding or dismissing? Because within those overlooked spaces often lie the greatest gains. Exploring such unconventional ideas requires the courage to venture beyond comfort zones, embracing a mindset of experimentation. It's not about reckless gambles, but thoughtful risks fueled by research and a willingness to step into the unfamiliar. For example, a friend of mine invested early in plant-based protein companies at a time when plant-based diets were still niche. Her foresight paid off not just financially, but also by aligning her values with her work. To find these hidden gems, you could start by studying trends that don't yet have mass appeal, such as alternative transportation methods or new forms of digital entertainment. By actively seeking out emerging markets and listening to what consumers are craving before it becomes mainstream, you position yourself ahead of the curve. Remember, cities and societies are constantly evolving, and so are the opportunities that come with change. One practical way to develop this kind of thinking is to dedicate time weekly to brainstorm and research outside your usual realm. For instance, set a daily timer for 15 minutes to explore a new industry or read about a different culture's innovations. Keep a journal to record ideas, no matter how small or unconventional, and revisit them regularly. Sometimes, the seeds for a future breakthrough are planted in a simple observation, like noticing how demand for eco-friendly packaging surged in small independent shops long before big corporations caught on. If you start observing these subtle shifts, you can identify patterns that others miss, allowing you to act swiftly and creatively. Push yourself to consider how existing products could be repurposed or adapted for different markets, or how new technologies might unlock opportunities in overlooked sectors. When you challenge what's normal, you put yourself in a position to discover untapped sources of growth that could redefine your path. Stories of entrepreneurs who carve their own path by thinking differently can spark a fire of possibility within anyone. Take the example of Sarah, who saw an opportunity in transforming abandoned railway lines into vibrant urban parks. Instead of settling for traditional real estate development, she envisioned a space that could serve both as greenery and a community hub, merging environmental and social needs into one bold idea. Her story reminds us that often, the greatest breakthroughs come from reimagining what already exists, turning overlooked spaces into valuable assets. These entrepreneurs often face skepticism or disbelief, but push forward with unwavering belief that they can make a difference in ways others haven't considered. Their success hinges on their ability to see the world differently, recognizing potential where many see only obstacles. Another inspiring figure is Marcus, who founded a company that repurposes vintage clothing to reduce waste and create unique fashion items. Instead of following the crowded fast fashion industry, Marcus tapped into the rising desire for eco-conscious products and personalized style. His innovation lay in viewing old garments not as waste, but as treasure chests of possibility, turning them into desirable, one-of-a-kind pieces. His story encourages us to look at existing resources, be it materials, skills, or markets, and find new ways to use them creatively. By approaching problems with a fresh perspective, these entrepreneurs often uncover niches where they can dominate. Their stories teach us that success isn't always about inventing something entirely new, but rather seeing familiar things through a different lens and finding value in unexpected places. Many of these innovators combine passion with a willingness to challenge the status quo. They resisted the temptation to follow conventional paths and instead crafted their own routes, often blending different industries or concepts. Think about someone who took their love of technology and health and started a wearable device company that focuses on mental well-being. Their innovation wasn't just about gadgets, but about addressing an emotional need that society was hesitant to discuss openly. Hearing these stories can inspire you to think about how your unique background, interests, or struggles could lead to a commercial or social breakthrough. The common thread is that creative thinking enabled them to see opportunities where others saw only challenges, and that ability can be cultivated in anyone willing to look for it with an open mind. Using creative problem solving to overcome barriers. When faced with financial obstacles, many people feel overwhelmed, as if they're trying to swim against a powerful current. But what if you could turn that tide by thinking differently? Creative problem solving invites you to see money issues not just as setbacks, but as puzzles waiting for clever solutions. Instead of accepting limited options or feeling stuck in old habits, you begin to approach your financial challenges with fresh eyes, seeking new pathways that others might overlook. This process often starts with shifting your mindset, seeing setbacks as opportunities to learn and grow rather than just failures. It's about adopting a playful curiosity that questions the usual rules, pushing you to imagine options beyond what seems possible at first glance. Inventive approaches often require stepping outside your comfort zone and daring to think unconventionally. For example, consider a small business owner struggling to cover expenses. Rather than sticking with traditional methods of cutting costs or taking out loans, they might explore alternative revenue streams, such as offering new products, hosting online workshops, or partnering with other local businesses for joint promotions. These strategies not only generate income, but also broaden the business's reach and resilience. The key is to focus on solutions that leverage resources already at your disposal or tap into overlooked assets. Sometimes, a simple mindset shift, like viewing a financial blow as a chance to reevaluate priorities, can lead to discovering unexpected opportunities that weren't initially obvious. Every challenge can be reframed as a call to innovate. Brainstorming can become more than just jotting down ideas. It turns into a creative exercise where no suggestion is too wild. For instance, if you're struggling to pay debts, instead of merely asking how to earn more money, you might explore barter systems, crowdfunding, or community-supported ventures. You might also tap into skills you haven't considered monetizing, like teaching a hobby online or creating digital content. The goal is to cultivate resilience by keeping an open mind, understanding that solutions are often layered and multifaceted. With patience and imagination, what initially appears as an insurmountable barrier can transform into a stepping stone toward long-term stability and growth. Take the story of Sarah, a single mother who faced mounting debts and no clear way out. Instead of falling into despair, she combined her love for cooking with her desire to contribute financially. She started preparing meals for friends and neighbors using social media, turning her kitchen into a small catering business. Her innovative scaling, offering cooking classes online and creating a subscription meal service, became a breakthrough. Not only did she pay off her debts, but she also built a business that now supports her family comfortably. Her story illustrates how creative problem-solving can turn a dire financial situation into a launchpad for success. It's a reminder that often, the key to overcoming financial barriers is using what you have in ways you hadn't thought of before. Another example involves a community facing a local drainage issue that was causing property damage and lowering land values. Instead of relying solely on government intervention, residents banded together to design a rain garden system that diverted excess water naturally. They collaborated with environmental experts to design a landscape that not only solved the problem, but also enhanced community beauty and created a shared resource. This solution saved money and empowered locals to act creatively rather than waiting for outside help. This case highlights that collaboration, combined with inventive thinking, can lead to breakthrough solutions that benefit everyone involved, often turning challenges into chances for community bonding and shared success. Even in corporate settings, innovation can lead to dramatic success. Consider companies like Airbnb or Uber. They transformed existing assets, homes and cars, into income-generating resources, dissolving traditional barriers around business and ownership. Their founders saw the potential in what people already owned and used technology to connect surplus capacity with those in need. Their stories show that recognizing overlooked possibilities and daring to challenge norms can create entirely new markets and revenue streams. For individuals and organizations alike, breakthrough success often stems from a willingness to see familiar resources through a different lens and to be courageous enough to try solutions that seem unconventional at first. In your own life, this might mean reassessing what you consider valuable or possible. Think about your skills, possessions, or community networks. You might be surprised at how many opportunities are hiding in plain sight. Sometimes, all it takes is a fresh perspective or a bit of daring to turn financial difficulties into successes that not only solve problems, but also open doors to unforeseen growth. An effective tip is to set aside dedicated time for creative problem solving, like a weekly brainstorm session. During this time, let go of judgment and write down every idea, no matter how outlandish it seems. Sometimes, a seemingly silly thought can spark a practical solution later on. Remember, many breakthroughs start as small, unassuming ideas that mature into impactful actions. Cultivating this habit encourages your mind to see solutions everywhere, transforming obstacles into opportunities that one brave step at a time can turn into lasting success. Designing unique value propositions in your business. Creating a product or service that captures attention and fosters genuine loyalty begins with understanding what makes an offering special, memorable, and meaningful. Think of your business as a story waiting to be told, a story that resonates with your target audience's deepest desires and needs. Instead of simply focusing on features or competitive pricing, consider what emotional impact your offering can have. Does it solve a problem in a unique way? Does it connect on a personal level? When your offerings radiate authenticity and demonstrate clear value, they naturally draw in customers who appreciate your distinct voice and vision. Remember, in a crowded marketplace, it's not just about being different, but about being convincingly relevant and heartfelt. To stand out, start by identifying what truly sets your business apart, your unique strengths, and the kind of impact you want to make. This can be anything from a distinctive brand story, a specific craftsmanship, a personalized customer experience, or even a social mission that aligns with your values. Once you know what's special about your offering, craft your messaging to highlight these qualities so that they shine through every touchpoint, from your website to your packaging. Authentic storytelling plays a powerful role here. Sharing your journey, the inspiration behind your products, or the people who make it all possible helps forge a memorable bond with your audience. When people see the heart and effort behind your offerings, they're more likely to become loyal fans who champion your brand and eagerly share it with others. Another key aspect involves listening closely to your customers' stories, feedback, and frustrations. This deep understanding allows you to refine your offerings continually so they better meet real needs. Consider creating a feedback loop where customers feel heard and appreciated. Incorporate their insights into your product development, creating offerings that genuinely solve problems or fulfill aspirations. This level of attentiveness not only results in better products, but also nurtures a sense of partnership, that your customers are co-creators rather than just buyers. When customers feel seen and valued, they develop deeper loyalty, turning into advocates who spread the word about your unique contributions. Part of crafting standout offerings involves positioning yourself as a solution that no one else quite provides. Think of it as finding your unique thread in a vast fabric, your secret sauce that makes your brand irreplaceable. This could mean offering tailored experiences, blending techniques from different cultures, or emphasizing a commitment to sustainability in a way competitors don't. By clearly communicating how your offering is different and better suited to your audience, you anchor your place in their lives. When your message aligns with their values and aspirations, your customers don't just buy once. They become loyal supporters who eagerly return and recommend you, helping your business flourish in a sea of sameness. Real stories have a way of inspiring us because they show that carving out your own space isn't just possible, but often comes from a simple spark of originality. Take the example of a small coffee shop that decided to serve only single-origin beans roasted on-site, emphasizing transparency about where each bean came from and how it was processed. This focus on quality and storytelling attracted coffee lovers tired of the generic cafe scene. Customers didn't just buy coffee, they bought into the story, the craft, and the connection to the growers. Over time, this shop built a loyal following because it offered an experience that was authentic and different from the chain stores, transforming a simple drink into a heartfelt ritual. Another compelling story is that of a clothing brand that took a stand against fast fashion by creating limited edition pieces from recycled fabrics. Instead of mass-producing clothing with fleeting trends, they turned sustainability into a core value, packaging their message with transparency and purpose. Their consumers loved the idea of wearing something stylish and eco-friendly, feeling part of a movement that mattered. This brand didn't just sell apparel. It offered a way for people to express their identity and their beliefs through what they wore. Their originality lay in their commitment to environmental responsibility and their ability to turn that into a compelling story that resonated deeply with a specific community. Consider also the story of a tech startup that developed a mindfulness app designed exclusively for teenagers, incorporating gamification and social sharing to encourage consistent practice. Instead of offering a generic meditation tool, they integrated social features that allowed teens to share their progress and support each other, making mental health more accessible and less stigmatized. Their uniqueness came from understanding their audience's needs and meeting them with a fresh, relatable approach. This emotional connection turned the app into more than just a tool. It became part of a lifestyle, fostering loyalty and trust among young users who saw it as their personal space for growth and connection. These stories underline a common thread. Originality often emerges from seeing a gap, reimagining a traditional idea, or grounding your approach in authenticity. Whether it's a tiny coffee shop, a clothing line, or a tech app, each brand carved out a niche by staying true to their core purpose and sharing that passion openly. Their stories remind us that being different isn't about chasing trends, but about creating something meaningful that genuinely resonates. When your offerings carry genuine stories and emotional truths, they make people feel connected, understood, and eager to belong. Key ingredients for building a loyal customer base that's willing to champion your brand for years. Harnessing technology to scale your wealth initiatives. Imagine standing in a vast marketplace where hundreds of merchants dream of reaching more customers. Now picture someone bringing a megaphone that amplifies their voice, helping them connect with audiences beyond their immediate neighborhood. In today's world, digital tools and online platforms serve as that powerful megaphone, transforming small initiatives into thriving enterprises. Using technology isn't just about having a website or social media. It's about creating a strategic, integrated approach that accelerates growth. Digital tools enable you to reach larger audiences faster, streamline operations, and gain immediate feedback, all of which can propel your wealth initiatives forward with remarkable speed. Platforms like social media, email marketing, and targeted advertising give entrepreneurs the ability to engage with their audience personally and directly. They allow for quick testing of ideas, immediate adjustments, and tracking of what resonates. For example, small business owners can launch targeted Facebook or Instagram campaigns that reach precisely the demographic they're after, saving time and money while increasing the chances of conversion. Automation tools further streamline repetitive tasks, from lead nurturing to appointment scheduling, freeing up your time and mental space to focus on scaling strategies. The beauty of these digital channels is that they are accessible to almost everyone, giving even novice entrepreneurs the power to punch well above their weight and accelerate their growth journey. Beyond marketing, digital tools also facilitate data collection and analysis, revealing valuable insights into customer behavior, preferences, and purchasing patterns. With these insights, you can refine your products, services, and messaging to better meet market demands. For instance, using analytics from online sales or website traffic can guide you to optimize your offerings, leading to increased sales and loyalty. Cloud-based collaboration platforms allow teams to work seamlessly across distances, breaking down barriers of geography and time zones. When harnessed effectively, technology becomes an invisible hand guiding you towards smarter decisions, faster expansions, and sustained success in your wealth-building efforts. Across industries, stories abound of entrepreneurs transforming their small ventures into national or even global brands by embracing technology. Take Sarah, a craftsperson who started selling handmade jewelry at local markets. She soon began sharing her creations on Instagram, engaging with followers around the world who resonated with her story and style. Within a year, her online store attracted customers from multiple countries, and her sales skyrocketed. She used targeted Facebook ads to reach specific demographics, gradually building a loyal international customer base without ever leaving her home. Sarah's story highlights how a simple shift to digital platforms can exponentially expand reach and revenue. Another example is James, who launched a coaching business from his garage. He devised an online course and used email marketing and webinar platforms to conduct workshops worldwide. Through search engine optimization and social media outreach, he amassed a following that grew rapidly, generating a steady stream of clients. The scalability of his digital offerings meant he could serve dozens of clients simultaneously without geographical constraints. James's success demonstrates how tech tools enable entrepreneurs to turn a local idea into a global enterprise, all while maintaining a personal touch and authentic connection. These stories show that when technology is harnessed thoughtfully, entrepreneurs can step beyond traditional boundaries and realize dreams of broader impact and wealth creation. Such examples serve as inspiration and a reminder. The tools are already in your hands, waiting to be used. Whether it's launching an online store, marketing through social media, or automating routine tasks, technology offers a pathway to global growth. The key is to identify the most suitable platforms for your niche, learn how to use them strategically, and stay adaptable as digital landscapes evolve. Each success story started with a small step. The question is, what's yours going to be? One practical tip for embracing this digital expansion is to set clear goals for your online presence. Decide what you want to achieve, whether it's increasing brand awareness, generating sales, or building a community, and then choose the right tools to do so. Regularly review your digital performance, and don't shy away from experimenting with new platforms or approaches. Remember, digital growth isn't just a skill. It's a mindset that invites continuous learning and adaptation, keeping your wealth initiatives in motion and ahead of the curve. Chapter 11. Giving Back and Creating a Wealth Legacy. The Power of Philanthropy to Amplify Your Impact. Imagine standing on a busy street, watching people rush by, each carrying invisible burdens or dreams they seldom share. Giving isn't just about sending money to a cause or donating material goods. It's about connecting with others on a deeper level and recognizing our shared humanity. When you give intentionally, whether your time, skills, or resources, you find that your life begins to fill with a sense of purpose and belonging. Acts of kindness and generosity ripple outward, creating waves that can touch lives far beyond your immediate reach. As you open your heart, you also open yourself to new perspectives, joy, and a feeling of fulfillment that no material possession can provide. This kind of giving also has a multiplying effect. Every act of generosity plants a seed. When one person helps another, that person often feels inspired to pay it forward. For example, consider a volunteer who mentors a struggling child. That child might grow up with increased confidence and skills, becoming someone who can contribute positively in their community. The true magic lies in how giving sparks a chain reaction, where positive influence continues to expand, benefiting countless others. Giving can change not just lives but entire communities, knitting them closer and creating a culture of care and shared success. When you start to see your efforts not as isolated acts, but as part of a bigger movement, it leaves a lasting impact that echoes through generations. Beyond the societal benefits, giving also transforms your mindset. It shifts focus from what you lack to what you can share, enriching your daily experiences. When you help someone, you often find that your own problems become less overwhelming, replaced with feelings of gratitude and connection. Knowing that your actions can make a difference, no matter how small, fosters resilience and hope. This understanding encourages a cycle of giving, where each act reinforces the idea that our collective well-being improves when we choose generosity. Over time, this attitude becomes part of who you are, guiding your decisions and shaping a life filled with purpose and joy. Take a moment to picture a small town that once struggled with high unemployment and limited access to education. A group of local volunteers decided to launch a community garden, turning vacant lots into green spaces full of fresh produce and hope. Over the months, not only did the neighborhood see healthier eating habits, but children and seniors alike gathered around, sharing stories, laughter, and a newfound sense of ownership. That garden became more than just a patch of soil. It ignited a spirit of collaboration, inspiring other projects, from literacy programs to small business initiatives, that uplifted the entire community. Such stories remind us that philanthropy doesn't have to involve grand gestures. Small, consistent acts can become catalysts for profound change. Another inspiring example is the story of a rural village where a dedicated NGO introduced clean water systems. Before this intervention, residents faced daily challenges, walking long distances to fetch water from contaminated sources, risking their health and wasting precious time. After installing accessible wells, villagers experienced a wave of transformation. Children could attend school instead of collecting water, families enjoyed better health, and local businesses flourished as a result of improved living conditions. These tangible changes built empathy and pride among residents, fostering a collective desire to continue improving their environment. The direct impact on everyday life illustrates how targeted philanthropic efforts can breathe new life into entire communities, turning hope into tangible progress. Stories like these highlight that philanthropy is more than just charity. It's a powerful force that nurtures resilience, community spirit, and shared prosperity. When advocates and donors come together, pooling resources and passion, they become architects of enduring change. Each story of renewal or uplift serves as a proof that compassion and collective effort can turn what once seemed insurmountable into opportunities for growth and happiness. Seeing communities thrive after generous acts encourages us all to consider our own potential to be part of something larger. Proof that even small acts, when multiplied, can lead to extraordinary outcomes. Building a legacy through charitable giving. Creating a legacy plan begins with deep reflection on what truly matters to you. It's about understanding your core values, passions, and the kind of impact you want to leave behind. Think of it as crafting a personal mission statement, but in a broader context, one that guides your decisions and influences your generosity long after you're gone. To start, take time to identify what gives your life purpose. Is it education, health, the arts, social justice, family, or a combination of these? Recognize the causes that light a fire in your heart. When your giving aligns with your inner principles, it becomes more than just financial transactions. It transforms into an authentic expression of who you are. Once you've clarified your values, set clear, achievable goals for your legacy. Do you want to support a local charity, fund scholarships, or establish a foundation? Perhaps your aim is to preserve a family tradition or foster community resilience. Your goals will shape your giving strategy and influence how you structure your plans. Consider also the timeline. Do you want your gifts to be immediate, spread over years, or both? Reflecting on these questions helps you craft a comprehensive blueprint that fits your life stage and financial landscape. Remember, a thoughtful legacy plan isn't just about money. It's about creating a lasting story that embodies your hopes and aspirations for the future. Designing a meaningful legacy plan also involves understanding the different vehicles available to you. Charitable bequests in your will or trust are common, but you might also consider creating a donor-advised fund, establishing a private foundation, or setting up charitable trusts. Each option has different legal, tax, and operational implications, so it's wise to consult with a financial advisor or an estate planning attorney who understands your personal circumstances. They can help tailor a plan that maximizes your impact while maintaining flexibility. Remember, flexibility is key. Your circumstances and passions may evolve, so your legacy plan should be adaptable. When you design it thoughtfully, your generosity becomes a powerful, enduring testament to your life's values, shaping future generations and communities long into the future. Many families have left behind inspiring stories of generosity that span generations. Take the example of the Johnson family, who started funding local schools and community projects decades ago. Their commitment was driven by a desire to enhance opportunities for children in their town, and over time, their contributions evolved into an established charitable foundation that continues to support education, arts, and health initiatives. Their story shows how small, consistent acts of giving can grow into a legacy that ripples through society long after they're gone. Another powerful example is an individual named Susan, who dedicated her estate to establish a scholarship fund in memory of her parents, who believed in the importance of education. Her careful planning and clear focus made sure that her parents' values lived on, helping students pursue their dreams, regardless of their financial background. In some cases, the most meaningful gifts are not monetary. For example, a grandfather might leave behind a family book collection or heirloom, knowing these objects will inspire future generations to value history and learning. Or a philanthropist might dedicate part of their land or property to create affordable housing or community gardens. These gifts leave more than material value. They leave stories, traditions, and opportunities that sustain communities over time. Such enduring gifts often come from individuals who recognize that true wealth isn't just measured in dollars, but in the legacy of love, wisdom, and hope they pass to others. These stories remind us that every gift, regardless of size, can become a cornerstone of something much larger than ourselves, shaping a future that reflects our deepest values. Teaching financial wisdom to future generations. Sharing financial wisdom isn't just about handing down dollar amounts or investment tips. It's about passing on a way of thinking that nurtures resilience and confidence over generations. When families root their understanding of money in core principles, like living within means, saving intentionally, and giving generously, they create a foundation that can withstand economic ups and downs. These lessons become a part of family traditions, woven into stories and daily habits that remind everyone of their collective values. When elders openly discuss their financial successes and struggles, it models transparency, humanizes the relationship with money, and makes lessons more memorable. This ongoing exchange fosters a mindset that money is a tool, not just for survival, but for building a future that aligns with personal and shared dreams. Fostering a culture of open dialogue about finances helps break the silence and shame often surrounding money. Teaching children early that money is earned through effort, managed with discipline, and used ethically sets the stage for healthy attitudes later in life. For example, a simple habit like weekly family discussions about budgeting or saving goals turns abstract concepts into tangible practices. Parents and grandparents can share stories of their financial blunders and successes, showing that mistakes are part of learning. When family members are encouraged to ask questions and voice concerns about money, they develop a sense of ownership and responsibility that stays with them. Passing on these lessons becomes a ripple effect, helping future generations navigate their financial journeys with wisdom and confidence. It's also about instilling values that transcend material wealth, such as gratitude, patience, and humility. By emphasizing that prosperity isn't solely measured in dollars, families can focus on creating meaningful experiences and fostering relationships. For instance, celebrating small financial victories, like paying off a debt or establishing a savings account, can reinforce positive reinforcement and motivate continued growth. Teaching principles rooted in integrity and empathy helps ensure that financial success uplifts the broader community rather than just individual comfort. The goal is to cultivate a legacy where each generation carries forward not only financial skills, but also a deep understanding of what truly enriches life. Stories have a powerful way of illustrating how shared understanding and mutual support can transform families. Imagine a family that decided to make financial education a weekly tradition. Everyone gathers around the dinner table, sharing their goals, challenges, and wins. Over time, these conversations grow from simple budgeting talk to deeper reflections on values and aspirations. Such stories often reveal how families have faced hardships together, like weathering job losses or medical emergencies, by drawing strength from their collective financial knowledge. These narratives don't focus solely on wealth, but on resilience, teamwork, and shared purpose. When children see their parents taking charge of their finances with honesty and patience, it sparks hope and confidence in their own ability to succeed someday. There's also a warmth that comes from families celebrating small victories, saving for college, starting a business, or paying off a mortgage, together. These moments become touchstones of accomplishment that reinforce the idea that wealth building is a journey, not a destination. For example, a story might recount how a family turned a failed investment into a learning experience, ultimately strengthening their bond and wisdom. Such stories serve as blueprints, demonstrating what it looks like to approach financial challenges with creativity rather than fear. When these tales are shared openly, they inspire others to view financial education not as a chore, but as a meaningful part of family life that can bring joy, empowerment, and lasting security. Ultimately, the most inspiring stories come from families who recognize that financial success is rooted in shared knowledge, kindness, and perseverance. They show us that teaching wealth isn't just about accumulating money. It's about nurturing the values and skills that help everyone thrive together. These narratives become a living legacy, whispering to each new generation that they are part of something bigger than themselves, centered on the enduring power of wise, compassionate stewardship of resources. Listening to and sharing these stories can ignite a spark of possibility in any family, encouraging them to craft their unique tale of prosperity rooted in love and shared growth. Aligning wealth with your personal values and purpose. When your financial journey aligns with what truly matters to you, your core values, passions, or the impact you wish to leave, the act of wealth building transforms from a mere numbers game into a meaningful pursuit. Imagine working toward a goal that not only improves your bank account, but also nourishes your soul. This shift creates a sense of purpose that fuels perseverance during challenges and brings joy along the way. Instead of chasing money for its own sake, you're guided by a compelling reason, a story that makes every dollar feel connected to your larger purpose. As a result, you're more likely to stay committed and resilient, knowing that your efforts serve something bigger than yourself. Integrating purpose into wealth creation also sparks a profound sense of satisfaction. Money earned with intention feels more fulfilling because it reflects who you are and what you believe in. For example, someone passionate about environmental conservation might channel investments into sustainable companies, turning their financial growth into a testament of their values. This approach turns your savings and investments into a tool for creating the world you want to live in, making the process nourishing rather than draining. Such alignment doesn't just impact your emotional well-being. It can foster a more meaningful connection to your money, elevating it from a number to a symbol of your life's intentions. When your financial goals mirror your internal compass, the journey becomes richer and more rewarding. Building wealth with purpose invites a different kind of motivation, one rooted in authenticity and joy. It shifts the focus from external validation, like reputation or status, to internal validation, like peace and self-respect. This often leads to more thoughtful choices, whether that's choosing a career that aligns with your passions or intentionally spending money on experiences that truly matter. Such alignment encourages reflection, prompting you to ask, does this action move me closer to my purpose? Over time, this pattern helps you craft a life that is not just prosperous, but also meaningful. In turn, your wealth becomes a reflection of your values, a legacy that echoes your authentic self in the world. Take the story of Sarah, an individual who discovered her purpose in education and social equity. Instead of simply focusing on increasing her income, she decided to channel her resources into creating scholarships for underserved youth. Her investment in these programs didn't just bring her personal satisfaction. It transformed lives and built a community. Every dollar she earned was another chance to make a difference, powering her mission. Over time, her financial success grew alongside her impact, proving that wealth and purpose could thrive in harmony by taking deliberate steps aligned with her core values. Another example is Marcus, an entrepreneur passionate about sustainable living. He founded a company that produces eco-friendly products, driven by his desire to reduce waste and promote environmental awareness. Instead of expanding solely for profit, Marcus baked his mission into his business model, earning recognition and spreading his message far beyond traditional markets. His financial growth wasn't just about accumulating wealth. It was about helping shift societal norms towards sustainability. Marcus's story shows how embedding purpose into business not only fuels success, but also creates a legacy rooted in shared ideals. Similarly, consider Maria, a retired teacher who used her savings to fund community gardens and urban farms. Her wealth was accumulated over her career, but she chose to dedicate her resources to fostering local food systems and community health. Her initiatives brought neighbors together, renewed neighborhoods, and promoted healthy living. Maria's story illustrates how wealth can be a means to empower others and cultivate space for collective well-being, highlighting how purpose-driven financial choices can ripple outward and create lasting change. What's common in these stories is the alignment of personal values with action. Whether through donations, investments, business ventures, or community projects, each individual demonstrates that wealth becomes more meaningful when it serves a purpose. It's a reminder that you don't have to wait until you're wealthy to start making purposeful choices. Small, intentional steps, like donating to causes you believe in or aligning your career with your passions, can set the stage for a life where your financial success fuels your greater mission. By seeing money as a tool for change, you open yourself to new ways of thinking about wealth. Instead of just accumulating for comfort, you can envision using your resources to reinforce your values and support your purpose. Each financial decision becomes a chance to act in line with your deepest intentions, creating a sense of coherence and authenticity. The real shift happens when you start to view your wealth not merely as a means to an end, but as a reflection of who you are and what you want to stand for in the world. Remember, aligning wealth with purpose isn't about overnight transformation. It's about conscious choices, small shifts, and a growing awareness of what truly matters to you. Start by reflecting on your core values, then consider how your financial goals can support those. Whether that's through investing in social enterprises, volunteering your time and resources, or simply spending on what truly brings you joy, every little step counts. Your wealth can become a powerful extension of your purpose, an asset that nourishes your soul and the world around you. Try journaling about what values guide your life and where you see your highest potential for impact. Think about areas where your passions and talents could serve others or bring about positive change. Taking mindful actions aligned with these reflections can gradually transform your financial focus from mere accumulation to meaningful contribution. Remember, your money is a story of what you care about most. By intentionally writing that story around your purpose, you give your wealth a powerful, authentic voice. Chapter 12. Advanced Wealth Strategies and Tax Optimization. Utilizing trusts and estate planning for wealth preservation. Imagine you've spent years building a life filled with meaningful moments, investments, and memories. Naturally, you'd want all your efforts to benefit your loved ones and reflect your values after you're gone. Using trusts and estate planning allows you to set clear rules for how your assets are managed and distributed, ensuring your wishes are followed and your loved ones are taken care of without unnecessary delays or disputes. This process isn't just about safeguarding wealth. It's about creating a legacy rooted in your intentions, making sure your voice echoes long after you're gone. It's a way to turn abstract hopes into concrete plans that protect what truly matters most to you. One of the most powerful tools in your estate planning arsenal is the use of trusts. These legal arrangements act as a container for your assets, offering control over how and when they are distributed. Think of a trust as a river that flows smoothly towards the ocean, carefully guided by your directions. You can specify conditions, such as providing for children's education or supporting charitable causes, ensuring your desires are etched into the plan. For example, you might set up a trust that releases funds when a child reaches a certain age or achieves a milestone, protecting assets from impulsive decisions or creditors. This not only protects your wealth, but also provides peace of mind that your intentions will be honored, regardless of unforeseen events. Estate planning also involves documenting your wishes through legal documents such as wills, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. A well-crafted will can clarify who inherits what, avoid confusing intestate succession laws, and address specific personal directives. Powers of attorney enable someone you trust to manage your financial affairs if you're unable to do so, while healthcare directives communicate your preferences for medical treatment. These documents serve as your voice when you're unable to speak for yourself, reducing the likelihood of family disputes or state interventions overriding your wishes. To ensure these plans are effective, consider reviewing and updating them regularly, especially after major life changes like marriage, divorce, or the birth of a child. Another crucial aspect is understanding how to fund and maintain your trust. Funding involves transferring ownership of your assets, such as bank accounts, property, investments, into the trust. Without proper funding, a trust becomes meaningless, leaving your assets outside its protection. Regularly reviewing your estate plan helps adapt to new assets, changing laws, or evolving family circumstances. Working with experienced estate attorneys and financial advisors can make this process smoother, providing clarity on complex issues like tax implications, asset titling, and beneficiary designations. Remember, the ultimate goal is to create a seamless plan that reduces taxes, avoids probate, and keeps your family's future secure, reflecting your genuine intentions and ensuring your legacy endures. Take the story of Maria, a single mother who wanted her modest estate to benefit her children without the headache of probate or estate taxes eating away at her assets. She worked closely with an estate planner to set up a revocable living trust, which held her savings, home, and investments. She also designated specific guardians in her will and established a formal healthcare directive. When Maria passed away unexpectedly, her children experienced a smooth transfer of assets, with trust provisions kicking in to fund their education and preserve the family home. Loved ones didn't have to navigate lengthy court processes or disagreements, and her intentions were honored precisely as she envisioned. Her careful planning provided her children not only with financial security, but also with a sense of continuity and reassurance, even in the face of loss. Another example is James, a successful business owner who wanted to protect his company and personal assets from potential creditors or legal claims. He established an irrevocable trust to hold his business interests and personal wealth. This move shielded his assets from future liabilities, allowing him to pass his estate to his children free from significant tax burdens or creditors' reach. James also included a charitable trust component, ensuring he could support causes close to his heart while benefiting from tax deductions. His proactive approach transformed what could have been a complicated inheritance process into a streamlined, secure structure that ensured his family's future was well protected and aligned with his values. His story shows how blending various estate planning tools can create a tailored safety net, making sure loved ones are cared for and passions are preserved long after you're gone. Throughout these stories, a common thread emerges. Thoughtful, well-structured estate plans do more than just allocate assets. They provide peace of mind and a sense of intentionality that lasts beyond a lifetime. When your plans are clear and legally sound, they serve as a lasting message of love, responsibility, and hope. The process may seem daunting at first, but breaking it down into manageable steps, working with trusted advisors, regularly reviewing your documents, and clearly articulating your wishes, can turn what feels like complex paperwork into a powerful act of caring. The true gift of a well-designed estate plan is the assurance that your life's work supports your loved ones and echoes your values, no matter what the future holds. Keep this in mind as a guiding principle. Your legacy is not just about assets. It's about what you leave behind, your hopes, your love, and your intentions for those who come after you. Tax strategies for high-income earners. Managing taxes as a high-income earner can feel like trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. Many people get overwhelmed by complicated jargon and confusing rules that make it seem like the tax system is designed to trap them. But beneath the clutter of legal language and endless regulations, there are straightforward strategies you can adopt to make the system work in your favor. Think of tax planning as turning a tangled maze into a clear path, removing obstacles and highlighting the most direct routes to your financial goals. The key is to understand the core principles, then implement simple yet effective moves that minimize your liability while maximizing your wealth. One of the best ways to start simplifying is to break down basic concepts. For example, understanding the difference between taxable income and deductions is fundamental. Your income is what the government taxes, but expenses like mortgage interest, charitable contributions, and certain business costs can reduce that taxable amount. Recognizing what qualifies as a deduction can turn a complicated picture into a manageable one. Also, knowing about tax brackets helps you plan income timing, shifting or delaying income and deductions to stay in lower brackets or spread tax liabilities over multiple years. This clarity turns the chaos into a set of practical steps you can take today to lower your bill. Another move is to leverage tax-advantaged accounts. Contributing to retirement accounts like IRAs or 401k S not only prepares you for the future, but also offers immediate tax benefits, such as deductions or tax-deferred growth. For high earners, contributing to health savings accounts, HSAs, can also be a smart way to save on taxes while covering medical expenses. The key is to make these contributions regularly and understand their limits and rules, turning abstract concepts into tangible savings. Small shifts, like increasing your 401k contributions up to the maximum, can make a big difference over time. When you see the system as a series of practical moves, the thought of taxes becomes less intimidating and more like a strategic game you can master. Imagine Sarah, a successful entrepreneur earning a hefty income. Instead of letting her income sit stagnant, she begins funneling extra funds into her retirement accounts early in the year, taking advantage of tax deductions now and letting her investments grow tax-free for years to come. She also decides to gift some appreciated stock to her children, qualifying for the annual gift exemption, while avoiding capital gains taxes that would have eaten into her wealth. These choices aren't just about saving on this year's taxes. They set her up for a more secure financial future, letting her money work harder over time. Think about Marcus, a high-income professional, who discovers that delaying certain bonuses or income until the next year helps him stay within a lower tax bracket. He also invests in real estate, using mortgage interest as a deductible expense, which not only reduces his taxable income, but also creates a long-term asset that can appreciate over time. This isn't just about saving a few dollars now. It's about shaping a trajectory where smart moves today compound into wealth tomorrow. These examples highlight how thoughtful planning, rooted in understanding tax laws, turns immediate savings into sustained financial growth. One relatable story is about Anna, who kept increasing her charitable donations each year. Not only did she find deep personal fulfillment in giving back, but she also received significant tax deductions that lowered her bill substantially. Over a decade, her generosity translated into a more efficient tax position, allowing her to allocate more towards her passions while keeping more of her income intact. This combination of philanthropy and strategic planning exemplifies how long-term wealth growth intertwines with mindful tax decisions. The most effective planning is often rooted in aligning your values with your financial strategies, creating a harmony that benefits your future self. Key to developing this kind of wealth-enhancing planning is to review your financial picture regularly. Small adjustments, such as reallocating investments, timing income, or increasing deductible expenses, can have a ripple effect over decades. Engaging with a good tax professional or financial advisor can make this process smoother, providing personalized advice tailored to your unique situation. Ultimately, the goal isn't just to pay less tax, but to use tax laws as tools for growing your wealth intentionally and confidently. Remember, turning complex rules into simple, actionable steps is often the best way to secure long-term peace of mind and financial stability. Creating tax-efficient investment structures. Creating an investment plan that is both effective and tax-efficient begins with understanding how taxes can chip away at your returns. The goal is to structure your investments in a way that legally reduces your tax liability, allowing more of your money to grow over time. One of the first steps is to select investment accounts and vehicles that offer tax advantages, such as retirement accounts or tax-free bonds. These options often come with rules about how and when you can withdraw funds, but the benefit lies in the reduced taxable events within these containers. Another crucial strategy involves investing over the long term. By holding investments for more than a year, many tax systems offer favorable capital gains rates compared to short-term trading, which is typically taxed at higher income tax rates. This approach not only encourages patience, but also helps you avoid unnecessary taxes that can eat into your gains. Diversification is equally important, as spreading your investments across different asset classes can help you manage risk while optimizing tax outcomes. For example, allocating part of your portfolio to tax-efficient index funds and ETFs can significantly lower the taxable income generated from annual distributions. Tax loss harvesting is a powerful technique that involves selling investments that have declined in value to offset gains realized elsewhere in your portfolio. This strategy requires attention and timing, but can dramatically reduce your taxable income. Keep in mind that the IRS enforces rules to prevent abuses, such as the wash sale rule, which disallows claiming a loss if you buy the same or a substantially identical security within 30 days. By carefully planning your transactions, you can take full advantage of tax laws to minimize what you owe each year. Maintaining detailed records of your transactions and understanding the specific rules in your country are fundamental steps towards staying compliant and maximizing your benefits. Estate planning also plays a vital role. Structuring your estate with tools like trusts or gifting programs can reduce estate taxes and ensure your wealth gets transferred efficiently to loved ones. These methods often involve gifting appreciated assets to loved ones in lower tax brackets or setting up entities that allow investments to grow outside your taxable estate. Remember, the key is to align your investment strategy with your personal goals and family situation. So working with advisors who understand your needs can make all the difference in crafting a plan that balances growth with tax safety. Consider Sarah, a software engineer who started investing in her retirement in her early 30s. She meticulously chose tax-advantaged accounts like a Roth IRA and contributed consistently. Over 20 years, her disciplined contributions, combined with reinvested dividends and long-term holdings, meant that she paid minimal taxes on her gains. When she finally retired, she was able to access her income tax-free, thanks to the Roth structure, which provided her financial security and peace of mind. Her story underscores the power of starting early and focusing on tax-efficient vehicles. Then there's David, a self-made entrepreneur who had accumulated significant wealth in a taxable brokerage account. By employing tax loss harvesting regularly, he offset his capital gains and kept his tax bill manageable. He also established a family trust that helped transfer assets to his children while minimizing estate taxes. This combination of strategic harvesting and estate planning allowed him to preserve most of his wealth for future generations, turning what could have been a hefty tax burden into an asset that quietly grew and protected his family's legacy. His experience highlights how proactive planning can turn potential tax liabilities into opportunities for growth. So these stories show that with the right mindset and discipline, investors can enjoy more of their earnings rather than watch them disappear in taxes. Whether you're just starting out or already managing a sizable portfolio, adopting a tax-efficient approach can feel like unlocking a secret to greater wealth. It's a matter of making informed choices, understanding the rules, and being consistent, actions that turn ordinary investments into powerful tools for building a brighter financial future. Every success story begins with a decision to be intentional about how you invest and plan for taxes, and the results can be both rewarding and inspiring. Staying compliant while maximizing benefits. Imagine building a house on a foundation that cracks beneath your feet. It might look sturdy at first, but eventually, problems emerge. This mirrors the risks of neglecting legal and ethical standards in your planning process. When you create plans for your financial future, you're not just imagining numbers and strategies, you're shaping a legacy that can last generations. Without proper adherence to laws and ethical principles, you risk future setbacks, penalties, or even losing everything you worked so hard to build. Staying compliant isn't just about avoiding trouble. It's about respecting the rules of the game while safeguarding your ambitions and values. This approach ensures that every step you take is rooted in integrity, giving you confidence that your plans are solid and sustainable. Ethical compliance also plays a role in shaping your reputation and trustworthiness. As you navigate complex financial or estate planning, you may encounter opportunities that seem tempting or convenient but cross ethical lines. Choosing to stay honest and transparent not only secures your legal standing, but also earns the respect of those around you, family, partners, and professionals in your circle. Remember, laws evolve, and what's permissible today might change tomorrow. By cultivating a mindset of ongoing vigilance and moral clarity, you create a plan that adapts without compromising your principles. Plus, organizations like estate planners, financial advisors, and legal experts all operate under codes of conduct designed to protect you. Ignoring these can lead to unintended consequences. Ultimately, respecting legal and ethical boundaries is a safeguard for your peace of mind and a testament to your character. Taxes can often feel like an ever-shifting maze, leaving many folks overwhelmed or even afraid to address it head-on. Yet, staying ahead of changing tax laws is crucial if you want to keep your plans compliant and maximize benefits. The key is to develop a proactive mindset. Think of it as keeping your financial ship well-maintained so it doesn't run aground unexpectedly. Regularly reviewing reputable sources such as official government websites, trusted financial publications, or subscribing to newsletters from tax professionals can help you spot upcoming changes early. Building relationships with a knowledgeable accountant or tax advisor also proves invaluable. They serve as your personal navigators through the complex waters of tax regulations. Attend seminars, webinars, or local workshops whenever possible. Education is your best defense against surprises. Another important step is establishing an annual review routine. Set aside time each year to revisit your financial and estate plans in light of current tax laws. This creates an opportunity to identify potential adjustments early and avoid last-minute rushes or accidental noncompliance. Using modern tools like tax planning software or financial management apps can also help you keep track of tax deadlines and opportunities for deductions or credits. Don't forget to stay connected with professional networks or online forums where peers share insights about recent tax law developments. Being informed isn't just about avoiding penalties. It's about harnessing opportunities to make your money work smarter for you. And remember, the tax landscape isn't static. It reflects shifts in policy, economy, and political climate. By staying curious and engaged, you position yourself to adapt swiftly and confidently. Finally, develop a habit of asking questions and seeking expert guidance whenever in doubt. If a new law seems confusing, or if you're considering a significant financial move, reach out to a professional who specializes in that niche. Never underestimate the power of clear, personalized advice tailored to your situation. Doing so keeps you aligned with current standards and ensures your strategies remain both compliant and optimized. Think of it as having a trusted co-pilot on your journey, someone who's experienced enough to steer you clear of pitfalls and point out hidden treasures along the way. Staying informed about tax laws is an ongoing process that pays off in peace of mind, financial clarity, and the security of knowing you're maneuvering with integrity and foresight. Chapter 13. The Role of Personal Development in Wealth Building. Developing leadership skills for financial influence. When leaders walk into a room with genuine confidence, something shifts in the energy around them. Confidence isn't about arrogance or knowing every answer. It's about trusting yourself enough to share your ideas, stand by your decisions, and take bold steps even in uncertainty. People are naturally drawn to those who display assurance because it signals competence and stability. This magnetic quality can open unexpected doors, whether it's securing funding, gaining allies, or attracting talented team members. When you project confidence, others see your potential and want to be part of your journey, creating a cycle where belief in yourself feeds into tangible resources and opportunities. Consider how influential figures like entrepreneurs or political leaders often succeed because they demonstrate unwavering belief, which becomes contagious. Their confidence acts like a beacon, guiding others to follow and support their vision. Confidence also helps you communicate your value clearly, making others more willing to invest time, effort, or resources into your projects. The more you develop your leadership presence, the more resources, financial, human, or informational, flow your way, opening up realms of possibility you might have previously viewed as out of reach. Essentially, confidence sets a foundation that invites collaboration, trust, and resources, transforming a simple idea into a thriving venture. Building confidence as a leader isn't just about puffing yourself up. It's about cultivating genuine belief in your abilities, being authentic, and showing vulnerability when appropriate. When others see that you're comfortable with who you are and open about your goals, they respond in kind. This openness invites investment, whether that's emotional support, mentorship, or financial backing. Leadership confidence acts like a catalyst, helping you navigate challenges with resilience and inspiring others to do the same. As your confidence grows, so does your capacity to influence and attract the resources necessary for lasting success. Many leaders have stories that serve as beacons, illustrating that growth is possible even in the face of setbacks. Take a moment to reflect on someone who started with little confidence but committed to their personal development. Maybe they faced rejection, financial struggles, or self-doubt, yet through consistent effort and vulnerability, they transformed their mindset. Their journey often begins with small, deliberate steps, like speaking up in meetings, asking for feedback, or venturing into unfamiliar territory, and each step builds momentum. When others witness these stories, they begin to believe that change is within their reach too, igniting a desire to step out of their comfort zones. These stories spark inspiration because they reveal that growth isn't a straight path, but one filled with trial, error, and resilience. Sharing such journeys openly creates a ripple effect that encourages others to embrace their own development. When leaders share honest accounts of struggles and breakthroughs, it nurtures a culture of authenticity and vulnerability. This, in turn, lowers the stigma around failure and nurtures a community where everyone feels safe to try, stumble, and rise again. These stories become a powerful reminder that leadership isn't about perfection, but about perseverance and the willingness to grow alongside others. In inspiring others through your personal growth, you become a living example that transformation is possible at any stage. It builds a collective sense of hope and possibility that fuels momentum, making people eager to follow not because they are told to, but because they genuinely believe in the journey of shared growth. As you cultivate your own leadership skills and share your experiences authentically, you help others see their potential more clearly. Leadership becomes less about titles and more about the collective power that emerges when people believe in themselves and each other. Time management techniques for entrepreneurial success. Maximizing productivity often feels like chasing a moving target, especially when there are endless tasks pulling you in different directions. The key is to identify what truly moves the needle for your business and dedicate your best energy to those activities. Start by breaking your day into focused blocks of time, during which you prioritize deep work, activities that require your full attention and have the potential to generate the most significant results. Avoid the trap of constant multitasking or reacting to every ping or notification, as they fragment your focus and waste precious mental energy. Instead, set specific times to check emails or social media. This way, you reclaim control over your focus rather than letting distractions dictate your day. Remember, high-impact activities are often the ones that align closely with your core goals. Whether it's securing new clients, developing your product, or building meaningful relationships. So get clear on what truly matters and guard that time fiercely. Another practical approach is to use the Pareto principle, focusing on the 20% of activities that yield 80% of your results. To do so, start tracking your daily tasks for a week and evaluate which actions consistently contribute the most toward your goals. Once identified, you can schedule these high-impact activities during your peak energy times, usually morning or early afternoon, when your mind is freshest. It's tempting to stay busy with little tasks that feel productive but often aren't. Consciously prioritize tasks that add to your growth. For example, rather than spending hours on administrative chores, automate or delegate them whenever possible so you can focus on strategic initiatives. Small tweaks like this build momentum and make your workday more effective, giving you space to innovate rather than just keep up. Setting clear boundaries around your work time also plays a big role in boosting productivity. Create a dedicated workspace where your brain associates that environment with focus and effort. Communicate your working hours to clients and team members so they respect your time and reduce interruptions. Using tools like timers or accountability partners can help you stay committed to your plans and avoid drifting into unproductive habits. It's equally important to schedule breaks. Short, intentional pauses prevent burnout and help reset your focus. For instance, a quick walk outside or a few minutes of stretching can clear your mind and prepare you for the next big task. In essence, if your goal is to churn out high-impact work consistently, it's about creating a rhythm that includes periods of deep focus supported by recovery moments, sustaining your energy over days and weeks rather than just hours. Take Sarah, a small business owner stuck juggling endless responsibilities. She was overwhelmed with admin work, social media, and trying to find new customers. One morning, she decided to wake up an hour earlier to focus solely on her most critical project, refining her product offering. At first, it felt challenging to get up early, but soon she realized those quiet morning hours became her most productive time. She started blocking out specific periods for strategic work and delegated routine tasks to a virtual assistant. As her schedule shifted, Sarah found she was making faster progress, more confident in her decisions, and less stressed during the day. Her earlier mornings became a ritual that set a powerful tone, transforming her entire approach to work and results. Another inspiring story is about James, a tech entrepreneur who realized that his days were filled with meetings and firefighting crises, leaving little room for creative thinking. He experimented with a morning routine that included mindfulness meditation and a deep work session before dealing with emails or calls. Within a few weeks, James noticed not only a boost in his focus, but also an increase in the quality of his ideas. He set aside blocks of uninterrupted time every day to work on his most promising projects, discarding unnecessary meetings and renegotiating commitments. This simple shift allowed him to produce innovative solutions faster and feel more in control of his days. These stories show that a strategic reshaping of daily routines can lead to dramatic results, turning chaos into clarity and effort into growth. Maria, a freelance designer, used to work irregular hours, often ending her day feeling exhausted and unfulfilled. After reading about effective time management, she adopted a structured schedule where she dedicated mornings solely to her most creative work, sketching, brainstorming new concepts, when her mind was sharpest. Afternoons became for meetings, client calls, or administrative chores. As she stuck to this routine, Maria found her output became more inventive and her clients more satisfied. The clarity of focus allowed her to produce work she loved, and she felt a renewed passion for her craft. These inspiring tales emphasize that small but intentional changes, like adjusting work hours or creating designated focus periods, can unlock extraordinary improvements in productivity and satisfaction. By observing these entrepreneurs, it's clear that reshaping your routines doesn't require massive upheavals. Instead, it's about recognizing what works for you individually and making deliberate choices to prioritize your most valuable efforts. As you consider these stories, ask yourself, what small shift could transform your day? Sometimes it's the simplest change, rising earlier, blocking out focus time, or saying no to distractions, that sets the stage for extraordinary progress. Cultivating emotional intelligence to manage wealth stress. Imagine making an important financial decision amid a storm of emotions, your heart pounding, palms sweaty, eyes darting between options. It's a familiar scene for many, yet it highlights how raw feelings can cloud judgment. When you recognize and regulate your emotions, decision-making becomes less about reactive instinct and more about thoughtful reflection. Emotions act like an internal compass, signaling what matters most. Understanding them can help you interpret these signals accurately. This awareness allows you to pause and consider whether your feelings are guiding you toward wise choices or driven by temporary impulses. Managing emotions is not about suppressing them, but about creating a dialogue with your internal state. For instance, if you're feeling anxiety about potential losses, acknowledging that fear can help you reframe your approach, maybe by gathering more information or breaking down the decision into manageable steps. This process helps prevent panic from taking control, leading to clearer thinking. When emotions are kept in check, you gain the ability to weigh risks and rewards more objectively, making choices that align with your long-term goals rather than momentary feelings. This balance transforms decision-making into a strategic act rather than a reaction fueled by stress or excitement. Research shows that emotionally intelligent individuals tend to outperform others in high-stakes environments because they can navigate their feelings without being overwhelmed. For example, traders in a volatile market who stay calm and analyze their emotions tend to make better trades than those who panic sell or chase after missed opportunities. By understanding the roots of your emotions, whether it's fear, greed, frustration, or excitement, you develop a clearer picture of your inner landscape. This insight can serve as a powerful tool to avoid costly errors and to make decisions rooted in clarity, patience, and purpose rather than fleeting emotional states. Practicing emotional management in everyday life sharpens this skill, gradually turning awareness into a habit. Techniques like pausing before reacting, taking deep breaths, or journaling feelings can help you notice emotional triggers. Over time, you'll start recognizing patterns, like feeling anxious when facing uncertainty or excitement when money is on the line, and learn to steer your reactions accordingly. The more you develop this skill, the more natural it becomes to approach complex choices with a cool head and an open heart, ultimately leading to decisions that truly reflect your values and aspirations. Picture a CEO facing a crisis that's threatening to derail the company's big project. Instead of flailing or reacting impulsively, she takes a moment to breathe and assesses her feelings of frustration or fear. Recognizing these emotions, she channels them into focused problem-solving, rallying her team with calm and clarity. Her ability to stay centered under pressure inspires her colleagues and sets the tone for a constructive response. Such individuals aren't strangers to stress. Rather, they see it as a signal, not a verdict. Their mastery over their emotions allows them to make decisions that turn potential disasters into opportunities for growth. Another example can be found in the stories of firefighters or emergency responders who often operate in chaos. Their training is rooted in emotional regulation. Remaining composed amid flames or chaos is critical. These individuals have learned to acknowledge feelings of fear or adrenaline without letting those emotions override their judgment. Instead, they use their awareness to focus on the task at hand, coordinate with others, and make split-second decisions that save lives. Their ability to thrive under pressure stems from a deep understanding of their emotional states, which sharpens their focus and enhances their resilience. Even in less intense contexts, emotionally intelligent individuals frequently excel. Consider a seasoned negotiator who can read subtle cues of tension on the other side, managing their own feelings to keep negotiations productive. They are skilled at turning emotional reactions into strategic advantages, turning conflicts into constructive conversations. These examples all share a common thread. Individuals who succeed in high-pressure moments don't suppress their feelings, but instead harness and channel them. Their emotional awareness becomes a strength, acting as an internal guide that helps them adapt and excel when it matters most. Practicing emotional intelligence takes time, but the payoff is undeniable. Everyone faces pressure in different forms, whether it's in personal relationships, professional roles, or financial decisions. Developing self-awareness and emotional control allows you to face these challenges with a steadiness that others admire. Next time you find yourself in a stressful situation, pause, take a breath, and ask yourself what you're feeling. You might be surprised at how this simple act can change the course of your decisions, turning stress into a signal for smarter action rather than chaos. Continuous learning, staying ahead in a changing financial world. Imagine walking through a garden where each plant represents a new piece of knowledge. The more you learn, the more vibrant and rich your mental landscape becomes. Lifelong learning isn't just about acquiring facts. It's about nurturing a hunger to understand more about the world and ourselves. Staying curious keeps our minds active, flexible, and open to new opportunities. When we view the world as a classroom, every day offers a chance to deepen our understanding and grow steadily. This curiosity acts like a spark that ignites enthusiasm and resilience, especially when faced with changes or setbacks. In a world that's constantly shifting, the skill of continuous education becomes a lifeline. It prepares us to adapt, to pivot quickly, and to face challenges with confidence. Whether it's reading a new book, attending workshops, or simply asking questions, the act of learning fuels our ability to stay relevant. Curiosity also improves problem-solving skills because it encourages us to look beyond the obvious and explore different angles. The more we learn, the more we realize that knowledge doesn't have an expiration date. It accumulates and evolves, much like a vast ocean that stretches beyond the horizon. This ongoing quest for understanding becomes an anchor during turbulent times, giving us clarity and a sense of purpose. But fostering curiosity isn't about forcing yourself into learning. It's about nurturing a mindset that loves discovery. Think of curiosity as a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. You can start by asking simple questions. Why does that happen? How does that work? What can I learn from that experience? Cultivating a habit of seeking out new information and perspectives transforms dull routine into opportunities for excitement and growth. Sharing stories of people who stay curious into old age reminds us that mental vitality isn't tied to youth. It's a choice, a conscious decision to keep exploring and remain open to what each day offers. Various stories from real life showcase how ongoing learning can redefine the path of a person's life. Take Thomas, a retired teacher in his 60s, who decided to learn digital marketing after retirement. Using online courses and community groups, he became proficient and eventually helped his local business increase its customer base. His journey shows that it's never too late to develop new skills, and that curiosity can propel us into entirely new avenues of fulfillment. Similarly, Maria, a young woman who faced layoffs in her corporate job, turned to coding and data analysis. Her effort not only allowed her to transition into a thriving tech career, but also boosted her confidence and resilience during uncertain times. These examples highlight an important truth. Adapting through learning often results in unexpected opportunities. Lifelong learners tend to be more resilient because they aren't held captive by rigid mindsets. Instead, they see change as a chance to grow rather than a threat. Their stories become proof that embracing new skills or knowledge opens doors that otherwise would have remained closed. Moreover, they often inspire others around them, creating a ripple effect of curiosity that benefits entire communities. These individuals understand that each experience adds another layer to their story, helping them navigate life's twists with resourcefulness and hope. People who remain committed to learning often exhibit traits like humility, flexibility, and a willingness to make mistakes. It's these qualities that enable them to bounce back quickly from setbacks and turn challenges into lessons. For example, imagine a small business owner who takes a course in social media marketing after realizing their traditional tactics no longer work. By experimenting and learning from failures, they may discover innovative strategies that lead to new growth. Their stories remind us that every setback carries within it a seed of opportunity when approached with a curious mind. It's about shifting from a mindset of, "I already know enough," to "there's always more to discover, improve, and understand." Encouraging stories like these demonstrate that continuous learning is an act of faith in oneself. It fuels hope that no matter our age or background, we are capable of transforming challenges into chances for renewal. The real magic comes from relentless curiosity, a willingness to ask, to explore, and to grow. Whatever your current situation, you can start small. Pick up a new hobby, listen to a different perspective, or dive into a subject that intrigues you. These little steps add up, creating a momentum that can reshape your life and outlook. Remember, every expert was once a beginner, and every story of success is rooted in a decision to keep learning. One practical tip is to set aside a few minutes each day for focused learning, be it reading, listening to a podcast, or engaging in a discussion. Over time, these small doses of curiosity compound, strengthening your mental agility. Think of it as watering a plant. Consistent nourishment encourages growth and resilience. By embracing a mindset that views curiosity as an ongoing journey, you leverage an incredible power that keeps life interesting and your mind sharp, no matter where you are in life. The stories of those who never stop learning serve as a gentle reminder. Your best growth still lies ahead, waiting just beyond the next question you ask or the new skill you explore. Chapter 14. Integrating Wealth into Your Lifestyle. Designing a life that reflects your wealth values. Imagine stepping into a room that feels like a reflection of your dreams, where every detail reminds you of the life you want to build. Your physical space and daily routines act like mirrors, showing your intentions and guiding your mindset. When your surroundings are aligned with your financial goals, it becomes easier to stay motivated and make decisions that support your aspirations. Creating environments that echo your values isn't about luxury alone. It's about cultivating spaces that inspire, organize, and reinforce your sense of abundance. Organize your workspace with items that symbolize growth, notes of success, visions boards, or symbols of achievement. This intentional design helps keep your goals at the forefront of your mind every day. In addition to physical changes, establishing routines that reflect your financial aspirations helps turn abstract dreams into tangible habits. For instance, dedicating a few minutes each morning to visualize your ideal financial future or reviewing your progress regularly can energize and keep you on track. Small daily rituals, like budgeting over coffee or reviewing investment portfolios while listening to inspiring podcasts, create consistency. These routines serve as anchors, grounding you in your purpose and making financial discipline feel less like a chore and more like an act of self-respect. Remember, routines shape your behavior over time. By consistently engaging in actions that resonate with your hope for wealth, you condition your mind to see prosperity as part of your everyday life. Building environments and routines that support your goals is a deliberate act of self-love and respect. It tells your subconscious that your dreams are worth prioritizing. For example, if saving money is a priority, keep your savings empty bottle and piggy bank somewhere visible, reminding you of your commitment. If investing or learning about wealth excites you, carve out a dedicated space for reading or online courses. Think about small changes that lead to big shifts, like turning cluttered spaces into calm zones or creating a daily ritual of gratitude for what you already have. Over time, these subtle adjustments shape your mindset and reinforce the belief that wealth is attainable and worthy of your attention. What small step can you take today to align your environment with your financial dreams? Consider Lisa, a woman who once worked in a high-pressure corporate job, chasing societal markers of success. Big house, fancy car, designer clothes. Yet, every morning, she felt drained and disconnected from her true happiness. After a moment of reflection, Lisa realized her real passion was to travel and spend quality time with her family. She decided to downsize her home, sell her new car, and redirect her savings toward meaningful experiences instead of material possessions. As she reshaped her life around her core values, she found a new sense of financial freedom. Her lifestyle changed because her choices aligned with her deepest priorities, and her happiness soared in tandem with her savings. Another inspiring story is that of Raj, who grew up in a family that struggled financially but always valued education and community. Instead of chasing status symbols, he focused on building a career that allowed him to give back and support causes he cared about. By living modestly, investing wisely, and volunteering his time, Raj created a life of purpose that reflected his true values. His financial stability grew because he prioritized meaning over mere accumulation. These stories show how aligning your lifestyle with what genuinely matters can result in both contentment and wealth, if you're willing to reevaluate what success really means to you. People like Lisa and Raj remind us that wealth isn't just about money in the bank. It's about designing a life that feels authentic and fulfilling. When your actions and environment reflect your true priorities, you naturally sustain motivation and resilience through inevitable challenges. Their journeys highlight an essential truth. The most satisfying wealth is that which is earned through choices that honor your core values. Think about what matters most to you: family, freedom, creativity, service, and consider how your current lifestyle supports or detracts from those goals. Small, intentional shifts can pave the way to a life that genuinely echoes your values and aspirations. What story would you want to tell about your wealth journey? Balancing wealth pursuit with personal happiness. Many of us chase after goals like a hamster on a wheel, believing that happiness only comes once we reach that perfect milestone or accumulate enough wealth. But life is a delicate balance, a dance between savoring what is here and now and preparing for what's ahead. Imagine standing barefoot in a lush garden, feeling the cool grass beneath your feet, while also planting seeds for a future harvest. Both these actions are vital. Ignoring either can lead to a life that's either empty or overly stressed. Learning to enjoy the present doesn't mean abandoning aspirations. It's about creating harmony so that fulfillment is woven into every step of your journey. When you take time to truly notice the small joys, like a warm cup of coffee in the morning, a laughter-filled conversation, or the feeling of sunlight on your face, you nourish your soul. These moments serve as anchors, reminding you that life's richness is not solely in achieving more, but in appreciating what already exists. Building for the future becomes more sustainable when your days are sprinkled with gratitude and presence. Instead of postponing happiness for some distant tomorrow, you embrace the idea that happiness isn't a destination. It's a way of traveling, a constant companion that makes the entire journey worthwhile. Striking this balance takes practice. It might start with a simple thought: what can I enjoy today? This shift encourages you to look for beauty in everyday routines, transforming chores into moments of mindfulness. For instance, while working on a project, take a few deep breaths and appreciate how far you've come. When planning your future, include activities or habits that nourish joy, like spending time with loved ones or pursuing passions, and view them as integral parts of your growth rather than distractions. Over time, this approach fosters a mindset where long-term goals and daily happiness reinforce each other, creating a sustainable way to live a fulfilled life. Mindful living is about paying close attention to your thoughts, feelings, and surroundings without judgment. Imagine your mind as a busy orchard, with different fruits representing various emotions and desires. When you practice mindfulness, you're like a careful gardener, tending to each tree with patience and awareness. This practice helps you recognize what truly matters and prevents the constant noise of worries and future anxieties from overshadowing your appreciation for today. It allows you to be present, whether you're earning money, spending time with family, or simply enjoying a quiet moment alone. Living mindfully transforms your relationship with wealth. Instead of chasing after money as an end in itself, you begin to see it as a tool that supports your life's true purpose, whether that's security, freedom, or the ability to give back. Mindfulness encourages you to pause before making financial decisions, asking yourself if these choices align with your values and bring genuine happiness. This process helps reduce impulsive spending and creates space for gratitude and contentment with what you already have. By shifting your focus from accumulation to appreciation, You find joy in both your financial journey and personal life. Practicing mindful living involves simple daily rituals. You might start with a few moments of deep breathing each day, tuning into the sensations of your body, or jotting down things you're grateful for every evening. Another effective approach is setting intentions, knowing what you want to focus on each day. For example, you might decide that today, your goal is to genuinely listen during conversations or savor your meal without distraction. Over time, these small acts cultivate a sense of balance, turning ordinary routines into opportunities to connect with yourself deeply. This grounded awareness helps you make intentional choices that serve both your wealth-building efforts and emotional well-being, creating a life where success and happiness go hand in hand. Living mindfully also involves accepting that setbacks and uncertainties are just part of life's natural rhythm. Instead of battling against stress or dissatisfaction, you learn to observe these feelings without letting them take control. Picture yourself sitting by a gentle stream, watching leaves float by, an image of peaceful acceptance. This attitude allows you to stay clear-headed during challenging times, making wiser decisions that sustain your progress. Incorporating mindfulness into your financial habits might mean regularly reviewing your goals, celebrating progress, and forgiving yourself for minor mistakes. This compassionate approach nurtures resilience, ensuring that your pursuit of wealth enhances your happiness rather than diminishes it, making the entire journey more meaningful and sustainable. Practicing mindful spending and consumption. Imagine walking into a store, eyes darting over rows of shiny gadgets, trendy clothes, or tempting desserts, and feeling overwhelmed. It's easy to get caught up in the excitement of buying something new, only to realize later that it didn't truly add value to your life. Practicing mindful spending means pausing before that impulsive buy, asking yourself if it aligns with your core values, or if it will genuinely bring joy. This way, every purchase becomes a conscious choice rather than a fleeting whim. When you start to see shopping as a form of self-respect and inner understanding, it transforms from a stressor into an act of care for yourself and your future. Thoughtful spending isn't about deprivation or saying no to everything glamorous or enjoyable. It's about recognizing what truly lights you up. For example, instead of buying another piece of clothing that promises to make you feel better but remains unworn, invest in something that sparks real pleasure or serves a meaningful purpose. It could be a ticket to a concert, a cozy journal to record your thoughts, or a small adventure like a day trip that creates lasting memories. When your purchases are rooted in purpose rather than impulse, they foster a sense of satisfaction that no quick thrill can rival. This shift helps rebuild a more genuine relationship with money, turning it into a tool for creating moments rather than accumulating clutter. One simple way to start practicing this is to implement a waiting period before making any non-essential purchase. For instance, if you see something that catches your eye, give yourself at least 24 hours before deciding. Often, the craving fades, and you realize it wasn't as necessary as it seemed. Reflecting on where your money goes also reveals patterns or habits that may be draining your resources or distracting from your true desires. Over time, practicing mindful spending becomes second nature, turning everyday decisions into opportunities for authentic happiness. It's about choosing quality over quantity, presence over haste, and meaning over mindless consumption. There's a story I once heard about a woman who used to buy whatever caught her eye: fashion, gadgets, little knickknacks, sometimes spending more than she could afford, only to feel empty when she got home. One day, she decided to change her approach. Instead of shopping on a whim, she began asking herself, "Will this bring me lasting joy? Does it serve a genuine purpose?" She started choosing to spend her money on meaningful experiences, like taking a cooking class or traveling to places she'd always dreamed of. Over time, her satisfaction grew because her purchases aligned with her deeper passions rather than fleeting desires. This shift didn't just free her from debt, but also filled her life with abundant memories and connections that money simply can't buy. Another story comes from a family who decided to adopt a more mindful spending habit. They set a monthly joy budget, a fixed amount they could spend on things that truly mattered to each of them. Instead of cluttering their home with unnecessary items, they pooled their money to create a shared experience, going camping, hosting family dinners, or supporting a cause they cared about. The result? They felt more connected and fulfilled. Their sense of abundance wasn't measured by material possessions, but by closeness and shared meaning. This approach illustrates how conscious choices don't limit happiness. They expand it by focusing on quality rather than quantity, connection over accumulation. Some individuals find that practicing gratitude amplifies their contentment. After making a purchase, taking a moment to appreciate what that item represents or the experience it promises can deepen your satisfaction. For example, if you buy a bicycle for weekend rides, instead of rushing to use it and then quickly forget, pause to imagine the adventures ahead. Notice the fresh air, the sunshine, the quiet thrill of moving through nature. When you focus on the emotional and sensory benefits, even small purchases shift from being fleeting to meaningful moments in your life. This perspective helps foster an appreciation for what you already have, paving the way for more abundant feelings without constantly seeking more. Ultimately, these stories remind us that mindful spending isn't about limiting oneself, it's about intentionality. When we stop chasing after every shiny object and start valuing experiences, connections, and authenticity, life begins to feel richer. Every dollar spent becomes an investment in what truly matters most: your happiness, your growth, your relationships. Shifting this mindset takes practice, but the reward is a life richer in memories and less cluttered with things that fade away quickly. Remember, true abundance isn't measured by possessions, but by a sense of fulfillment and presence in your everyday moments. Creating rituals that celebrate financial abundance. Imagine ending each day by pausing for a moment, just as the sun dips below the horizon, casting a warm glow over everything. Small rituals like this can anchor your journey toward financial abundance, turning everyday moments into powerful acts of recognition and appreciation. These rituals don't need to be elaborate or time-consuming. Even brief routines, such as journaling or lighting a candle, can remind you to pause and acknowledge how far you've come. For instance, taking a few minutes to reflect on your financial wins, no matter how small, creates an emotional anchor that reinforces your belief in your growth. The act of honoring progress makes it easier to see setbacks not as failures, but as part of the larger story of your success. Practicing gratitude becomes effortless when woven into daily life through consistent rituals. You might set aside a moment each morning to think of 3 things you're grateful for, specifically related to your financial journey, like paying off a credit card or saving a certain amount. Writing these down in a gratitude journal can amplify their impact, helping you see abundance not just as a distant goal, but as a current, tangible reality. Over time, these acts of gratitude shift your focus from scarcity to plenty, nurturing a mindset that attracts more opportunities for growth. Think of gratitude as watering the seeds of abundance. The more you nurture them, the more they flourish. Creating these rituals is about infusing your daily routine with intention and emotion. For example, some people find it empowering to do a small celebration each time they reach a financial milestone, like buying themselves a simple gift or sharing their victory with a loved one. These acts serve as positive reinforcement, turning abstract goals into memorable moments. The key is consistency, making it a habit to honor your journey regularly. When you treat your progress as something worthy of celebration, you naturally cultivate a sense of deserving and openness to receiving more. Remember, even the tiniest acknowledgement can create a ripple effect, propelling you toward greater abundance with a renewed sense of purpose and gratitude. Celebrating milestones isn't just about feeling good in the moment. It's a strategic move that fuels ongoing motivation. Think of your financial journey like climbing a mountain. Each step, no matter how small, deserves recognition because it brings you closer to the summit. When you pause to celebrate achievements, whether it's saving your first $100, paying off a debt, or hitting a new income target, you reinforce a pattern that your efforts are paying off. This reinforcement creates a positive feedback loop where each success motivates you to keep going, even when challenges arise. It's like giving yourself a high five along the way, which keeps your spirits high and your focus sharp. Celebrations also shift your mindset from one of stress or frustration to one of confidence and possibility. Instead of viewing setbacks as failures, you see them as part of your progress, and milestones remind you that setbacks are temporary and surmountable. When you acknowledge how far you've come, your brain rewires to focus on abundance rather than lack. For example, treating yourself to a favorite healthy snack after reaching a savings goal can associate positive feelings with your effort, making the path more enjoyable. Incorporate celebrations regularly, and you'll find it easier to stay committed. Every time you mark a milestone, you build momentum. Each victory acts like a stepping stone, fueling your belief that bigger rewards are within reach. To maximize this effect, try creating a personal ritual around celebrations. It could be sharing your success with a friend, journaling about your feelings, or even creating a visual tracker on a wall or board. When you see these moments visually, they serve as constant reminders of your ability to generate abundance. Ultimately, celebrating milestones creates a mindset where progress feels tangible and real, transforming your financial journey from a long, uncertain road into a series of joyful, inspiring victories. It's about turning achievement into habit, with each win sparking a renewed fire to push further toward your goals. Chapter 15. Sustaining Wealth and Evolving Your Financial Journey. Reviewing and reassessing your wealth goals regularly. Life is constantly changing, often faster than we realize. What once seemed like a clear goal can become less relevant as circumstances shift, priorities evolve, and new passions emerge. If you imagine your wealth goals as a lighthouse guiding your journey, then regular check-ins are the weather reports that ensure you're still on course. These moments of reflection allow you to step back from the busyness of daily life and ask yourself honest questions. Are I still passionate about this? Does this goal align with my current values? Am I progressing in a way that feels meaningful? By intentionally carving out time to revisit your dreams, you create space to adjust your path before subtle misalignments turn into obstacles. Think of it like tuning a musical instrument. Small adjustments maintain harmony and keep your overall rhythm steady. Many people find that their aspirations shift as they gain new experiences or face unexpected life twists. For example, someone might initially aim to amass a certain net worth to buy a dream home, only to realize that their true desire is more about creating experiences or supporting loved ones. Without regular reflection, these evolving feelings can be overlooked, leaving you stuck with outdated goals that no longer serve your deepest desires. Setting a recurring schedule, perhaps quarterly or biannually, to review your wealth plans helps keep your goals fresh and rooted in your current reality. This practice isn't about questioning your ambitions every week, but about ensuring that your biggest dreams remain relevant and inspiring as you grow. Reflection can be made easier by journaling your thoughts, visualizing your future, or simply sitting quiet and breathing deeply. Ask yourself what's changed since your last review. Do your needs and desires still align with your initial plans? Have your priorities shifted towards spending more time with family, pursuing a hobby, or contributing to your community? These insights enable you to refine your strategy, discard what no longer fits, and amplify what now matters most. Remember, your goals aren't written in stone. They're guiding stars that should illuminate your path, not anchor it. Allowing yourself the freedom to reconsider creates a sense of ownership and keeps your motivation high, turning your wealth journey into a constantly unfolding story of personal growth. Many people have found that reevaluating their goals at key moments help them stay inspired and connected to their bigger picture. Take Sarah, for example. Originally, she aimed to build her retirement fund because she believed financial security meant reaching a certain amount. As the years went on, she had children and realized her priorities had shifted to providing a better future for her family. Instead of sticking rigidly to her initial plan, she started directing a significant portion of her savings toward her children's education and family adventures. This shift not only made her feel more fulfilled, but also kept her motivated to continue building her wealth in a way that aligned with her new dreams. Another example is Mark, who initially wanted to buy a luxury car as a symbol of success. Over time, he discovered that what truly brought him joy was fostering community and giving back. When he reevaluated his goals, Mark redirected some of his investment efforts into supporting local charities and funding community projects. This recalibration reinvigorated his sense of purpose, making his wealth building more meaningful rather than just a pursuit of material status. These stories show that changing course isn't a sign of failure, but rather an act of staying true to yourself. By periodically reassessing and adjusting your goals, you keep your journey aligned with what genuinely sparks your passion and satisfaction. Whether it's shifting focus from accumulating assets to creating experiences, or from personal gain to community impact, successful realignment keeps your dreams alive and relevant. Reflecting regularly acts like a compass, guiding you as your internal landscape shifts. It prevents you from feeling stuck or disconnected, and instead inspires you to reframe challenges as opportunities for growth. Setting aside dedicated moments, be it through journaling, conversations with loved ones, or quiet contemplation, helps foster these meaningful shifts, making your wealth journey not just about numbers, but about nourishing your entire life story. Think of it like tending a garden. Pruning dead branches and nurturing the new growth ensures your garden remains vibrant and full of life, just like your evolving dreams. Remember, your goals are a reflection of your authentic self. As you go through different chapters of life, allow yourself the grace and flexibility to change direction. When you consciously pause and revisit your ambitions, you're giving yourself permission to grow with them, not against them. This practice turns your wealth building into a living process, one that inspires, challenges, and ultimately fulfills. An ongoing conversation with yourself about what matters most keeps your journey lively, joyful, and in tune with your true self. Often, the biggest leaps aren't from reaching new heights, but from taking the time to check if you're still heading in the right direction. Try setting a simple reminder every few months to review your goals. Pick a cozy spot, put on some calming music, and ask yourself honest questions about your current desires and priorities. Set flexible yet clear intentions for the next phase. As you do, you'll find that your wealth goals become not just plans on paper, but living expressions of your evolving purpose and passions. That's when the journey feels less like a task and more like a heartfelt adventure. Adapting strategies to life changes and market shifts. Imagine standing on a boat in the middle of a vast ocean. The waves constantly shift, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce. To navigate successfully, you need to stay alert, adjust your sails, and learn how to read the water. Life and markets are much the same. The only true constant is change. When it comes to managing wealth, clinging to rigid strategies or relying solely on past success can leave you stranded when the tide turns. That's why flexibility is essential. It allows you to adapt to shifting circumstances, whether they stem from economic downturns, personal life changes, or unexpected opportunities. Continual learning goes hand in hand with flexibility. The financial world is a whirl of new ideas, technologies, and market trends. Just as a craftsman sharpens tools regularly, a wise investor or wealth manager updates their understanding and skills. This ongoing process isn't about chasing every shiny new trend, but about staying curious and receptive. It ensures that your decisions are informed by the latest insights, reducing the risk of being caught off guard by unforeseen events. Embracing change and learning keeps you resilient, better prepared for what lies ahead, and positions you to spot opportunities others might overlook. Think of it as cultivating a mindset rather than just sticking to a set plan. When you accept that change is inevitable, your approach to wealth management shifts from rigid control to agile responsiveness. You start asking questions. What adjustments can I make today to protect my future? How can I capitalize on emerging trends? This proactive stance becomes a habit, fostering a sense of confidence rather than fear when markets swing or your personal circumstances shift. Ultimately, flexibility and continuous learning serve as your anchor and compass, guiding you smoothly through the unpredictable waters of life and finance. Take Sarah, for example. She built her wealth over years by investing steadily in a balanced portfolio. When a sudden recession hit her country, she faced a tough choice: panic and sell everything or reassess her strategy. Instead of falling into fear, she took a step back to understand the new economic landscape. She diversified further, focusing on sectors resilient to downturns, and shifted some investments to international markets. Her willingness to learn and adapt turned a potential disaster into a stepping stone for growth. Today, her portfolio not only recovered but grew beyond its previous peak. Another inspiring story is about Raj, who owned a small business and relied heavily on traditional marketing. When online platforms gained prominence, he realized that his old methods were no longer enough. Instead of resisting these changes, Raj immersed himself in learning about digital marketing, social media, and e-commerce. He experimented with new channels, faced setbacks, but kept adjusting. His persistence paid off, and his business expanded into new markets he never imagined. Raj's story shows how embracing new knowledge and staying open to change can turn potential threats into avenues for success. Stories like Sarah's and Raj's remind us that change isn't something to fear, but a catalyst for growth. Their journeys reflect the importance of staying engaged, learning continuously, and being willing to adjust strategies. In life and finance, those who adapt, who see change as an opportunity rather than a hurdle, are often the ones who emerge stronger. These narratives aren't just inspiring. They're practical lessons for anyone wanting to thrive amid uncertainty. In essence, resilience isn't about avoiding change, but learning to dance with it, every step better than the last. For anyone listening, the key takeaway is to nurture curiosity. Ask yourself regularly, what's new? How can I improve? What can I learn today that will help me tomorrow? Whether it's reading a new book, talking to someone with a different experience, or trying out a fresh approach, each small step builds a habit of adaptability. By doing so, you turn change from a threat into a tool, something that not only preserves your wealth, but can also help it flourish even in unpredictable times. Mentoring others and sharing your wealth wisdom. Sharing what you know isn't just about passing along information. It's about creating ripples that extend far beyond your immediate circle. When you take the time to help others learn, you not only reinforce your own understanding, but also open doors for new ideas to emerge. Think of it like planting seeds. The more you share, the more your influence grows, touching lives in ways you might never see. This act of giving enriches your sense of purpose, making your efforts feel meaningful rather than just self-serving. Recognizing the power of shared knowledge transforms your role from a mere individual contributor to someone who sparks real change in others' lives. Imagine a simple conversation with a colleague or a friend, where your experiences and insights light a spark in someone else's mind. That moment might be small, but its effects can be profound, inspiring someone to pursue their goals with renewed energy. Sharing knowledge also deepens your own fulfillment because it connects you on a human level, fostering genuine relationships built on trust and mutual growth. When you see others succeed because of something you've shared, it's like witnessing your own legacy unfolding in real time. Every story, tip, or lesson you pass along becomes part of a larger movement of collective evolution, where everyone benefits and learns together. To start making sharing a regular practice, consider setting aside a little time each week to mentor, write, or speak about what you know. You could host a small workshop, write a blog, or simply have conversations that aim to uplift and inform. The key is to be authentic and generous, offering insights that come from your own journey rather than pretending to be the ultimate expert. When you do this consistently, sharing becomes natural, almost like a habit that fuels your growth while helping others blossom. Remember, your unique perspective is a gift. Don't hold back. Your voice might be exactly what someone needs to hear today, and that impact could ripple outward in ways you never expected. There are countless stories of mentors whose words and actions changed lives forever. Think of someone like Mahatma Gandhi, whose quiet guidance and unwavering principles inspired millions to fight for justice, or Steve Jobs, who mentored countless innovators and left behind a legacy of creativity and resilience. Their stories remind us that mentorship isn't just about giving advice. It's about igniting belief and confidence in others. Sometimes, a simple conversation or a shared lesson can be the catalyst for someone to discover their purpose or push through a challenge they thought unbeatable. One powerful example is a teacher who saw potential in a struggling student and invested extra time and encouragement. That student, years later, started a nonprofit dedicated to education reform, motivated by the mentor's faith in their ability. The ripple effect from that one act of sharing knowledge continued long after, inspiring others and creating a legacy rooted in compassion and empowerment. These stories show that true mentors do more than teach. They plant seeds of hope and resilience that grow into something much bigger than themselves. They demonstrate that even small acts of guidance can create a legacy that lives on through the lives touched and the futures shaped. Reflecting on these examples, ask yourself, who's waiting for a bit of your insight? Who might be encouraged or inspired by the stories and lessons you carry? Whether you realize it or not, every person you mentor becomes part of your own ongoing narrative, a testament to the power of sharing wisdom. The stories of these mentors serve as a reminder that building a legacy isn't about fame. It's about the genuine gift of helping others discover their own greatness. When you look at these stories, consider how your own experiences and lessons could spark transformation in someone else's life, creating a chain of growth and hope that lasts long after your words are spoken. Taking inspiration from these tales, try reaching out to someone you believe needs a little guidance today. Whether through a kind word, a listening ear, or sharing a useful resource, your act of mentorship might be the turning point in their journey. Remember, the greatest legacy you can build is one that not only changes lives, but also inspires others to carry the torch forward. Every story of mentorship and sharing is a small reminder that our influence is more powerful than we often realize. Each of us has the ability to leave behind a lasting imprint, one heartfelt connection at a time, living a legacy of abundance and inspiration. Imagine standing at the edge of a vibrant garden, knowing that every seed you plant today will blossom into a tree that shields and nurtures those who come after you. This image isn't just about money. It's about the legacy of impact and hope that your wealth can create. When you think of abundance, consider not only how it fills your life now, but also how it becomes a rallying point for future generations. Your financial resources can serve as a powerful tool for shaping a better world, whether through donations, shared family values, or entrepreneurial ventures that promote positive change. Building this vision into reality means shifting focus from short-term gains to long-term influence. Picture your children and grandchildren living in a world where your investments, contributions, and actions have set a foundation of stability, inspiration, and opportunity. Visualize them waking up each day knowing they are supported by a legacy born from your deliberate choices. Whether it's a family business that sustains them, a fund that educates, or a community project that uplifts others. Creating a future like this involves taking mindful steps now, planting seeds that will grow into pillars of strength and source of pride for generations to come. This kind of future is not just a fantasy, but a tangible goal. It focuses on the heart of true wealth, the capacity to make a lasting contribution, one that extends beyond material possessions. The image of nurturing a legacy that empowers others should inspire your actions today. Think of your wealth as a stream of energy that can flow into various channels: funds for education, opportunities for innovation, or simply the time and wisdom you share with younger family members. When you craft this vision, it ignites a purpose that transforms your relationship with wealth from fleeting accumulation to meaningful impact, ensuring your efforts ripple outward and continue to touch lives long after you're gone. Starting this journey doesn't require monumental moves overnight, but rather small, intentional steps that set the wheels in motion. Consider the stories of those who began with simple acts, like setting aside a portion of their income for a cause they care about, or having a heartfelt conversation with loved ones about their values and hopes for the future. These small acts serve as the foundation for larger initiatives, gradually building momentum toward a meaningful legacy. The key is to recognize that no action is too minor and that each step contributes to a bigger picture. Ask yourself, what is one thing I can do today that aligns with the legacy I want to leave? It might be drafting a family mission statement, updating your will to reflect your values, or opening a dedicated account for future generations. Even sharing your vision aloud or writing it down makes it more concrete. Momentum is built with consistency, by repeatedly taking small actions that reinforce your intention. Remember, the future is shaped by what you do today, not tomorrow. Cultivating this awareness sparks motivation, turning dreams into tangible steps and inspiring you to stay committed to your long-term purpose. Incorporate into your daily life a habit of reflection. Perhaps each evening, ask yourself what small actions today contributed to the legacy you desire. These might include mentoring a young person, investing in your community, or simply demonstrating integrity and kindness. Each act, no matter how modest, becomes a brick in the foundation of your lasting influence. Recognize that your effort doesn't have to be perfect. What matters is your intention and persistence. As you take these inspired actions, you'll find that building a legacy becomes a natural, fulfilling part of your everyday rhythm, gradually transforming your life and the lives of those around you. Thank you for walking this journey, not just through the pages of this book, but into the deeper questions of your life. What does wealth really mean to me? How can I honor both success and soul? And how can I use what I have to build something meaningful for myself and others? Wealth is not a destination. It's a practice, a mindset, a rhythm of choices that align with the truth of who you are. Every time you choose clarity over chaos, growth over fear, generosity over greed, you're living wealth. You didn't need permission. You needed awareness. And now that you have it, there's no limit to what you can build. So here's to your vision, your value, and your journey forward. You were born rich. Now go live like it. With appreciation, Mindful Literary.